rather battle-weary looking 01 Cadillac now, and
just about to catch the back of the field, so we'll see him if the pits are are the pits open?
Not yet.
No, so he'll have to stay out until the pits are open, then he'll be coming in, at which point obviously he'll get back into the situation where they'll then, under full course yellow, be able to change that whole rear section. He won't lose a lap, I shouldn't think.
And correct, I would say that is right. There's a lot of cars out there, Jeremy, that are, to use Ron speak, somewhat suboptimal at the moment.
Bits hanging off left, right and centre. The LMP2 or P3 car in front of him had something hanging out the back of it.
We haven't seen a race like this, Jeremy, in IMSA for quite a long time. And I don't know what to put this down to. I mean, we know it's later in the year, we know the weather conditions, but there's been more contacts and misjudgments from really very, very experienced drivers this weekend across a number of the series, actually, that I can remember for a long time.
Don't disagree with you there. And yeah, I think it's probably just a consequence of the fact there are so many cars here. And the fact we do have this extra class this season as well. So different cars with different capabilities, it's so competitive that you're just trying to gain any advantage you can. I mean, Lloyd Duell wouldn't have done that on purpose, obviously. It was just, as Johnny Bollum said, it's just a slight misjudgment, and slight misjudgments at a track like Michelin Raceway at Road Atlanta can have and have done, as we have seen, big consequences.
Hello to Drew Adamson here at the circuit, listening on 91.2 FM. Drew, part of the hard-working team from iRacing, normally based up in New England. Heard Bruno Spengler talking about his phenomenal victory in the Pro Series again this year. The IMSA and particularly BMW and Porsche and Ferrari really taking the online e-racing very seriously indeed, and Drew's part of the team who put that all together. It's been a joy working with Drew and the rest of his colleagues over the last 18 months, and really made us feel at home in their space. And Drew is taking in some full metal racing this weekend, still out there. He's got his IMSA cap on and he's well wrapped up against the cold, now getting down to single figures in Celsius, at least 54 Fahrenheit at the moment. Drew, thanks for all your help. Say hi to the team when you get back to work next week. I'm looking forward to doing some more IMSA Pro Racing with you and your team in 2022. Great to see that the relationship has continued. Shea Adam is in the pit lane, and I wondered if there'd be many takers. Guess what? You've got a full set of DPIs heading your way, Shea.
A lot of headlights coming down this way. The 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac is the first one down, followed very closely by its championship competitor, the 10 Konica Minolta Acura, then the 48 Cadillac. It is fuel only for the Meyershank Racing Acura. It's a new nose for the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac. It's going to be a new tail for Earl Bamber and the 01 Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing team. They were a bit worried about the latches to the engine cover as well. First car back out the pits was the 60, so Acura leads Acura. The 10 is the second car back out. Next up, we had, that was an LMP3 car,
just a moment.
An LMP2 car. Pardon?
The rear deck is coming off that 01 car as we expected, but they're having a good look to make sure everything is okay underneath there. They're taking the crash structure off the back and putting a whole new rear end onto. Easier to do that than just do the rear wing and the rear wing end plate. Really clever stuff. Sorry, Shay, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. The other thing that they wanted to look at were the latches on the engine cover to make sure that they would properly fasten back on to that wing end plate system, because that would have been affected by the way that everything was pushed back up. So they did have a look at that as well and determined that the engine cover was okay. That did not need replacing as well. This car, the last car left on the pit lane as far as this end is concerned. Core Autosport is back down in the other end. It looks like the engine cover's off down there, so perhaps the electrical gremlin lingers yet. But the job is done. Earl is sent, and no driver change going on there. I didn't see any driver change, actually, in any of the DPIs. But when we get to GTD and GTLM, it's going to be a totally different story.
So again, you saw with the rear wing being put on there, they lifted up the engine cover, brought the rear wing round, unbolted the old one, which has still got the fences on the end of it, but also got the sort of almost the tail end of the wheel arches, which then fit back into the tail section, which you see fitting together almost like a piece of a jigsaw puzzle when it goes back together again. But also the level that these teams have got to now, you were talking about reliability, but in terms of the team level, you know that rear wing going on will have the same aero settings as the rear wing that came off, because they would have made absolutely certain when they were doing all their spares, when they do the rod ends for the suspension to change components, they have the whole corner there to just bolt on, and they make sure that all the rod ends are wound in on the same amount of threads, so that when you put it on, you don't have a different toe, you don't have different camber, you get everything almost as interchangeable as you possibly can get, and that was a real slick change there.
And cars, the design of cars now, Jay Moore, is from the concept of the cars to be serviceable. There's no point in having an endurance car that's going to run up to 24 hours, let's say, where you've got to drop the floor and it takes 2 hours to change, I don't know, a starter motor. And I'd say that is an example that I know happened back in the day in a 675 car.
Well, you saw it even to the point where actually the manufacturers getting involved got so good at it that the rule setters, the people making the rules had to step in and stop it. For example, Audi, they were actually stopped. They were literally changing gearbox internals because they were just fitting one out and fitting one in,
like
and they
a
were
cassette system,
like a cassette system, and they had to change the rulings because obviously they were saying you can't, like for example at Le Mans, you cannot change the engine. You're effectively out of the race, but you can fix the engine you got. Same with the gearbox, you've got to fix everything that you've got. But they were effectively changing everything. Then they worked a way to not change the case, to change the internals, and so it's incredible what they can do now. And you know, you remember that crash that Alan McNish had at the Porsche curves, and he came back in and the car looked destroyed, and like, I don't know, what was it, minutes later he's back out on the track. I mean, these things are incredible.
I think it was 4.5, 5 minutes for a complete rear end change back in the day with the dry brake and everything on them, everything, and as you say, everything's set up. I remember talking to Brad Kettler of Audi Sport about them practicing, and Shay, you can chip in on this because it involves your dad. Champion used to run the R8 right here at Atlanta, and having your dad run around, and he would get on a secure frequency from Brad, he would get a code, and then he would radio into the pit and say, these are the things I've got wrong with the car, drive the car into the pits the next lap around, and they would already have the service parts ready to go, Shay. And your dad did an awful lot of that for Champion Racing.
Yeah, he did, and that was even an HSR. That wasn't even an ALMS that he was doing that sort of stuff. So they take their racing very seriously. But you're right, Champion with 3 overall wins at the Motul Petit Le Mans 2003, 2004, 2005. They're on the Andy Blackmore Spotters Guide across from the stop finish line for me right now. We had 5 GTLM and 5 GTD pit callers, and it was basically driver changes across the board. Tommy Milner got out of the 4 Corvette, handed over to Alexander Sims. Again, his first time going into the gloom of the evening. As far as GTD pit stops, we had Lawrence Vantor into the number 9 Pfaff Motorsport Porsche. Zachary Robichon was out. Ross Gunn is back behind the wheel of the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And now we have Jan Halen in that 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche. We talked to him a few minutes ago, and he told us that he was very much looking forward to driving the race, and whatever was going to happen was going to happen. Keep an eye on that blue and black carbon hood car. I really like the livery this weekend. It's not what they designed, but, you know, it kind of works.
Well, Jeremy Shaw has been watching the timing and scoring, and Larry Holt, with his never say die attitude from Multimatic, I think he might have just got his wish, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think so. Lila Gader is calling the strategies, I presume, on the pit wall. That call to bring that car in right before that caution period paid out absolutely magnificently, because I think now that car has just got the wave around, and I believe it's back on the lead lap. Wait and see where it is on the racetrack now.
Yeah, showing us 1:16 down. Yeah, and it's come straight into the pits to take its service. Never second guess the gate. In Gate we trust. Lena also being co-opted, I noticed, and rented out, if you will, by Multimatic to McLaren for their Extreme E program, electric racing program, where she's going to be teamed up with her sister Tina, who has a CV that's just as impressive as Lena's, having been a Formula One engineer. So it will be the Gid sisters who will be working with Zach Brown and McLaren on their Extreme E, the electric off-road racing series. Fuel only for that Mazda. Back out onto the track. Now, there was something else that I was looking at there. Oh, yes. We've now had over 2.25 hours of safety car, and I think, and Shay, you can have a look the next time it comes round, I think we've swapped safety cars. I think we've actually worn out a safety car already, because the BMW Grand Coupe, yeah, we have.
Yeah, they've run out of fuel. It's gone off to refuel, hasn't it?
It's gone down the road to Brazelton.
Chain brakes and tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Grand Coupe that we had from BMW early on has retired. We've got a second BMW leading the field around at the moment. We did have sorry, Jerry, go ahead.
It'll be interesting to see, obviously fantastic for the 55 Mazda to get back onto the lead lap, albeit a little bit behind now, but it'll be interesting to see in terms of how much track position they're behind. You've got GTD, LMGT cars, LMP3 cars in between them and the DPIs in front.
That news...
Yeah, but that'll get the wave around. It'll be able to haul on through before we go back to green. And for those of you
That's
at the track perhaps not familiar with the IMSA regulations, before we get ready for a restart, the prototype cars will all line up at the front of the field
right now,
ahead of all the GT cars, which is happening right now. Yeah. So if you see cars overtaking behind the safety car, that's what is happening. This is a planned procedure. The cars are instructed to stay to one side of the racetrack. I think it's which side is it, John? It's the left, I think, isn't it? Whichever, I can't remember now.
It varies from track to track, but it's normally
it's the right-hand side. You
right-hand side on the back straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct. So, so the cars are on track, keep to the left, and anybody who's making a move, and they can only. It's not that they're not told by race control, so it's up to the teams to recognise what they can do and who they can overtake. But the Mazda now will be able to haul right past everybody else and take up position at the tail of that train of cars.
Is that also with the LMP2s as well? Are they still in the mix? Are they actually sort of DPIs and LMP2s, or are they still in the middle of it all?
The prototype, it's a prototype class.
So he may have P2s and P3s in between him and the 6th place DPI then?
Yeah. I think so.
Having said that, it looks like it's only 4.2 seconds. So that's worked out beautifully for the 55 car.
And that news is going to really excite Tracy Pinnock, who has dropped us a note at IMSA Radio. Please tell me the 55 is back on the lead lap. Yes, it is, Tracy. They're back in the fight, and we're about to go green with 4.5 hours of racing still to go. Do you know, for all of the interruptions we've had, the first half and more of the race seems to have gone by in the blink of an eye to me, as we're back to green flag racing. We are past official sunset now, official darkness in about 20 minutes time. It will get dark very quickly, even though there's still the last vestiges of sunlight in the sky over to the west of Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, through up the inside. There's a position made up, 2 positions made up by Harry Tinknell from 7th up into 5th, past Earl Bamber and Jimmy Johnson on the restart before he got the turn 2. Yeah. Magnificent stuff.
Again, experience from Harry there. He knew about cold tyres. It's dark now, and you got Jimmy Johnson, obviously not particularly up to speed in these cars as a 3rd driver, and Earl Bamber, despite the great job he's doing, Harry's been driving these cars all year, and absolutely beautiful. I noticed he got a really good run through 12, had a look into it, actually almost went 3 wide into turn 1, had a good look, and then he was much better on the brakes going through into 2 and 3, and then got a really good overtake, just ducking underneath Jimmy Johnson to go into 5th place as you turn down into the S's. So he's on a mission now. So that car had the pace earlier, as we saw and Jeremy was talking about. Then they had that unfortunate spark plug issue with the electrode and the spark plug, dropped them right back, and now they've definitely got the pace. They're back in the hunt for this victory.
What a way to finish this wonderful program from Mazda. They've really engaged with the fans, and they've allowed the fans to sign the bodywork. They asked people to put their stories in on social media and send in their signatures, and that was incorporated into the livery of the EW2 Mazda DPI this weekend. And even Shea Adam on the grid added her name as well onto that. What a few years it's been. Juan Montoya then leading the motor race after the spin. Remember when he was leading before, pretty much on his in lap, so that's a bit of redemption for JPM as well. And 31 in third position, Felipe Nasser in the wheel and engineering car. We've got some really experienced drivers out there, and it's getting dark by the seconds now. It's not just gently fading out, it's almost like switching off a light switch here.
Yeah, it is, and you can still see the camera is actually, I think the human eye is actually slightly better in situations this than the camera, but nevertheless, as soon as it gets like this, you start losing your depth perception a little bit, so it'll actually help when it gets properly dark, and then it's really nice for the drivers to be able to, the same driver to actually drive into darkness, because you can gradually then pick up as it gets slightly darker lap by lap. You just find your rhythm, your turn-in points, your brake points, everything else. It's harder for the driver getting in when the last time he drove was at daylight and he gets in and it's dark. It always takes a lap or two to just get your rhythm and get your markers set.
Let's go down to the pit lane. Dane Cameron is standing by with Shea Adam for a VP Racing Fuel Pit report.
Dane, you've done this race so many times before. How tricky is it in the car when the sun is disappearing this quickly?
Yeah, it's fun in the sunset. I think you're past the hard part here where the sun's really in your eyes. I was actually really surprised in qualifying how bad it was in turn 3. I didn't really, I don't pay much attention to the schedule. I didn't know we were qualifying basically at sunset, but yeah, now is a really fun time when it's just kind of getting dark here, but yeah, so much more of the race here than we've ever had at night, and probably the coldest conditions that I can ever remember, so it's going to be really, really tough here at the end of this race. Really difficult, as we saw with what happened to the 01, I think there's going to be a lot more of that kind of stuff to happen, just because it's so difficult out of the pits here. Obviously no tire warmers in IMSA, and kind of everyone seems a little bit on a different strategy, at least in DPI, and yeah, it's going to be a pretty wild last couple hours here.
How good is the Meyer-Shank Acura at switching its tires on?
Yeah, I don't think it's really been too bad. It's kind of like the Daytona thing in a way, where the first journey out of the pits is quite a struggle, so getting through 3, 4, and out of 5, and if you can get through that point in the right direction, then you're kind of okay from there. Same as Daytona, you're just waiting and hoping to get to the banking, and then everything kind of calms down from there. So I think we have a good car. The boys have done a really good job, I think, on the back half of this year. We've had some really strong pace. It'd be nice to convert it into a good result for all the hard work the boys have done all year.
How nice is it to drive with Juan again?
Oh, my special little buddy. I love it. I love driving with that guy. We get on so well. We work really well together from a setup side and everything else. And having Elio in the car this weekend as well is very cool. Obviously, we know each other super well from the past few years, so it's a pretty easy plug-and-play deal for everybody. And yeah, it's fun to share the car with both those guys.
Leading right now, just 4.5 hours to go. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of normal IMSA race distances, Jeremy, to go at the moment. You really do have to reprogram yourself. We start and finish the season in IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship with long races, the 24 hours, the Rolex 24 at Daytona, of course, coming up at the end of January. And whilst we're talking about that, check the schedules for next year, already set in stone from IMSA, with the Raw before the 24 running the weekend before the big race. So that is worth a trip if you haven't been down there before. Even if you have, an opportunity to see plenty of racing. And then we've got Super Sebring back. All things being equal, the WEC will be back to open the excitement on the Friday evening before we go racing on Saturday for the main event, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. That's St Patrick's Day week.
And spot the drive there. I wasn't paying attention to the schedule. I think we're on board here. Is this a replay, or is this because number 31 car has got past the number 10. In fact, the number 10 car, Alexander Rossi, has all of a sudden slipped back 2 or 3 positions.
Bamba's gone through as well on Rossi, yeah.
Yeah, he has. Last time around,
we saw Bamber actually. Yeah, sorry, Jeremy. We saw Bamber actually go down the inside and then round the outside into 2. That's how he got that. Really, I was just about to say, a fantastic move from him to put on Alex Rossi. Really lovely speed through 1.
Still, Earl still obviously dialing himself in.
Yeah,
gently.
still gently. Yes, exactly.
Not lacking confidence, Jeremy, is that Kiwi driver.
Important. I mean, there's still a long way to go, obviously, but my point there was that the championship aspirations, of course, it's between number 10 and number 31 for the championship. The order of 10 was at number 31. Now the 31 car is 3 cars clear of the number 10 car. Long way to go, obviously, but still very potentially significant.
Fantastic to keep an eye on that. Don't forget, we've got another tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points, and that's all closed up nicely as well after the 4-hour mark. Jeremy went through those a little bit earlier on at the 8-hour mark, so what, in an hour and a half's time we should be 2.5 hours time we should be into another set of points there, and then the finish of the race as well. 4, 8 and 10 for the Michelin Endurance Cup. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. Brilliant racing, fabulous 3-car battle now in LMP2 with Win Autosport, the number 11 car, in 8th position overall with Thomas Merrill. Then Scott Huffaker behind him in the 52 is only half a second behind in the PR1 Matheson Motorsport car, and then Gabriel Aubry for Tower Motorsport in the number 8. He's only another 3/10 behind, so within a second or thereabouts the top 3 in LMP2. So that's good strategy, Jeremy, from Tower Motorsport, because they weren't on the lead lap not so very long ago, and in fact Wayne Boyd's only another 7 seconds further back for United. There's where the wave by, the pass around helps. We've now got all 4 of the LMP2 cars, Jeremy, back on the lead lap. As into the pit lane comes the number 9. Now is this coming out back out again? So this is the
number 7.
Yeah, it's the number 7 Junior 3 car back on pit road, so that car repairs and with some extra body work. But fantastic, Jeremy, that we've got all of the 4 LMP2s back on the lead lap and within 7 seconds of each other.
Brilliant. 2 hours ago there was 2 laps. The number 22 car for United Autosports was 2 laps behind number 52 car, and that's a function of all sorts of different things. It's not just the fact that there are wave arounds and strategies to play, but also who is driving which car when, because there's a big differential in the experience and speed of the drivers in the LMP2 go way more so, of course, than the all professional ranks in DPI, where all the drivers are very closely matched.
I couldn't agree more, Jeremy, because I think certainly in the 52 PR1 Matheson, I think that it looked like Ben Keating has probably got all of his driving that he needs to do in this race out of the way, because he seemed to be spending a lot of time in the car. So whether that's the same for the other cars in that class, and you're right, at the moment certainly they've all got their quick guys on board, but you're right, it all depends when and how they do that and how they use, and if you can use it where there's a lot of yellow, if you're going for an outright situation where you're trying to optimize it, that's what you'll do. Try and make sure that your slower driver is in when there's a lot of full course yellow.
What car was that you were talking about, Johnny? The
52.
52, stand by for a second. Ben's in the car at the moment, and he has done...
He shouldn't be in the car at the moment. I think that's Scott Huffaker.
Okay, fine. Stand by. Let me just refresh.
And also, how much time has Jim Maguire spent in the 22 as well?
Right. Yeah, because I don't think I saw Jim in the car as much, Jeremy, as I felt like Ben was in it all the time. But
well, Ben Keating's done 2 hours and 47 minutes there or thereabouts.
Is that his? I think that's, you have to do 2:45, don't you?
Shea told us earlier on, and I tried to write it down and forgot to do it. 2:30.
Yeah, 2 hours and 30.
So he's done all his drive time.
Correct. He's done half of the race so far, the time so far.
What about Jim Maguire?
What was the other car?
Jim Maguire, I think the number 22.
22.
Yes. Wayne Boyd's at the wheel of that at the moment in 4th place, but
Jim's done 2 hours and 40 minutes.
So okay, so this is going to be a fight to the end. So this is very exciting, Jeremy. They're all within seconds of each other, and this, as you say, has a long way to go, but they're all in the hunt, and that's all we can ask for.
Sorry, I'm not quite as good on all of the stats pages. I normally have them spread over more screens, but not quite up to Trustwellian
Was that the 31 car going around?
Round the outside.
I'm sure that looked like the 31 car spinning there. I saw it. No.
Going round the outside into turn 10, having a little bit of a battle with the
number
10 car. Now,
where's number 5 then?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that must have been a replay.
That was earlier.
A replay of, as you mentioned quite rightly, so that would have been Felipe Nasr getting around Alex Rossi that you mentioned before, Jeremy.
Indeed so.
Well worked out, Mr. Mullen. You're getting quite good at this.
I don't know about that.
Thanks for being with us, Johnny, by the way. It's been fabulous.
Oh, I'm enjoying every second.
Having you here so far, but you're not going anywhere. I'm going to chain you into the...
No, I'm here to the end.
Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre.
I'm drawn into this now because all of the fights, GTD, GTLM, LMP3 slightly less so, but LMP2 and of course DPI, the fight at the front now. We've got everybody back pretty much on the lead lap, so it's going to be a really good fight to the end for the next 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Coming up to 6 o'clock Atlanta time, it is now full dark. There's a beautiful orange glow, a Tuscan orange glow in the air at the west side. If you look down to the east side, it's inky blue. Not a cloud in the sky all through the race so far today. It's been absolutely stunning weather. It's now getting very, very chilly indeed. The outside temperature well into single figures now in terms of Celsius, sitting around about 9 degrees Celsius, and it will get colder. Projected to be down to possibly even as cold as 5 degrees by the end of the race, and that is going to give the Michelin tyre techs a little bit of a head scratching to do. That's all going to be about, Johnny, getting your starting pressures right, isn't it?
Absolutely, and forgive me for being slightly ignorant here, because do we have different compounds that we can use? So if you think about it,
the only cars that have different compounds are GT Le Mans. They have 3 different, as you know, with Michelin, they call them heat ranges, don't they? Rather than hard, medium, and soft, they call them cold, medium,
but
and
the DPIs are running the same compound all the way through. That just shows you then how hard it's going to be for them to generate tyre temperature when it has been up until now, let alone when we get into the really cold temperatures at night.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the number 55 car, by the way, has just found a way past Alexander Rossi. So the number 10 car down into 6th position now, and Harry Tinknell back up into 5th in the Mazda car number 55.
Yeah, fantastic.
What a comeback.
It is, and Alex Rossi and Jimmy Johnson.
How did Bamber get back ahead of Tinks?
I think I misread that. I think it was an LMP2 that he'd gone past, then so I think Bamber was always in front of him.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that was my fault.
Yeah. Brilliant restart by Tinks, nevertheless. 5th position, 8.7 seconds away from the lead, held by Juan Montoya at the moment, and
Felipe Nasr's keeping him honest, though. He's really 9/10 of a second behind, and even in traffic. So Montoya not able to do what we've been seeing and stretch it into like a 5, 6, 7 second lead, and now they're really nose to tail, and this is turning into a real battle for the first 3 even, because 3rd place Loic Duval, he's actually only 3.3 seconds behind.
Hello to Chris Herc in Germany, coming up to midnight in Central Europe. He said, I've been there since the start and I'm staying up. Thanks for the coverage. Thanks for listening and loaning us your ears and your eyes for the 10 hours, Chris. Massive international interest in the race that started the American Le Mans Series Odyssey. This race in 1998, and then the series starting in 1999. I remember being here in 98, looking at the track and thinking, and I think we had over 50 cars that year, thinking, this is a fool's errand. We will be sweeping this up all the way through. And it was 6 or 7 hours before we even got the first safety car. Magnificent stuff with the old prototypes around there. Ferrari 333 SPs, all of that stuff. Oh, dear me, be still my beating heart. And here we are, still going 24 years later. still having a crack at it, and I think Dr. Don somewhere, Dr. Pianos, will be looking at this and be very proud at what he started, and so he should be.
And absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more there, John. Riding on board with the Harry Tinks in the 55 Mazda there, coming up behind the LMGT Corvette, and actually quite impressed to see how patient he was being. He's not overworking it at all, and almost sounded like he had a little bit of lift and coast actually then, Harry Tinknell, down into 10A. I don't know if that's just the way the cameras go, but that was...
What do you mean by that, Jim? What do you mean by lift and course?
Well,
and why is he doing it?
So you'd lift early, brake later, and so you'd lift and then brake later on, and basically it's a way
rather than coming
fuel.
straight off the throttle and banging on the brakes.
It's just saving fuel, basically. It saves you a little bit on brakes, but it saves you fuel. Jeremy's saying that's totally normal, so I guess they're all doing it. But that's the first time I've gone on board with someone going into 10A and noticed it. But obviously at this stage as well, you've got a number to go to. You'll be giving your engineer a fuel number that's on your dash. You'll be asking for it periodically every 2 or 3 laps. They've obviously got real-time telemetry as well, I believe, in this, so they'll probably be able to see that as well. But they always like to have confirmation from the driver, and sometimes they'll get you to run to a fuel number.
Yeah, that's right, Johnny. And you know, as you well know, if you use less fuel, you have to put less in at the next pit stop. Your pit stop could be a little bit quicker, and so you're always kind of planning ahead, aren't you? And, and certainly, I think that team, well, most of the teams, I think, are doing the same sort of thing. It's not sort of thing you notice all the time, certainly, but I think it happens pretty regularly. And yeah, where he is right now in this part of the stint in particular, sort of halfway through a stint almost. There's no point in burning all the fuel up to catch up the guy ahead of him at this stage, is there?
No, absolutely. And sometimes they've got things that they program into the dash, and it actually tells you, a thing comes up on the dash, tells you when to lift, then when to brake.
Really?
It literally, they're making it so idiot-proof for us drivers.
Even I could do it.
So even you could do it, John.
I think not. Harry is 2 laps to the good in terms of the 4 cars ahead of him on fuel. Juan Montoya, Felipe Nasr, Loic Duval and Earl Bamber all were in the pit lane 2 laps earlier than Harry Tinknell made his last stop in that Mazda.
I think, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, I think that twice now...
Hang on. We need a klaxon for this. Morlem out on a limb warning.
I'm always out on a limb.
Prediction.
I think this is Mazda's day, and I'll tell you why I think that.
I can't believe you've said that.
Because twice, through luck, not judgment, through luck, they pitted just before a full course yellow. And the first time they got them to the lead of the race, no big deal. The second time, when that happened, it really turned their race around and got them back effectively after it all panned out onto the lead lap again. So that's twice they've got super lucky when they pitted, and neither time was judgment, it was just luck.
Hang on a second, you're a driver, you don't believe in luck, do you?
There was a little bit of judgment in the fact that they made the decision to come in, particularly on the first time. They wanted to get themselves off strategy.
Well, yes, that's what I said earlier. They needed to go off strategy, but then the timing of the yellow was
out of their control.
Was out of their control, and then was sheer luck that it got them there. So I just think it seems to be falling their way, and I just think, you know, when sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I'm hoping that they're both today, but I don't know. I just got a funny feeling we thought they were dead and buried half an hour ago.
Well, Larry Holt never does, though.
No, but Larry never gives up on anything.
And you know what they say about lucky and good? I remember saying to Reinhold Joost, you know, he would say, it's better to be lucky than good. And I would say, but yes, you're both. And as he always used to say, the more you prepare, the luckier you get. Yeah.
I mean, talking about lucky, remember when Alan binned it on the outlap?
Took him 6 hours to get back to the lead of that race. I remember that.
And went on to win it.
Yeah,
I said to him at the end of that day, he should retire now. It doesn't get better than this. Unfortunately, he went on to win world championships and everything else.
Yeah, and Le Mans again.
Absolutely. Yeah. Unfortunately for all of us.
It would be a lovely way to end. I mean, I can make a case for so many people winning this weekend on an emotional level, Jeremy, that would make great stories that probably if you wrote them down as a screenplay, people would say, don't be silly, that would never happen. But such is the volatility of what can happen in a race like Motul Petit Le Mans, and in fact has done down through the years. We've seen races here lost in the last 5 miles, let's not forget.
well, last laps even, haven't we?
Yeah.
There was an incident just a year or two ago, wasn't there? I'm not very good at remembering short-term things like that. If you asked me 30 years ago, I could probably remember, but not now. But there was somebody when it was a crash on the last lap, was it a year or two ago?
Yeah. And we had Jürgen Muller in the BMW V12, went off with a lap and a half to go, which cost them the race. I remember that very well.
Did
very
he go
well
to the
indeed.
gravel at 10A?
He did, yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
I think I was in that one. God,
You don't
that
count
is,
your
passing the
chickens,
Porsche.
do you?
that's right. Yeah, I remember.
No poultry,
down.
no poultry will be in any way, shape or form adjudicated before the end of this race. Absolutely right, Jeremy.
A new best lap there by number 31 car, Felipe Nasser, the up to pole through there, 1 minute 9.955. First time I've noticed a sub 10 for a little while. The leader's doing low 10s, however. The last two laps are 1 minute 10.3, 1 minute 10.1.
He's still keeping him honest, though, isn't he, Jeremy?
That's right.
That's a good battle. I wish we could focus in on that a little bit, because that's a really good battle at the front. But running on board, every time we go on board with any cars coming down.
On the back straight at the moment, coming down
into 10A.
There is a car between them at the moment. They must be absolutely together. It's an LMP3 car, because there was very little gap between them. I think they've both cleared that car now. Yes, they have. It was the Fast MD number 40 that they went through, and then they've also gone past the Jerome Blaker motor driven Riley Motorsport number 91 LMP3, but they're both through, down through the S's now for that lead battle. Ahead of them, 3 more LMP2, check that, LMP3 cars. United Autosports number 2. They've also got the number 38 car, which is the Performance Tech Rasmus Lind driven car, and they're coming to turn 6 now with that threesome of LMP3 cars going. Change in third position, Jeremy. Earl Bamber continues his brilliant run for his first competitive laps in that 01 Cadillac that he'll be driving full-time next year.
Yeah, got past Loic Duval last time around, and on this next lap he's pulled out. He's now 3 seconds clear of him. So Earl Bamber up into third position. Number 5. I don't know whether number 5 car is struggling. Well, I think he probably is, because the gap, he was maintaining pace with the 2 leaders until the last 4 or 5 laps. He lost 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Now he's been overtaken. Now he's lost another 2 seconds. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that number 5 car. I fear that something might be awry.
Yeah, maybe Shay can tell us, because obviously he had the contact, didn't he, with Earl Bamber,
yes.
and he had the right, the right front dive plane was literally hanging off at that point. Whether they had a chance to put that back on, it's difficult. I don't know if they did a full nose change, but you'd have to do a full nose change for that. Maybe they thought better of it because it was only the dive plane that went, but that would be losing him a lot of front downforce. They did do a nose change. Okay, so then that's not the excuse for him at the moment, struggling a wee bit.
Unless he's knocked something else out of true.
It could.
Not the tracking out a bit, or the toe.
Unlikely. It wasn't. I don't think it was any contact with the suspension, but it could literally be just something as simple as that car. Just the balance is just going away at night as it gets colder, and suddenly he's not got the same confidence in the car. It can be sometimes that simple.
Harry Tinknell now just a second and a half away from Loic Duval in that car. In fact, just on a second, in fact.
Running on board, going down into 10A actually with Harry as we speak.
That's the noise you can hear in the background. The lights ahead are the rear lights ahead are the number 5 car. There's some traffic there, and that hasn't helped Loic Duval at all, as he's trying to clear one of the LMP3 cars, which he does down the inside to turn 12.
He's going to get a really good run through 12.
Lovely.
He clears
that was the Wins car.
LMP2.
Yeah.
He's got the bit between his
LMP3,
teeth, Harry.
yes.
Sorry, LMP3, sorry. He's got the bit between his teeth, Harry. So much more speed through the apex of 1. Really good on the brakes, over 2. Hits the curb on the inside, takes a bit more curb there than Loic Duval. It's flat all the way down through here. Flat down into the S's. Oh. That was beautiful there. Braking in a straight line. Don't clip the curb on the right as you turn in.
You run your wheels right alongside that curb on the right side to try and steer away from the bump.
Yeah, if you touch the curb on the right, because it curves around, if you touch that, it just flicks you left and you get oversteer and just go off to the left-hand side.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Never happened to anybody, that.
Oh, right, okay. You're going to tell me a story about...
No. Saw it happen to someone else, for asking for a friend. Down onto the back straight again, and the gap continues to come down. And again, it could be traffic that plays a part here. It's the United Autosports LMP3 car that is just ahead of them as they go through turn 12 and across the start-finish line in front of the Michelin Tower. Now down towards turn 1. There's a couple of LMP3 cars there, and this might be the opportunity. Also just gone by the number 44 Magnus Racing GT Daytona Acura NSX with Andy Lally on board. He made sure to stay well out of the way. Behind them, the Konica Minolta car actually is only another 2 seconds further back. The number 10 Acura with the Rossi on board, who isn't retiring at the weekend.
Yeah, on that last lap, the gap between Loic Duval and Harry Tincknell was 0.083 seconds across the line, so absolutely tucked in right behind him.
It's Johnny Morlam.
I think.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
0.08 would be almost pretty much alongside him, I think.
Yeah, well, that's less than a car's length, Jeremy. You're spot on.
Yeah, exactly. You're right there, Jeremy. So maybe he was on the inside of him. Either that or Loic Duval was defending the inside, but you're right. That would have been a good shot.
Headlights now absolutely de rigueur, just to see the track. And just to remind everybody, if you can't see the pictures, if you're outside the USA and you want to see what we're seeing in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, go to imsaradio.com. We are going all the way to the end, no interruptions, and
I think you're right there, Jeremy. I think
he's gone
Harry
through.
Tincknell is in front of of Loic Duval. So that you were probably right. That was probably the move happening.
Yep.
Yeah.
It cost him a couple of seconds to the car in front, but that's no concern whatsoever. Because he's got a good car and he's driving it beautifully at the moment.
7 seconds, Jeremy. Let's remember that. 7 seconds with 4 hours and 4 minutes to go between himself and a place on the podium. Earl Bamber, however, is not hanging about either. He's driving very well at the moment. The leader is Juan Montoya, just coming under the Fox Factory Bridge, plunging down to turn 12 as he goes through and clicks off another lap. And we've got a dead car outside, and it's a car that was leading a class. Now that's it, right in the middle of the S's, and there's no lights on. That's a full electrical failure down there. There's been an incident at turn 4. I can only see a prototype.
Is that the DPI?
I don't think so. I thought I saw a 0-1 illuminated on the side.
I saw that as well, but
which would suggest it was a leader in class. We're going full course yellow, and there's another car facing the wrong direction as well.
That's at LMP3.
I can't decide whether it's United Autosports.
I think that was United Autosports.
Well, it's definitely if it rolls forward a tiny bit, it'd be under a light. It is. There's 2 cars stopped. One at turn 4 and another one on.
That's really strange.
On the run down from 5 to 6, and neither of them have got any lights on. Yes, Jeremy, you're right. Very, very dangerous indeed. So I think there's been a coming together through the S's. One car stopped straight away, and the other one has struggled on a bit further.
But I don't understand why their lights would be complete, and especially that. I mean, down into the S's, that is so dangerous. I cannot tell you how dangerous.
Off to driver's left, but as Johnny says, I mean, that is a dark, dark place down there.
Not that you'd want to be running out there normally, but you just never know. If someone runs a bit wide, or a prototype's sort of trying to go around the outside of someone there, but now obviously it's gone full course yellow, it's fine. But I don't understand why there are no lights on. That looks like a full electrical shutdown. There's not even any lights. There's not any lights in the cockpit from the dash.
Correct.
You can see it's completely gone
that's
dead.
for both cars.
Yeah, it doesn't, and it looks otherwise healthy. It's going to be a case of towing it, I think.
And I still haven't identified the car at turn 4, because it is in a very dark place, literally, and I'm presuming metaphorically as well for the team.
Well, I think it's the number
it is the number 2.
The number 2 and the number 38
Right, so Performance Tech.
So unrelated, weren't in the fight, different laps, you could say.
Yeah, but incident at turn 4
and
came
that
up on the
was
screen.
the lead. That was the Tom Gamble leading United
Yes, I thought
Autosports, and
that
you
was
called it right. And you saw the 01 for a second.
Just for a second.
He was probably trying to fire it up,
Cyclist,
and it almost like the battery had gone completely flat. It's very strange. Really unfortunate for United Autosports.
They were leading in LMP3, and that car with Tom Gamble on board, dead stick at turn 4, between turn 5 and 6 is where the Rasmus Lindh Performance Tech car is.
I suppose that is kind of close enough in proximity to be related, maybe.
If they've had it's just that the fact that I saw that there was an incident at turn 4 and one of the cars was at turn 4, and that normally comes up from a flag marshal or an observer's report to race control. Coming down to 4 hours to go. You're listening to IMSA Radio on imsaradio.com, on XM202 around North America, and on 98.1 Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta FM, and of course in sound and vision if you're outside the USA on imsaradio.com. We'll go to the end of the race with no interruption. Stay with us as we take a short breath to try and work out what has gone on to bring out another safety car period. So this is the 8th full course caution. Shea Adam has been speaking to United Autosport down in the pit lane. Contact, something gone awry, Shea? What happened to Tom Gamble? Horrible look, whatever's happened. They were leading the class.
Nope, the car just stopped is what the team said, and I've just made my way down to Performance Tech, so I'll figure out what's going on down here too.
Thank you, Shea. Well, cruel look, Jeremy, for a team that was, I think, 3rd position rather than leading. I was rather confused by seeing the 0-1 car. They had led that class. They'd been around the sharp end of the field for quite some time. And even under tow, not a flicker of lights. Performance Tech, I think, has gone onto a tow as well. Or is that on a flatbed down there? Again, it's a very dark part.
It looks like a
circuit.
tow, John, and I think maybe, I don't think they're related.
No, I think you're right.
But it could be that they are related in terms of the, I was just about to say that maybe they're both related but different in terms of the LMP3 have an issue potentially.
So Shea, Adam has now spoken to both the teams. Shea, what has Performance Tech told you about their problem?
Exactly the same thing. No warning, no indication. The car just died. They can't even talk to their driver though, because of course the radio shut off with the electrics gone. Bye-bye.
Uh-oh. Right, okay. That serves me right, doesn't it, Jeremy? For speaking about how reliable these cars are.
Yeah.
That is the strange. I mean, that is what, quarter of a mile of each other, if that, on the circuit.
Yeah. And within seconds of each other as well.
Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Well,
there wasn't an incident there. That's good news.
Well, now we have got some power to the United Autosport car. They've got their...
He'll have maybe bump started it on behind on the toe.
Possibly. He's certainly got the...
I can only assume it's a battery/alternator issue, and then maybe the alternator stopped. Yeah, that's the one, Jeremy.
A batterinator.
Maybe the batterinator stopped charging, and then they were running on the battery, and then obviously it just shuts down. It just drained everything, and then you've got nothing.
And the batteries on race cars, of course, are very, very small indeed. They're not meant... Even these cars where you do stop the engine and restart them sometimes, but they're not meant to run for any distance, and they tend to be as small and as light as they can be, because of course it's weight that you don't want to have.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously all hypothesis at this stage, but in actual fact, if they could get it in and get it working again, it might be one of those things where you just do a full reboot, change the battery, or not even change the battery, just start it up, get the alternator running, and then suddenly it can just go again and not happen. Sometimes you have that strange things happen with these cars.
Unlike your road
Unfortunately,
car,
of course, he's going to lost several laps. I think he was on the lead lap. He'd got himself back on the lead lap, I think, as the other two contenders in LMP3, which is led by number 74 car, number 30. They're about
Well, he was leading at the time it happened to him,
I
wasn't
think.
No, I think he was sitting in third when it happened. He had been leading.
Sort of,
right, okay.
Maybe a while ago.
Yeah.
But just a quick note as we see pit stops. Number 48 team, Jimmy Johnson was doing a really nice job there. He was hanging on about 4 seconds behind the rest of the cars, but he lost a total of maybe 2 seconds through a 20-lap stint. So hats off there to Jimmy Johnson.
Shea Adam, let's head to her for some pit stops under yellow flag. Not the first time we've said that this weekend.
No, it's not. And the Tower Motorsport car very close to the LMP2 competition that it's actually coming up against. And I'm back down here saddled with the LMP3 machines. We've got the 74 Riley technology car in the pit lane from the lead of the race. No driver change here, I don't think. That looks like they just have the door open to give Scott Andrews a drink bottle. They are doing 4 Michelins though, and those, they are stickers. That's going to be treacherous out there. Not even scrubbed rubber. Waiting on the fuel. Drinks bottle has been removed from the car. Yep, there was a nice big straw in there. Just waiting on the fuel, still waiting. Oh, it's such a long time. There we go. Now, wow, beautiful burnout to get some heat into the Michelins. They leave first of the LMP3 cars that came onto the pit lane. Second to that category was the number 30. We did not see the Core Autosport car back in yet, but I do want to see it because it's been a little while.
Ollie Jarvis has just sent us a message a little while ago after the klaxon of a Morlem certainty went off. Ollie Jarvis saying thanks, that's the kiss of death there from Jolly Morlem. Hi Ollie, nice driving today mate, and be back in the car I'm sure before the end of the race. Dave Alcock says, don't tell me the PS3s are installing Windows updates mid-race. They'll be stopping all around the track soon. Nothing worse, is there, when you're dashing to do something and you fire up one of your computers and it says, installing update. And half an hour later, you're sitting tapping your fingers when you're trying to do something.
63% done.
Oh, yeah. All been there. Happened to me this morning, actually, when I was firing things up prior to our coverage of warm-up.
It'd be really interesting to see in this if any other LMP3s have the same issue, and also if they can get both of these cars back out again.
Yeah.
Because obviously they've got to diagnose what it is first. But
Yeah,
you're
very
right,
good point.
22 cars obviously got its... Well, I don't know if I'm assuming... I don't know if the engine's running, but it's certainly got its lights back working again. The 38 doesn't appear to be.
Yeah.
Although it's difficult to tell with the headlights as they come down into 10A, the headlights shining through the side, and they've stopped there. They've stopped towing them back on the inside on the of 10B.
Yeah,
as other cars come through, letting the train go through, which is sensible because obviously the pits, they're coming into the pits. They can't be towing cars into the pits when other cars are coming in because it's literally so narrow you cannot get one car past the other coming down into pit lane at PT.
Notice the FAF car had a headlight out when it came in, but I think that was just when it was on the pit lane speed limiter. That's come back on. Shea Adam, you've got the GT field, GT Le Mans, and those of GTD who feel the need.
FAF is a one-eyed monster when it comes into the pit lane, John. You are correct about that. It's been doing that all week long. I've got the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and there is a driver change there. Ross Gunn is out, and it is Roman DeAngelis back in. We've also got fuel and tires, sticker tires for the 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche, and sticker tires for the 12 Lexus as well. So not yet using the scuffed-in rubber. A very soft landing back down for the Wright Motorsport Porsche as they're doing a bit of work to the rear wing. It looks like they're actually changing the angle a bit. So perhaps Jan Halen, we know he's a madman. Perhaps he actually wants some wing out to try and find a little bit more speed. The rest of the cars have already vacated the pit lane, but this looks like it is a bit of strategy going on for Wright.
Note from Alex Brundle. Hello, AB. Hope you're fitting well, mate. Know you're working this weekend down at Biggin Hill for Formula One. He says, just point out that LMP3 cars don't often run in the dark, and maybe the internal lights and the night lights is putting a slightly larger load on the electrical systems. Good point, Alex, thank you. And loving your work, by the way. Keep it up. Missing you in the RSL commentary booth. Missing you behind the wheel of a racing car as well. Shame you couldn't be here and have a drive, but congratulations to Alex in getting his ride sorted out for the next couple of seasons with Inter Europol. Announced a few weeks ago. Well done, mate. Absolutely deserved for you. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch. Any other racing drivers want to have a pop at Johnny Morlam for cursing them out on the track and things like that?
Well, let's wait and see what happens in 3 hours, 51 minutes,
you could
and 23
look very
seconds.
good. You could look very good indeed. Very good indeed.
Well, I was getting a bit bored. I thought I'd throw it out there. And I actually do think that they've got some really good pace there.
You know, if you're the win now, you'll have people asking us in future broadcasts to get you back on to say, I think it's XXX day. You know, that'll be, you know how superstitious some people are. No doubt. All right, coming down to, 3 hours, 50 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw, Johnny Morlam, and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Let's just recap our Porsche keys to the race. We're in the dark now, and one of our keys to the race was be fast in the dark. You want a car that's going to run well in the cooler conditions. It is now exceptionally cool as the prototype class split is going on. Points for the Michelin Endurance Challenge. We're a couple of hours or so away still from the next tranche of those. We haven't seen a lot of patience at times. It's been a little bit more hectic than perhaps we would have expected from drivers of the calibre we've seen. But there's a lot on the line, so we understand. One or two people have flirted with the dirt, and it's caused them problems. But the biggest things, 10 degrees Celsius out there at the moment, as the number 2 United Autosport car, unsurprisingly, has gone behind the wall. Biggest thing, Jeremy, has been the temperatures for the tyres. And we've seen consistently people struggling, particularly on their outlap. We're used to that at Daytona in January for the Rolex 24. It's been just as significant here at Motul Petit Le Mans, a month or so later than we would normally be. That outlap is a real nasty time for the drivers, Jeremy.
Well, it really is, and particularly now with the temperatures being so chilly today, and it's going to be, it's only going to get worse as this evening goes along. We've still got nearly 4 hours remaining in this race, so a whole bunch more pit stops for all of these contenders, and it's always coming out of the pits, as Johnny Morlam pointed out a while ago. For those of you who are familiar with other racing worldwide but not here, no artificial warming of the tyres. That's all down to what the drivers can do behind the wheel of these cars. So and they go out of the pit stone cold tyres, and they've got to build that heat and temperature and pressures into that Michelin rubber before they get to full speed again.
I wondered, Johnny, we've just seen the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini come in and change rear tyres only. Now, that's not because they're short of fronts. Presumably that's to keep the heat in the fronts. As you said earlier, it's much easier to get heat in the rears by just accelerating hard, doing a burnout out of the pit lane or wherever. But the fronts obviously are taking more time to come in.
Well, it's not so much they take more time. You just not as easy to generate heat in them because you're only doing it really through cornering or braking, and it's much harder, and especially if you're going out onto a yellow flag situation like this. It makes sense. And also, if you've got a balance and you need to try this to make sure it works. But quite often you'll end up with so much understeer in the car when the tyres are cold because the rears heat up first. So when you put new tyres on any car, it tends to go towards understeer. So by sometimes, even in a qualifying situation, you can actually do where you put a new set of tyres on, come in, just put new rears on, and then you've got the balance quicker when the rear grip is still higher, and you can actually, depending on the balance of your car, actually do a quicker lap time like that with scrub fronts and new rears. In this situation where you've got tyre temp as well, then that could even be, you could get the best of both worlds.
Okay, interesting.
It's not a bad way of doing it. Because it's the lack of front tyre temp which can be effectively the most difficult to handle in terms of braking and turning.
So Johnny Morlam joining us in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Your questions for him at IMSA Radio, and don't forget we've got Michelin post-race tech. We'll wrap up what we've seen today and this week and indeed this season. If you've got any observations, points arising about this race of the year, then drop them on a tweet to us at IMSA Radio. Use the hashtag MichelinPRT for for our final post-race tech of the year. And whilst we've got a moment or two, our plan is to cover the 24-hour race at Sebring next weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Over on RS1, we'll have sound and vision, all free. No blocks up. I know, tell me about it. Don't.
I can't imagine.
I haven't got a dental plan that's good enough for that.
I used to struggle with 12 hours of Sebring, thinking that was harder than 24 hours of Le Mans, for example. 24 hours of Sebring.
And no break in the middle either. It's 24 hours straight through. The 24-hour races that the long races that Redding have done in the States in the past have had a break in the middle. So going back to green flag racing, 3 hours 46 to go, as just heard Shea telling me someone's gone behind the wall. I think it was the performance tech number 38, Rasmus Lindgaard. Yes, it was. Felipe Nasser leads away then for the number 31, red and white, if you can see it out in the darkness, Whelen Cadillac, and he's got a good jump on everybody else. It's Dane Cameron back behind the wheel of the MSR number 60 in second, and then Earl Bamber still in that car. He's done a cracking job. He didn't think he was driving this morning.
Now he's 2.1 seconds off the lead.
And he has led.
And he has led as well.
He has led, yeah. He's done, he's already done 2.25 hours in that car, Johnny. So he's getting very valuable experience in competition terms for the Raw, which has a competitive element now at the start of next year, and then for the Rolex 24. Different circuit, I know, different. Yeah. But there's nothing better than sitting in a car competitively, is there?
No, he is indeed, but he won't be thinking about that. He'll just be thinking about trying to win Petit Le Mans, which will be one of those crazy stories. And on board there, going down into 10A, the Porsche getting around the outside there, and of the number 4 Corvette, but the Corvette cutting a better traction out of 10B and then ducking underneath as they came over the bridge down into 12 and taking the position straight back again. Yeah,
that's great driving by both. That is the battle for the lead in GT.
Yeah, that was fantastic. LM. That was very good, very respectful between the two drivers there. That was really, really nice driving.
It's kind of what you would expect from Alexander Sims and from
Matt Campbell.
Matt Campbell, yeah.
In the Porsche, yeah.
Matt Campbell, what a...
Yeah, fantastic young driver. I remember watching him in WEC last year when we were doing that, and he was really impressive in the Porsche, really good.
Came through Porsche Cup in Australia as well.
Tell you what, Porsche Cup's made a few people along the way. Porsche Cup has.
That's big you as well.
Most competitive series I ever raced in.
Yeah, and you won every single race the year you won it here in the UK.
Yeah, making me blush.
Of course, the competition wasn't like it is now. Now that's a record. I think that's a record.
Actually, you're right.
not true. Not true at all. Not true at all. That's a record that still stands, by the way. Nobody's won more races nobody's won all the races in a season. I think the amount of races in Carrera Cup GP was extended, and I think Tim Harvey still holds the record for the actual finite number of races won in a season, and he only just hung on to that this year. Ironically, from a driver that he manages. So he was getting a bit worried towards the end of the season, so he said, I'm going to have to work harder to get my touring car drive for next year. But the point we're trying to make is, it is a global formula, Porsche Carrera Cup. Everybody's racing the same car. They're all on the same tyres, and therefore, if you look at people, number one, you can transplant people into different series. And number two, if you look at people, you get an idea of the overall ability and quality of the guys out there.
And what Porsche are doing effectively is giving an opportunity to young drivers who may not have a lot of budget but have a lot of talent to actually have an opportunity to become a professional sports car racer. So the pool of talent of young drivers that they're able to pick from is vast, which is why you end up, especially if you think now that they've got Porsche Cup series all over the world, so they're able to really cherry pick the best young drivers out there, bring them on board, and almost have like a Red Bull type program where they can really push them through, and they are all, to a man, incredibly quick drivers.
And for the first time this year here in the United States, Porsche Carrera Cup, we've had GT challenges in the past, but the new 992 Cup car and the change to Michelin as the tyre supplier the outgoing head of Porsche Motorsport North America, Dr. Daniel Armbruster, who finishes his tenure at the end of this year, and it's Dr. Vollmeyer who will be taking over. Effectively, he's already working alongside Dr. Armbruster, but he takes over 1st of Jan next year. But Daniel Armbruster pushing really hard to get that Carrera Cup North America, and we crowned our first overall pro champion here, and that was Sebastian Priaulx.
I was just about to say we need to give Seb Priaulx a shout out, because he came over here. It's difficult to learn the tracks, not a car necessarily he was used to, and the Porsches have a black art to driving Porsches, and Seb Priaulx did a fantastic job to wrap the championship actually with one race still to go. So really chuffed for him. He's got a bright future in front of him.
We had 3 very, very impressive drivers, any of whom would have been worthy winners, and frankly in any other year any one of them could have been
that's what made Seb's win more impressive. I mean,
I agree.
Really
Kai van Berlo from the Netherlands, and Parker Thompson, albeit Parker slightly less experienced in GT cars, but he'd been working his way up the road to Indy before committing full-time, the Canadian driver. Any of those 3, and we'll wait to find out. It's not necessarily the guy that wins that gets nominated to go, so we'll wait to find out. But any of those 3, if they get nominated, they'll give a good account of themselves in the European runoffs.
Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. And Pat Long, of course, was the last US driver back in, oh, he's not going to like me for this, I think it was 2002, that he was the Porsche Junior selection, and that set him on a road that took him right up to and including Porsche prototype racing, of course, and he's racing in his final pro race, so he says. I suspect we'll still see him driving old Porsches. He tends to like the air-cooled, oil-cooled cars. He's one of the driving forces behind the global sensation that is the Luftgekühlt festivals for the older cars.
Just the thing is, and I know this from my own experience, is the joy of driving for everyone, and Pat Long being the poster boy for Porsche, especially Porsche North America, for so long, did a phenomenal job. I remember him arriving in the paddock. He looked like he was about 12 when he first arrived. As you see, that's an LMP3 going again, a 74 car going straight at 10A.
That's the second place car. That was Scott Andrews. In fact, that was the leading car at the time.
There's a spinner number 54
right in the middle of the track at the coming out of turn 7, I think that is. Yes, so it is.
That's the core Autosport car.
That's the 54, which...
Is it Bennett at the wheel?
No, it isn't actually. It is... Let me see. It is George Kurtz at the wheel of that car. But I've got a feeling that Scott Andrew was leading before that little off. He's 3 seconds behind Spencer Piggott now, the Junior 3 racing car. And
didn't look like he would have lost a lot of time there, maybe 3-4 seconds.
Jeremy has the lap chart, so he'll be able to tell me whether Scott was leading in the 74, the Riley 74 Ranch car, when he went grass tracking at turn 10.
Yeah, he was indeed leading. He had been leading for quite a long time.
Yeah, I remember doing an update and thinking, oh, well, they've done well. So Spencer Piggott, you don't want to give Spencer Piggott any encouragement, Jeremy. Takes the lead, you drive off the road, let him take the lead. You absolutely don't want to give him that kind of opportunity, do you?
Well, no, particularly Spencer drove a Riley car at Daytona, so he knows how that team works.
Yeah.
So he's now driving for the Junior 3 racing operation, car number 30. So back into the lead of the race for that car, ahead of Scott Andrews with that spin there for Scott. Another couple of notes. The new fastest lap of the race was set by Felipe Nasser 2 laps ago, 1:09.32. The lap record, the race lap record, by the way, was a 1:08.8, also set by Felipe Nasser back in 2019. So he's flying along there. Super battle going on in LMP2 right now with Tristan Nunez, who of course is going to be driving for the Axel Express team next year, number 31 car. He leads for Win Autosport in car number 11, narrowly over Gabriel Aubry and Scott Huffaker, who's driving number 52 car in 3rd place. Now, trivia question here. What is Tristan Nunez having?
Go on.
It's the Walter Hayes Trophy.
Very good, very good. It's going to nip down to Shea, who's got Pipo Derani before he jumps into the car. Shea?
Pipo, the only way to get warm in the conditions as they are right now is to get in the race car, isn't it? How much longer before you're back in?
Yeah, it is. It's unusual cold here to this evening, but it makes it interesting, you know, to warm up the tires and so on. I don't know exactly how long till I get in the car, but hopefully soon, so I can get myself warm. And yeah, over half of the race gone already. So we're heading to the last third of the race, so we'll see how it goes.
How are the nerves when you're fighting for a championship, but you're watching from a pit box?
Not thinking about it. It's just another race.
I love it. Good luck, Pipo.
Yeah, he had to run away there because he was jumping into the car. Pipo Derani never gives less than 100% every time he gets in the car. I think sometimes the team find it difficult to dial him back. He's one of those drivers who just wants to run flat out all the time. Super aggressive, super quick driver.
Yeah, fantastic, and obviously sort of burst onto the scene, didn't he, a few years ago with the ESM car, and started sort of winning Daytona, and at one point it seemed that every time he got in the car he was winning, and that really sort of launched his top professional career in America, and he hasn't looked back since.
Yeah, very much so. Through to the completion of another lap in about 5 seconds time for Felipe Nasr, teammate to Pipo Derani.
A little short shift there, I noticed, through 12. Just a little short shift. They've been hanging onto the gear until they were almost to the start-finish line for the upshift. Short shifted a little bit there, probably because he had a bit of traffic in front of him. But again, just looking like he's got a really nice rhythm, just on board, nothing too dramatic, looking really good.
And Felipe Nasr about halfway through his stint at the moment. People getting ready, standing by to get in the car. He'll get ready a little bit early just in case anything happens. Once you get to about halfway through the stint, Johnny, if there's a full course yellow, you'll take the opportunity to come in, so the driver, even if he's not fully suited and booted, he'll be getting himself into the zone, making sure he knows where his gloves and his earplugs are and all that sort of stuff.
Absolutely, you've got your little routines that you do just to sort of, you could call it almost superstition, but actually it's more a routine thing just to get yourself into that right frame of mind, that little focus that you need to get into the car. And I love it when you go on board with cars now and watching you coming up, especially behind LMP3 cars, sometimes LMP2s, and you can see their rear tyres because the cheese has gone or the rear deck's gone, and you know, okay, that car had a puncture, you know, a few hours ago that ripped the right rear off or whatever. It's just like you coming up to cars that are still operating at racing speed, but you can just tell as you come up to them that very few of them are looking completely shipshape and intact compared to how they actually started the race.
Yeah, and that is the joy that is long distance endurance racing. If you are just joining us at coming up to 20 minutes before 7 Eastern, thanks for giving us some of your time this Saturday night. We've got 3 hours 33 minutes, and if I wait for 5 seconds, 33 seconds to go as we are counting down. Just this place in daylight is beautiful. This place in darkness is just absolutely phenomenal.
Really gives you a sensation of speed, didn't it, then, when we were following down through 3, 5, 6 up over the top as you come down towards 6, braking for 7. Just beautiful onboard shots of the Konica Minolta car. Back on board with the leader, number 31, ducking down the inside of a P3 car into 12, still flat through 12. You can see the dark rubber marks that come up towards it. It's funny how in the darkness the headlights really pick out those dark rubber marks and everything, and you can actually really register it. You just really begin to feel at one with the car. There's nothing nicer than driving at night when you're feeling like you've got a real rhythm going.
I love driving at night. I love racing at night as well. And it's I know it's sometimes difficult. It was one of the drivers earlier on was saying you don't know what the lights are because they're just bright and white. You know it's not a GT. You know it's not a GTD car because it's not yellow lights, but if it's white it could be a prototype, it could be I know, but even with that there's something almost pure about it, Johnny, and for me, I don't drive enough by any stretch of the imagination, but in some ways there's fewer distractions for me because what I can see and what I'm concentrating on is the bit I need to be concentrating on, and I find that actually focuses me better.
Yeah, well, you're kind of tunnel visioned, aren't you?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I think it probably comes from the dark, being from the dark northeast, and you know, half the year spent in complete darkness and my rallying routes. back in the day. Jeremy, GTD, the Vasa number 12 Lexus, the remaining Lexus, ahead by just 4 seconds of the Aston Martin, the Harter Racing car, and then the FAF car going for the championship in 3rd position. Still plenty of racing to go on in GTD, and the top 6 or so still right in the hunt.
Yeah, it was 5 and it's now 6 because Andy Lally during that last Porsche caution period got that Magnus with the Archangel Acura back onto the lead lap, so he's in that mix now. We've had over the last few stints the Aston Martin led pretty handily for a little while, then through the last stint the 28 car was out in front for a good time. The Electromotor Sports car with Daniel Moret at the wheel, he's handed over that car now to Daniel Ucadela. As you say, Zach Beach, who's shown really good pace in the number 12 Lexus, who leads right now. He's, as suggested, extended a little bit of a lead over Roman Andrus in the heart of racing Aston.
Roman De Angelis really coming of age. Jeremy, we followed his progress through the previous iteration of Porsche racing on the IMSA schedule, and put himself out there. Attracted some attention, clearly has a lot of talent, and he's translated through into the big show here very well indeed.
Yeah, he has, and you know, he and Ross Gunn have been a super little partnership there. They get along really well together. 2 very talented young guys, and you know, they've already won the Sprint Cup Championship for Aston Martin and Harter Racing this year. And you know, they were in contention to win the overall championship. I don't think that's possible now, but they're still. It's been a great season for that team.
It's Jeremy Shaw keeping an eye on about 1 million different things at the moment. Johnny Morlam with us this weekend as well in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. I was talking about the 24 Hours at Sebring earlier on. That's got IMSA involvement. They've been instrumental in getting that race on with Preventic, the Dutch company who do the 24-hour series in Europe and the rest of the world, and it's a great collaboration. As I say, we'll have that for you in its entirety next weekend, and then on the Tuesday following that, the final Hagerty show of the weekend. We'll get some of the luminaries from this race, from the season and from Sebring together in vision for our final Hagerty show of the year. And the responsible adult who's very good at wrangling top quality guests. Remember, we had Zach Brown straight after Le Mans. We've had Brendan Hartley straight after Le Mans, giving us some wonderful insight into what's been going on for Toyota. Mike Conway's been with us. Well, we've got some really decent guests beginning to come together for that show. That's not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. So after the final long distance race of the weekend, another one of our Hagerty video presentations, and that will be on the Hagerty pages, their Hagerty Live pages on the World Wide Web. We'll tweet it all long before that. Try and join us for that if you can, a week on Tuesday.
Felipe Nasr's absolutely flying, John. He's just popped in another 9.8 on that. I haven't said that, he did a 13.1 on the very last lap, but before that was a 9.8. It's only like half a second off of his fastest lap of the race.
He has to, Jeremy, doesn't he? Because it's closing up behind him.
It is. The top 4 cars covered by 2.5 seconds as they cross the crossed the line last time around. So the pace is really hot here. Traffic, of course, interrupts that progress. Having just turned a 9. His last lap was a 13.1, so nearly 4 seconds lost on that last lap. And those top 4 cars pretty much nose to tail at the moment. It is super tight. In LMP2, it's pretty much the same there. Tristan Nunez leads Scott Huffaker by less than a second. In LMP3, Spencer Piggott, the scholarship winner, leads Scott Andrews by less than a second as well. It's absolutely incredible, really, how close all of the classes are right now.
And you saw Scott Andrews there sort of coming up into 2 and locking his unloaded right front as he turned into 2 and almost going off on the grass in the 74 LMP3 there, dropping a little bit further back, but he's pushing clearly to try and catch Spencer Piggott in the 30 car to try and make up for the mistake that he made about breaking himself down into 10A where he lost the lead.
sure what Alexander Auckland's been doing until now, but he's just joined us on the international video stream, which you can get onto free and without any breaks. We'll be going all the way through the next 3.5 hours on IMSARadio.com. Hit the live video button. If you're in the US and you want to just hear the audio, take us with you, then hit the listen live button and select RS2. Hello Alex, nice to know that you are tuned in. Sven says, I was checking the spotter guide this morning, didn't see Earl Bamber next to the 01 car. Was it a last minute addition? You know, you're absolutely right, Sven. His name wasn't next to that. It will be next year. But Kevin Magnussen, for whom this was to be his last race for the team, of course, before he moves on to Peugeot and their LMH, their hypercar program next year. Kevin not feeling well at all this morning. Earl was here supporting the team. They've been doing some testing. Earl's in that team next year as one of the 4 substantive drivers for 2 Chip Ganassi Cadillacs, and therefore he was in prime position to step into the breach for Kevin. There was a little bit of a joke. I've got a feeling Earl Bamber has tacked a Swedish flag onto his driving suit just to give due credit to the man he's replacing, which is a nice little touch.
Well, it would be Danish, not Swedish.
Sorry,
yes.
Danish, yes.
But
thank you.
I'm sure that...
You knew what I meant, thank you. Why did I say Swedish? Thank you.
It is 1:45.
That is, well, somewhere. Yeah, not in Sweden, or indeed Denmark.
That's true.
Hello to our Scandinavian listeners. I know that we have plenty of people tuned in from there. Thank you for your support. So Sven, you're absolutely right. Earl Bamber super sub this weekend. Philippe Albuquerque just tweeted in, say whatever you want, this is the most entertaining race in the world. I love Petit Le Mans. You're missing this now, Molam, aren't you?
Oh God, I didn't think I was. I just came up here to help you out and enjoy the company and call the race, and then as soon as they first went on board with, I can't remember who it was, I think it was probably the number 10 Konica Minolta car, and I was just like, I didn't realise, I just literally got a pang of nostalgia. So it was, but I do miss it. Sometimes I just think, oh thank God I'm in the warm, out of the way when you watch some races, but this I would love.
What is it about this race then that there's a few races that pro drivers
I just
keep asking me about?
I just love this track.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Sebring, but Sebring beats you up.
Yeah.
You know, but this track, there's just something about it. I like the fact there's a short track. I like the fact that you're coming around every time to try and better your lap time. You come around every 1:10 and you think, right now, try and attack again, try and better that last lap or whatever. I love the traffic situation here. For some reason, for me, I just find the rhythm of Petit Le Mans just really works at this track. But having said that, people say to me, what was the most difficult track you ever first went to have to learn? It was this, because it's so difficult to actually get coming out of 1 up over the top into 2. You can't see the turn in for 3. You come up over the top turning left and knowing where you're going to turn right. It's way more difficult than, say, the corkscrew at Laguna or something that all these famous corners that people are saying are so difficult. I actually found Road Atlanta probably the toughest track I ever had to learn.
The questions that I get asked by pro drivers about tracks that I've been fortunate enough to go to, sometimes drive around in street cars or even sometimes in race cars. Road Atlanta, Bathurst. Is Bathurst really as good as what you're seeing? I've had so many pro drivers down through the years say that, and I say no, it's actually better.
Yeah.
And now, having driven Bathurst in the dark.
See, I've not driven Bathurst, and that's on my bucket list to do. Even if I do it in a 2CV, I want to do it, because I've been told exactly the same. That,
it's outrageous.
That is one of the tracks everyone says is amazing.
Fortunately, being part of the organisation, I've got to do quite a few laps around there, and I took an old V8 supercar around there a few years ago on the Monday after the race and had half a dozen laps just to see what it was like, and that was a lot of fun. And then a couple of years later took a GT3, a 991.2 GT3 around there in the dark, and of course the race stopped. Nowhere else in the world other than Australia would you have a race that starts in the dark but you never have any darkness practice. So if you're starting the car, you've not been there before, you've never driven it in the dark, and the first time you see it is on the... What happens is, as soon as you roll on the formation lap, the counter starts, the time starts. So you're behind the safety car for the first lap, and that would be the first time you've seen the track in the dark, unless you've got the special pass that gets it onto the track like we have, to do a couple of laps in the middle of the night.
That's nuts.
But it's brilliant.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
But the rhythm of that track, I know what you're talking about that. The rhythm of that track, when I first drove it in the dark, it was actually, again, it was that thing where you go, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense. I know where I am. I know when I'm turning in here for the dipper, and over the top of Skyline. And it's the rhythm of your gear changes and stuff like that, isn't it? All right, it's down one, down another one, turn in, throttle, short shift. What you tell, I commentate myself in my head when I'm learning a racetrack, so that I get that feeling of the rhythm of it. And when it's in the dark, you just do the same thing. All right, you've got to do Bathurst. I'll do Bathurst with you.
You're going to pay for it.
Hey, if we drop the 98 million on the Euro Millions next week,
okay,
almost certainly.
You're wrong.
You mean are you going to pay for it? How much are you going to pay me for driving with you?
What, to coach me there? Because obviously you've done it, driven at night. That would work. Maybe Jeremy could find us a sponsor.
Jeremy's very good.
He could be our team manager.
Yeah, Jeremy is our team manager. I don't think I'd like to be managed by Jeremy. I think it'd be too harsh.
I've just got to drive the damn thing with you guys.
Well, that's
there we go.
Hey,
there we go.
Jeremy's doing more racing than either of us, actually. Yeah, you're still driving that Miata, Jeremy?
Yeah, I was supposed to do a race next weekend actually, but I can't, unfortunately. Sorry, I actually haven't driven it for a couple of years, but I was supposed to do it next weekend, and damn it, I can't.
See, we're all just all of us here.
Shay can be team manager.
Shay would be a very good team manager. She's very
super organised,
process-driven,
everything,
all the stats.
What time you have to turn up, when you're getting in the car.
What shirt you have to wear.
Absolutely, it'd be awesome.
Yeah, very good. Responsible adult in training, Shay Adam, as she is in the RSL crew. All right, 3 hours 20 minutes to go, and we're coming up to 7 o'clock at night. We've had about an hour of full darkness now, so anybody who was in before that, they've seen through the twilight hours and into the darkness. Next driver that gets in is probably going to be getting their first taste of darkness. Somebody way off to the left-hand side where was that? That was at the top of the hill. That must have been outside of turn 1 and 2.
That was literally turning into 2. He was on the left as you're turning into 2, going off to that bit that goes. There's another area they use for bikes sometimes off to the left.
So that was somebody off the circuit there. But no harm, no foul. So 55 is Harry Tinknell. He's carving his way through traffic, heading up to
turn 7.
Turn 7 now, and pits are closed. Well, that's because there's somebody off at turn 1. Yeah. Let's see if we can work out who that was. It's being full course yellow. The flashing lights are out as Tinknell had just caught up with the Cadillac number 01. That's the car ahead of him. So someone is off the circuit. I can't see. Let me see if I can very quickly find out if somebody has stopped, so I get slightly more information. No. On one of the other screens, that didn't work. Yeah, they'll normally pop up with a little red S.
There we go.
It's a prototype, and it's a prototype that is steaming, and the driver is walking away from it, but that's not in the early part of the track, I don't think. That
looks like it's going down to 10A, that can't
be right, I think so. So another unrelated incident. Indicator left on, right hand indicator left on, and that is just over the top of the brow from 7 through to 8 and 9, the two little kinks.
But I don't think that's the reason for the yellow. I think the reason for the yellow was the car on the outside heading up from exit of turn 1 going down towards turn 2.
Let's have a squidge through the... It is the Win Autosport LMP3 car that has stopped. That is the number 83
so again,
car.
Is that a full shutdown again? Is that the third one?
Josh Skelton, British driver, one of the young British drivers in that car. And
although his indicator's working.
His indicator's working, and it's smoking.
Yeah,
now,
so
is that steam?
That's not a similar problem, is it? I noticed, going back to the problems that we were seeing from the United Autosport car and the 38 Performance Set car, John, that they were both still in the pits, sort of 20 laps down. So whatever that problem was that just stopped them dead in their tracks, clearly not a quick fix.
Yeah, nice use of the LED lights over the top of the cockpit on that car, and that has just ground to a halt. Still had electrical. There's a little fire at the back. So there has been a little fire at the back, and Josh deciding to do the sensible thing and bail out of that car. Not sure whether his team were talking to him or somebody had passed on the
I'd
message.
have put it on the grass there, actually, to be honest.
Well, one of the things, another good thing to have on your mental tick list is where the fire stations are and the extinguishers are around the track.
Yeah, that's
hopefully you won't have to...
on the straight down to at any point you can use any part of that straight if you're overtaking cars 3 abreast, 4 abreast. So that was super dangerous. Should have maybe put it on the grass.
Let's see if we can use this time productively. Shea Adam is searching and indeed has found an interview for us. Matt Bell down in the pit lane. Shea?
Matt, I'm so sorry to find you when your car is parked out on the side of the track like this. You guys think you know what it is?
Yeah, it appears to be a drive shaft failure, unfortunately. We had a great start of the race. Young Josh did a brilliant first stint, got us up to second in class. We got Naveen in under the full course yellow. And then at one of the full course yellow periods, we got hit in the rear quite hard. We lost 3 laps fixing damage, and the legacy of that impact has been giving us problems ever since. And it would appear that this is another problem stemming from that contact. So it's been a pretty crazy race. There's been a lot of contact out there, which has been unacceptable at this level. And yeah, that's we're another casualty of it, unfortunately.
Oh, it's good to see at least, my friend.
I love being back. Hope to be back again.
Originally from Newcastle.
But you won't hold that against him?
I always do, him and his brother. They never let me forget the fact I'm from Sunderland, and the soccer rivalry spills over into everything we talk about.
I'm surprised you brought soccer up in Sunderland.
Well, you can't pick your team, mate.
I wasn't going to say a word.
Can't pick your team. Matt Bell, the taller, and he's passed a piece of paper to me to say the taller, better looking and faster of the Bell brothers.
I think Rob might have something to disagree with on that last point.
Rob Bell, still a McLaren driver, I think, obviously.
I believe so.
Yeah, a development driver and factory driver. The 2 Bell boys.
I was a bit surprised not to see him drafted into the number 70 car, to be honest.
Yeah, the Inception car, the Optimum car, yeah. Interesting. There's a huge McLaren, one of the McLaren Pure McLaren event at Circuit of the Americas. I think it might be this weekend actually, and I know there's a big effort to get that sorted out, and there's a lot of McLaren personnel gone on there. They're very professionally run. I've seen those at close quarters. It's the right weekend, of course, because they were there 4 years ago when we were racing the Creventic weekend. They'd been there earlier in the week, so I think they'd been over there. It must be a traditional date for them.
They do run them very well. I went over there with Bonamy Grimes when we were to get some Bahrain knowledge before we did the World Endurance Championship race there about a couple of years ago, and we did the Pure McLaren event as a way of actually gaining track time in the GT4 McLaren, and the event is run beautifully. They do a really good job of it.
Nothing done by half measures, as you might imagine from a brand like that. A lot of familiar faces, including Rob Bell. Warren Hughes is involved.
Every time.
Well.
Johnny Kane was one of the people working with one of my clients doing instructing. I mean, I walked down the pit lane, I could see, I pretty much knew every single instructor. It's quite comforting, really. They had some real top-level instructors working for them.
Yeah, and they've been there. I'm pretty certain now I've said that they've been there this week. Shea, we're open for prototypes, open for business, and we have some takers.
We do. A bunch of bright white lights coming down the pit lane. Remember, we were talking to Pippo Durrani a few minutes ago, and he said he needed to go put his helmet on. Well, this is exactly why Whelen Engineering Cadillac into the pits, as well as pretty much all of the other DPIs. In LMP2 world, we've got fuel and tires and a drinks bottle change, as well as a driver change. Mikkel Jensen getting back aboard the 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsport prototype for the Win Autosport, the non-stopped out on track one, so the LMP2. That is fuel only only for Tristan Nunez. Oh no, wait, they're giving him Michelin's as well. Tower Motorsport is doing fuel and tires, but that is James French staying aboard. Fires the car back up into light, just waiting for the fuel. All of the LMP2 cars still in their boxes. There goes James French. He's going to get out ahead of the other two. Second car to move is the number 11 Win Autosport, and the last car off the pit lane in LMP2 will be the 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsports.
Just as hectic in pit lane, and I'm reminded now why we don't allow, Jeremy, all the cars to come in at once. It's a dramatic ballet in daylight, and again, so close to disaster when cars are pulling in around guys working on the front of tyres. It looks dramatic, Jeremy, in the daylight. In the darkness, just lit by the overhead lamps on the gantries. My goodness me. It's hard work down there for those guys, lifting a wheel and tyre that is effectively the same, lifting with one hand a wheel and tyre. That's about the same weight as your checked baggage, about 23 kilos of that, Jeremy. And it's a rough place to work for those guys down there.
I'll tell you one thing, John, though, that we've seen 2 near misses there for the front left-hand corner guy. They need to do something about that, because the next time is, third time he might get nailed and he's got a broken leg. It's too close. I don't know of the pit stall further down if he absolutely has to come in at that shallow an angle in order to be able to stop in his own pit box, but to me, I couldn't see. It looked like a dark blue car. I didn't think it was a Konica Minolta car, but maybe Shay can tell us better coming around the Whelan car. But it's too close. It's too close to that, and we've seen one. There was a slight contact there. There was nearly contact. You don't want to just keep letting it happen until the guy gets a broken leg and is lying in the pit lane. So they need to do something. The marshals in the pit lane need to go and have a word there and make sure he comes in at a slightly steeper angle, leaves it a little bit later, turns in a bit more aggressively, and turns in a little bit later, because that's an accident waiting to happen.
I agree, Johnny, and it was Kamui Kobayashi, I think, who was driving the car at that time, that almost clipped the other guy. Of course, he's used to driving the World Endurance Championship for the Toyota team, which is always pitted, isn't it, at the very beginning of pit lane, so that's never an issue for him.
But then I don't know if it was him in the car, Jeremy.
I'm sure
was it both times it was him? Okay, so somebody needs to say something, because I would hate to see that poor mechanic get absolutely obliterated, and it will be pretty bad.
I'm told by Greystone GT there is a pure McLaren event at Courtyard. I knew I wasn't going senile, and they've just won the GT4 race, the first ever race win by Ian Campbell, who's coached by Ollie Webb. Ian, well done in that. Didn't think that was running this weekend. Ian McCarthy says, I wouldn't alter the format of either race for the world. I'd dearly love to see Sunrise racing at Road Atlanta or Bathurst one day. If only we knew a Dutch organiser who could pull it off. There's no spare dates at Bathurst. They're only allowed 6 events in the year, and the Bathurst 12 hours starts in the dark and runs through the sunrise. It is the most spectacular thing. Worth getting up at 3:30 in the morning just to be a part of that. And normally we take a house down there, and I do the cooking, take some breakfast in for the team, and we get there, get ourselves established, and then wait for the race to start. It's around about the first half an hour, 40 minutes in the dark, and then the sun comes up. Oh, absolutely stunning. So Ian, yes, worth a trip down there. Absolutely. Nikolai says the reason for the close calls in the pits is the high number of entries this year. More cars equals smaller boxes. 43 cars is not the most that we've had, and it's not the maximum here. You've got to think about how they are split in classes on that, and who comes in at the same time. Shay, Adam, you normally have all the stats on how big the pit boxes are.
It's not that the boxes are any smaller this year. As a matter of fact, we have 8 unoccupied boxes on the WeatherTech side of the pit lane, so that is not what's contributing to this issue that we're seeing on screen. And by the way, Johnny Mullum is completely correct. It would be the 10 cutting in front of the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Yes. While we've got a moment, while we've got a yellow flag, Mr. John Doonan, how lovely it is to see you trackside once again. Have you gotten to enjoy much of this race?
Well, it's been an extremely busy weekend and week here, Shea, but I do look forward to trying to watch the last bit of the 2021 season. So thrilled with the turnout here, the amazing weather we were blessed with today, and the fact that so many of the championship battles are coming down to this last race.
It's been a wonderful season, not only in this series, but in all the support series as well, with the championships coming down to the end of the season. You've been a part of all these banquets so far. The champions that you've seen, do you think we're going to see them in this series one day?
There's no question that in our strategy, we've thought about those challenge series. Porsche Carrera Cup that's launched here for the first time in North America. Certainly Michelin Pilot Challenge, Prototype Challenge, Mazda MX-5 Cup. It's clear that they have been pipelines in the past, and I think more and more you're seeing young talent rising to the top, and there's no doubt that you'll see them in the WeatherTech Championship down the road.
There's a bit more normalcy for the calendar next year, things going back, us not being here in November and needing multiple layers. How excited are you for next season of IMSA?
Well, I keep telling everyone this is like a summer day in Chicago, so you need to get everybody to put on their warm clothes tonight. But yeah, we're feeling normal. When I drove in here to Motul Petit Le Mans, it felt normal, and clearly the audience that we have here on site today is remarkable. We're going to have a pretty normal schedule next year in terms of the cadence of the races, and absolutely a great announcement this week with additional television broadcasts on network from NBC, as well as the USA Network for the rest of the races, and then a Peacock flag-to-flag coverage digitally for all of the races.
That's fantastic. We've got a big car count here to end the season. We had a big car count at Daytona. Things looking like it's going to continue progressing on this line of momentum for next year?
Well, based on the conversations we're having and the announcements like BMW made today, we're feeling like there is going to be continued growth. Ultimately, it's the announcements that come from the automotive partners, from the race teams, that really solidify exactly what we're going to see. But there's no question the sport in general is on an upswing, and I would suggest IMSA and our form of endurance sports car racing is in for historic moments, not only next year, but for many years to come.
Well, of course, everyone's looking forward to 2023 with the introduction of the LMDH program. It's going to be a big, exciting thing coming into IMSA, but we can't forget the DPI. It's been such a wonderful stalwart for the series since 2017. Next year is going to be the farewell season. Is there going to be any sort of extra tributes to them?
Well, the DPI doesn't happen without the vision of Jim France and the strategy that IMSA laid out to allow automakers to run for the overall win in a cost-effective manner. Clearly, we're overjoyed with the commitments that have come for LMDH long-term, to have Acura, to have Audi, to have BMW, Cadillac, Porsche, and others we believe will come is absolutely historic. I think we're going to see a period of endurance sports car racing that none of us have seen in our lifetime. Next year, I believe, is an appetizer, if you will, for what is to come. You're going to have the opportunity, I think, to see some of those cars that'll be with us in 2023 and beyond showcased at some of the 22 events while we finish off what's been an amazing 6 years of DPI racing. And clearly tonight, the men and women of the Action Express team and Wayne Taylor Racing are going to take it all the way down to the wire.
Now, you are first and foremost a sports car racing fan. It's been in your blood since birth. For people around the track tonight at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and people around the world who are looking to get here one day, where would you like to be for the end of this race?
Well, definitely right above start-finish line. It's going to come down to that. It has the last several years come down to the last few stints or even few laps. So expect me to be in the Michelin Tower. It's a beautiful facility to overlook what's going to be an awesome finish.
John, thank you so much for a few minutes of your time.
Thank you.
Perfectly timed by Shea Adam for that VP Racing Fuel update as we go back to green with just on 3 hours to go. Let's see this opening lap or two as the guys get back up to speed. The 31 Cadillac with wheel and engineering car again got a good jump, a second to the good over the line, and it really does seem that coming out to 10-8, Johnny, when you just get yourself straightened up, immediately get on the power, and of course the guy behind you probably still got a little bit of steering lock on, can't get on the throttle at the same time, no matter how close he is to you.
Well, that's the thing, you can always get the jump, and also don't forget that if you're following closely through 12 on cold tyres, you're probably having to breathe a little bit because you're getting a little bit of downforce through losing grip, having followed someone that closely through 12, so that gives you a little bit of a better run out to the straight. You've got Jonathan Bomarito now in the 55 Mazda, 1.5 seconds off the lead, but he's in second place, and Dane Cameron back in the car again, 6/10 behind him, and it is a fantastic battle. It'll be interesting for Bomarito. These will be his first laps at night, so that he'll be getting his eye in, working out, especially I always found that coming through 2, 3 and down through the S's into 5, those are the most difficult area of the track at night to really just get that rhythm. It always took me 2 or 3 laps just to really find that groove.
And we've said about the headlights before, Johnny, but the whole character of the track changes because the big hit on the back of the...
Just a love tap, John.
You wouldn't say that if you had to pay for the damage, would you? That was the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini that was tapped from behind from the... Is that the 42 Audi? I think it is.
Sounds like an Audi.
Yeah, it does. It has that sort of V10 wine. So they're back at that part of the track. The nature of the track changes because the perspective flattens out in the dark. You don't see these things the same way. Down the inside for the second place car, and that is a new leader down into 10. That was from a long way back from Dane Cameron, Jeremy, but it was clean as you like down into 10.
It was the previous. He restarted third. The previous lap he overtook Jonathan Bomarito. Now that great dive, clean dive down the inside there to take over the lead again for Dane Cameron. This is the 19th lead change in this race, or 20th actually, I think.
That was a beautiful move there. Dane Cameron clearly feeling much more comfortable that he's got his tyres up to temperature. And again, the more aggressive driver here, if you've got a slightly more aggressive turn in, the way you drive, the natural style, it can heat the tyres up, and it's clearly working for Dane in the 60 car.
So into the last third of the race. New leader, Meyershank Racing. And it is the number 60 of Dane Cameron who's just taken the lead and has stretched out to over a second from Pipo Derani. Not exactly a slouch, but Pipo was caught napping there in the wheel and engineering Cadillac. After that yellow flag, the top 7 all on the lead lap and within 4 seconds at the front of the field. Tristan Nunes for Win Autosport is leading in the LMP2 category. Riley and Scott Andrews back to the lead in the 74. Scott Andrews, remember, made a mistake and threw away that lead. Spencer Piggott, though, is now 1.3 seconds behind. It's BMW and Conor De Filippi in the 25. BMW that leads GTM. And in GT Daytona, it is Heart of Racing and Roman De Angelis who is leading with under 3 hours to go, live from Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. This is Petit Le Mans 2021. Well, Jeremy, what a way to get into the final third of the race. A restart, a pass for the lead. Clearly, we're getting down to that time. We've got an hour before the next Michelin Endurance Cup points are due. There will be pit stops before then for the leading cars. But right now, already people back counting, I suspect, to the end of the race. And if it was to go green for the next 3 hours, I'd be a very happy person indeed. But we are really starting to heat this up now. We said Porsche keys to race, be fast in the dark. And those that are left, there's a few, there are fewer cars left on the track now, so traffic density perhaps a little bit better. And all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a motor race that we've turned up to gas mark 7.
Yeah, it's been bubbling along though for quite a while, hasn't it? But since the restart, 3 of the classes have changed hands. We've got new leaders. Overall, Dane Cameron, as you say, Tristan Nunez in caliber 11. The win order sport has just overtaken James French, who's in the Tower Motorsport number 8 in LMP2. That's 8th and 9th overall. And down, as you just mentioned, Roman DeAngelis in the Aston Martin. He's just found a way past Daniel Juncadella, 22nd overall for the lead in GTD.
And Dane Cameron on relatively cold tyres, first flying lap at 109.563 his last time around. That's against that car's best of a 109.351, and a fastest lap of the race held by Pipo Derani's car, the 31, which he passed as a 109.3. He's right on the pace. Cameron needs no invitation, Jeremy, to get up and running. Not like, you know, when you go to work in the morning, you make yourself a cup of coffee, you have a browse of the paper. No, the safety car goes in, and he was on it straight away there, Jeremy. Outstanding stuff from Dane.
Yeah, he had a great stint earlier on in this race as well, and it's been a really difficult season for that Meyer Shank with the Kerbagajanian team, but they've come alive here this weekend. They've had several good runs, but this is a really good run. And Dane Cameron, we saw him stretch it out earlier on, and we've seen both Elio Castroneves and JPM, Juan Pablo Montoya, running fast laps as well. They've got three. They've got a sniff of this one, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed with those lap times. The whole body language of the car, though, you saw Dane absolutely on a mission, even just going through turn 12, just somehow, just the way you could just sense that he was positioning the car. He really looked comfortable and confident. And at night, in these situations, if you can just get that tyre warm-up to work a little bit better than everyone else, it gives you such an advantage, and he's down stretching his lead.
And if you don't mind the car moving around a little bit, that's another thing. If you're good in the wet, you tend to be good in these low grip situations.
It's confidence though, John. Yeah. I mean, you're just all about confidence. If you're feeling confident in your abilities, you're getting into the car, you're welcoming the challenge, you go out there, you can drive like that. If you go in there a little bit apprehensive, not quite sure what to expect, it can just play with your head a little bit, and you just back it off a little bit. And then, of course, the way you're driving maybe means you don't heat the tyres up quite as quickly. It is all about, in these conditions, it's all about feeling confident in the car and the balance that you have. And because the balance of the car changes so much as ambient temperatures change, the track rubber's in. At night, I can't tell you, you know, there's a little tunnel that you've got, but if you go offline overtaking traffic, which you have to, you get pickup on your tyres. Yeah. That can cause vibrations, almost feels sometimes like you've got a flat spot, you know, and then you're driving around trying to get rid of the pickup on your tyres, but struggling to do so. That can affect you as well. So it's so much about being absolutely in the zone and feeling confident, and clearly Dane is feeling very confident in that number 60 car.
And that actually, Jeremy, is one of the few times, perhaps the first time on a restart, that we haven't seen the car that restarted in the lead drive away from the cars behind it. And Dane Cameron was the difference there. Derani, as I said, is normally no sledge, but he really was no match for Dane Cameron in that number 60 Acura there.
Yeah, it was a great move, wasn't it? And as Johnny Moller said, he's on a mission right now, no question about it. And he's already, well, I mean, he was a couple of seconds clear last time around. Now he's in traffic again. That's down to a second. So however fast you go, you're not going to pull away too far, I don't think, from anybody else. A couple of notes here. The number 54 car, I think, is back in the pit lane. That was back within a couple of laps of the lead in LMP3, but I think a problem now again for the number 54 car. So, Colin Filippi at number 25 BMW now leads 11. That car did not come into the pits during this last sequence, I don't believe.
Yeah, and I was going to ask this question earlier on to you, Jimo. It was Andrew Cotton, editor of Race Car Engineering, who posed this to me earlier. How early in a 10-hour race do you start back timing from the end of the race, or do you actually start with a plan and then just keep revising it as yellow flags come out and that sort of stuff?
Well, everyone's got programs now that you start off with the plan, if it's green, if it's yellow. When normally the first thing is you'll know when the window's open for driver change, when the window's open for fuel. so that you can tell the driver, right, the window's open now if you get it. Obviously, in these situations, you don't actually come in when the pits are closed. When you have a full course yellow, it's slightly different, so you don't need to have a situation where you know the driver has to duck in if the pit lane window's open on fuel or whatever. But now you're getting to the point that already they'll be beginning to work back from the end. But you can't, ultimately it changes so much. You know, you can start a race, it's like a boxing match. Was it Mike Tyson said, you go in with the best plan, then they punch you in the face and the plan goes out the window. It's exactly the same in motorsport. You go into it with the best intentions, even at the start, you know, I'll position myself here, and then stuff starts changing and you just have to adapt, and it's how well you adapt to that, and obviously with a little bit of luck here and there to the decisions that you might make, being supported by something happening on track that are going to make the difference.
Yes, Mike Tyson just reworking a quote by the great-great-grandfather of Dion von Moltke, who was a very famous army commander who said, the best plan in the world seldom survives first contact with the enemy.
Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah. I rest my case. But certainly this is turning into a great fight. But yeah, they'll be thinking about working it back, but you don't want to work it back too much, because what you don't want to do is necessarily pit and miss a full course yellow or something like that. So it is difficult. So you tend to try and work it. If you're being held up by someone, you might try and maybe come in and go slightly off strategy, but at the moment they're all hoping to be pretty much on the same strategy to the end. But it is difficult. I mean, it's all about also, do you take tyres at the end? Do you stay out on the hot tyres? Do you put new tyres on? Is the drop-off happening as much with is the new tyre advantage you're getting once they're up to temperature outweighing the sort of couple of your outlap, losing 4 or 5 seconds on your outlap? Because that's going to be what's going to happen if you go to brand new tyres. Do you put scrub tyres on? Do they have a new set left? There's so many things they'll be thinking about, feeding it all in and trying to work out what's the best thing. But obviously Dane Cameron at the moment is trying to squeeze out enough of a gap that you've got that little bit of margin. If you do have a problem in the pits, or you take a bit longer on an outlap, if you've got a 5, 6, 7, 8 second advantage, then that obviously puts you in the driving seat.
So Shea is going to have eyes on every team in the next pit stops to see who's changing tyres and who isn't. 3.8 seconds the gap now that Dane Cameron has pulled out. On a mission, you better believe it. Charging down to turn 12 now. Sparks from the underside of the car. I love racing at night. I love racing at night. It looks great. It sounds a little bit different. Something to do with the acoustics, the air. I'm not entirely certain why, but it just is. There's also something about racing in the dark that almost seems like you shouldn't really be doing it, and you're sort of getting away with something. We've got 2 hours and 50 minutes to go. One of the undoubted stars of the show in the first part of the race wasn't even supposed to be driving this morning. Got his first lap of the whole weekend in the 01 Cadillac in morning warm-up. Earl Bamber is joining Shea Adam for this VP Racing Fuel Pit Report.
Yeah, Earl Bamber, welcome to DPI. That didn't take you very long to acclimatize yourself to what it's like to race in the overall category. What's it going to be like if perhaps your first ever DPI start winds up in a win?
I mean, first of all, I mean, today it was just amazing. It was so much fun out there. Really, really cool to race those cars at this track, you know, and also to represent Cadillac and Chip Ganassi Racing. It's been an honor today. I've got a big smile in here. And, yeah, I mean, I think we've got a really, really good car tonight. You know, Scott's going to go in and then Ringer at the end, so I think we've got a good shot at this. That's wild out there. It's wild, and it's going to be plenty more yellows, a lot more stuff unfold, so we'll see if we survive first.
What is it like to share a car with Scott Dixon?
It's kind of crazy to share, a car with Scott, a guy that I watched when I was a kid driving IndyCar, and not even that, like to drive for Chip Ganassi Racing, a team that I looked up for, you know, when I was a kid as well. So that's insane. And then you've got, you know, Montoya, Rossi, all these guys. So it was good fun. But at the end of the day, they're just, you know, another car on the track, and it's another racing car. You know, I think there's a lot of talk about LMDH and, you know, whether GT drivers will go up into those main classes. And I think today shows that you can, all of us on GTLM or GT can also jump into that category quite easily. So, you know, but it's a huge amount of fun. I can't wait for next season in Daytona now.
Yeah, good luck for 2022. We look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you.
Done a fantastic job, Jeremy, whichever way you cut it, to have had to change his mindset from standing in his polo shirt and jeans to driving the car for the first time this morning in a 20-minute warm-up, to getting in the car during the race, to leading the race and being ultra competitive. You can test as much as you like, but the pressure of getting into a top flight car in a prestigious race like this, you cannot underestimate how big that is, and you can't simulate that, can you?
No, you can't really. You can do all the simulations, but it's nothing like driving out there. And Earl hasn't done an awful lot of driving this season, but there was very little rust to be knocked off there. Of course, he's got plenty of experience in prototypes in the past. He won a race, I think, in France, didn't he, a few years ago, which wasn't too shabby. So, it's as he kind of alluded to there, it's kind of like wearing an old suit, isn't it, Johnny Mollum? Even though you've been out of a particular sort of a car for a while, if you've done it before, it doesn't take you long to get back into the swing.
It's the old falling off a bike thing, isn't it? You never get it. Twice a winner at the Le Mans 24 hours overall. He's got prototype experience, but as you said, Jeremy, he's not had a lot of driving in the last year or so. Been running the team, EBM Bamba Motorsport, along with his brother. Other duties to look after as well. Great to see him back, and of course he is a full season driver for Chip Ganassi and Cadillac next year. If you missed that news a week or so ago, 2 cars for CGR and Cadillac in this championship next year. They're moving towards running a parallel program in WEC as well in 2023, so lots to be excited about for Cadillac fans, for GM racing fans, Chevy racing fans, if you will, in the next couple of seasons. Shane, Mustang sampling, I think, just been in with you. It was Tristan Vautier who brought that car in. Did he stay in the car? Shane? Okay.
Let me see if these tires are warm, John. There are tires up on the wall. Nope, they're cold. So that was fuel only for Tristan Vautier.
I like the way you did that. Very good. So they're double stinting those tyres. Thank you, Shane. Down to a chilly 46 Fahrenheit in the air, again, 48 on the track. Jeremy, go ahead.
Again, very early stop there for number 5 car. It's only been 12 laps since the restart when everybody took on a fresh tank of fuel. And we're at 7 hours and 14 minutes now, so there's 46 minutes to go before the next tranche of points scored from Michelin Endurance Cup. Not that the number 5 car is necessarily in contention for that, but I would suggest that was an unscheduled stop for number 5 car.
So keep an eye on that. Shea is almost certainly asking the question of the Mustang sampling team right now to see if there was a particular issue. A lot of debris being out on the circuit with the accidents we had. If you're just joining us, we've had a large amount of safety car running, actually up over almost 3 hours of cautions for 9 times that the car's been on the track, and a huge incident on one of the restarts that involved 7, we counted, GT cars and GT Le Mans cars, GT Le Mans cars involved in that, most of which have not come back, certainly haven't come back anywhere near competitively. That had carbon fibre shards a go-go around the circuit, and we already had, I think it was the 31 Whelen car from memory that came in with a tyre pressure warning when Mike Conway was behind the wheel. You must remember to try and write these things down. Just tend to be doing something else and get distracted at the time. Yes, it was that car. Thank you, Shane, for confirming that for me. So there's a number of reasons why you might have done it. And as Jeremy says, it's just a little bit weird. 3.8 seconds the lead between first and second. Traffic playing its part. Out in front, all of a sudden 4 seconds slower than the quickest laps that they've turned for leading Acura and for people to run in. Let's have a look at the classes. Mazda in-race update with Tristan Nunez leading for Win Autosport in 8th position in LMP2 by 4.5 seconds from the Tower car in second. Scott Andrews back at the head of the LMP3 field. Had led it earlier on, breaking himself down to 10 and allowed Spencer Piggott through, but he's reclaimed that, and he has a 1.3 second buffer at the moment between himself and the number 30 Junior 3 racing car. GT Le Mans, BMW took that lead, seems a while ago now, and have held on to it. Kind of Filini. They're just about to come into the pits. That will hand the lead over to the number 97, the second of the WeatherTech Porsches. They've had their trials and tribulations with a rear puncture earlier on that brought them into the pitch. Fred McAvecchi behind the wheel. He's only a second and a half off the lead, and he's got about a second between himself and the first, the Corvette. So BMW, WeatherTech, Porsche, and then Corvette, the first three. Alexander Sims in third position. And in GT Daytona, still Heart of Racing Aston Martin by 4 seconds now on the Pfaff Motorsports Porsche, 23 from 9. The plaid Porsche in second, and a couple of seconds on the Vassar number 12, the remaining RCF Lexus. And then there's about 6 or 7 seconds back to Magnus Racing, Spencer Pumpelly, the number 44 Acura NSX next up in GTD. But plenty of racing still to come, points to be had in just about half an hour's time for the final interim point score for Michelin Endurance Cup, and that all cleared up just a little bit. Oh, very, very close moment coming down to turn 12 the last time around for Scott Dixon in the Cadillac, going past one of the slower LMP3 cars. I think that might have been the Junior 3 car. There was certainly some damage on that machine, and had to check up as he was going down the inside, almost forced into the pit lane, but Scott Dixon, cat-like reflexes, checked up the car enough and carried on his merry way. Good reflexes there from Dixie, who, Jeremy, you were talking to Scott a couple of weekends ago at Brands Hatch across in the UK. Obviously still very, very competitive in IndyCar, showing no signs of giving that up, but he really enjoys these outings in endurance racing, does Dixon?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he enjoys driving anything, anywhere, doesn't he? I think I get a feeling he might even be interested to do the Formula Ford Festival next year. He had such a good time. I'm watching people like Jan Magnussen do it this time. But yeah, no, I mean, he loves. He's so much a part of the furniture now at Chip Ganassi Racing, and he'll drive anything, anywhere, anytime for Chip Ganassi.
Shea, Adam, a fascinating pit stop just going on beside you down in the pit lane.
BMW Team RLL know how to get their stuff done. They had both of the drivers for the 25 not in the car, helmeted fully, suited as if they were going to get into the car. Philip Eng jumped over the wall when the car stopped on its marks. This is the red BMW, remember? Opened the passenger side door, changed out the data stick. When he was seen being back up against the wall, starting to go over it, Bruno Spengler jumped off the wall with a drinks bottle, which he replenished for Connor De Filippi. Fuel and tires and a drinks bottle change for Connor, but that was utilizing everybody who knows their way around the cockpit, as opposed to crew members who were busy doing other things. But it was very smart that they waited, did not have too many crew members over the wall. That was really fun to watch.
And BMW Team RLL confirmed as the organisation that will run the LMD age programme for BMW here in North America. Dallara LMP2 chassis being used, will be utilised for that in 2023. Expect to see those cars on track testing very shortly. It's only just over a year away before they have to go into competition. Cadillac also using the Dallara chassis, but we'll have different bodywork and different engine configurations as well. Multimatic will be building the chassis. The the LMP2 chassis will be being utilised by Audi and Porsche for their runs in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. And Acura, of course, will be back as well, plus other manufacturers. TBA waiting to hear for a couple of other announcements. We'll start seeing some testing photographs being leaked sometime early in the new year. I'm slightly surprised we haven't seen one or two already from the Volkswagen AG brands. all of those design decisions have been made, and work continues apace for the new generation of top class prototypes in IMSA, which is also, of course, a global class come 2023. How good is Le Mans 2023 going to be for the 100th anniversary of the first running of the world's greatest endurance race? Got your tickets yet? Think about it now. Don't like to wish my life away when you get to a certain time of life. Take every day as a very special moment, but that is something that I'm more than mildly excited about. The 2023 Le Mans 24 hours. Already thinking ahead to 2022 and the IMSA opener at the Raw, and then the Rolex 24 Daytona. Wonderful spectacle in a fantastic, what amounts to being an automotive stadium, particularly with the new grandstand. Been in a few years now, but still amazing to work in that facility. Full view of all of the track. Very much more as if you're in a sports stadium, as I say, than a motor racing track. It all unfolds beneath your feet. That is our next IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race, although as we've been saying, IMSA very much involved with the running of the 24 Hours of Sebring next weekend in Central Florida, and we'll have coverage for that for you, live in sound and vision with no blocks or breaks, global streaming via radiolemans.com and the live video tabs there. More details of that in the schedule will be confirmed, and keep an eye on that next week.
Slow luck there for Tristan Vautier, 1 minute 15. Not sure what happened to him on that. All of a sudden he's lost a couple of seconds on the previous lap, and lost 7 seconds on that last lap. Traffic to the car in front. 7 seconds is a lot.
It is, yeah. Sounds like there might have been a little incident, or at least an incident-ette somewhere around.
Five actually. 7's a bit. It's about 5.
1:11.5 last time around for the leader, Dane Cameron. 1:10.9 from Peter Durrani in second. J-Bob 1:10.4. 1:10.4 as well for Cameron Kobayashi in 6th position in the Ally Cadillac. So still pace out there, Jeremy, if you can find a little gap on the 2.54 mile circuit.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, all of these cars are certainly capable of running in basically the high 9s. I think they've all set a lap time within the high 9s, actually, except for number 5 car, curiously, which is just over 10. But yeah, they're all very, very closely matched. If I were to say which have seemed the strongest cars so far, I'd say, well, 31 cars set the fastest lap of the race, certainly, but number 55 car looks strong, as does number 60. But I think all of them are very much in the mix in this race.
Ian McCarthy, we were talking earlier on about the fact that racing at night is different in so many ways, and not just because it's darkest. That is the obvious difference. But I've often said that I think racing sounds different in the dark, and I going that just from my own experience. Ian McCarthy has given the scientific explanation of why that is true. Sound waves refract or bend in the direction of cooler air, which at night time is at ground level. So racing is in fact actually scientifically provably louder at night, because more sound is directed back towards the track, and therefore the ambient mics, the effects mics, and those of you standing trackside. Ian McCarthy, I bow to your scientific knowledge, particularly as it's improved something that I've been talking about for years, and people have looked at me as if I need to be carted off by the men in the white suits. Excellent.
Well, we know that.
Well, yeah, that hasn't changed, but empirically, racing does sound different at night. It's scientific. You can argue with me, but you can't argue with the scientific things. Thank you, Ian. You've made my night with that one. That's tweet of the night at IMSA Radio. By the way, end of this race, we have Mission and Post Race Tech, hashtag Mission and PRT. We'll be discussing points arising from this race, anything that you've seen. At IMSA Radio, hashtag PRT, please. I'm sure we'll be looking back a little bit on the season as well. That has really delivered again this year. John Doonan, president of IMSA, with Shea in the pit lane earlier on. It has been an extraordinary team effort from everybody down at their Daytona headquarters, along with the promoters and the tracks, to get this year on and to get us to a stage here at Motul Petit Le Mans, Jeremy, where we have still got championships that are up for grabs, and we've had pretty much, in fact we've had the same number of races. Hasn't quite been exactly the same, but we all know the reasons behind that. But we've had a championship that is worthy of the name. Well done to everybody concerned, I'd say, including the teams. Very much, because they've had to get themselves together. So, Jeremy, 2.5 hours to go. We're into the realms of a standard length IMSA race, and I suppose we're starting to get to the area, Jeremy, are we now, where, right, we're in the dark, we're solidly in the dark. We've got a plan to get to the end of the race. Let's see where we are, who are we racing, and basically turn up the gas a little bit. Hello, you driver, start driving.
Yeah, and the short answer is you're racing everybody, because all the classes are still really closely matched at this stage. We've got 7 cars on the lead lap, all the DPIs. Most of them are within, well, the first car's actually 8 seconds ahead of the second car at the moment, but the next 5 are all pretty much nose to tail. Then to get back to number 5 car that had that, I still believe, unscheduled stop a little while ago, which doesn't run out, I don't think what happened to that one. In LMP2, we just seen a pit stop from number 52 car, and I would say that number 11 car comes into pits, but which puts number 8 car back into the lead in LMP2. So it's super tight there. Number 22 car also is on the lead lap there. The 2 LMP3 leaders, well, actually they're separated by 3 seconds now. Scott Andrews has pulled out a little bit over Spencer the Bigot. Jerome Blakemolin, he's only 1 lap behind in the second of the 5 event. 1, and in GTLM, a big lead, 3 seconds now for Fred McRicky after the pit stop with the BMW leading. So, and then in GTD, Roman DeAndres, actually GTD is actually stretching out a little bit. Roman DeAndres got 3 seconds over Zach Robichon. Frankie Montecalvo has slipped back fairly recently, I think, to 9 seconds behind in 3rd position. Spencer Pompelli is now driving in place of Andy Lally, and is running 4th in the Magnus with Archangel car number 44.
So your Mazda in-race update. Jeremy Shaw there with me, John Hindhaugh, and Johnny Molan in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Down in the pit lane, opposite the Michelin Tower at turn 12. Shea Adam is our VP Racing Field Pit Reporter with Christian Fittipaldi.
Christian, some things never change. You are always going to be associated with the Mustang Sampling Cadillac. It's your car, whether you're driving it or on the stand. It came in a few minutes ago. Was that a scheduled pit stop? Is everything going okay?
No, unfortunately, it wasn't a scheduled stop. We detected that we were burning a little bit more engine oil than we were expecting. So basically, we're trying to fix it and trying to get back into the race again.
We have Johnny Molan in the booth with us for this one, and he keeps remarking over the onboard video how much he wants to get back in a car watching it. Do you feel the same thing watching this race?
No, I love being around. I'm obviously going to try and help JDC as much as I can, but I don't have any desire to be back in the car again. I am eventually going to do a long distance race like in the future, but I'm not going to be a full-time driver anymore. Thank you very much.
That's fair. Hey, I got to do your last interview, so it's all good. Christian, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Change in the GT Le Mans lead as Fred McAvecchi has gone through in the Corvette, courtesy of a mistake, a rare mistake for Connor De Filippi in the 25 BMW. went wide coming out of turn 12, ran all the way down the grass across the start-finish line, taking out a couple of the Michelin signboards there, and absolutely nailed the pair of them. That's left some debris on the track on the front straight. A couple of the signs have been moved there, and next lap around, De Filippi is into the pits. Just on its out, pits are closed. We're coming to a full course yellow, and Simon Pagenaud has just been in and out of the pits in the number 48 Ally Cadillac, and indeed the top 5 have all just been in and out. They were anticipating, Jeremy Shaw, this very situation after those 2 signboards were hit on the front straight by Connor De Filippi, whose 25 BMW still sits on pit lane.
Okay, fine. I'd missed another 48 car coming onto the pit lane, so whatever happened to him? I thought it was slightly odd that all of the other contenders in DPI came in all exactly at the same time.
Now, I wonder if that 25 BMW has gone behind the wall, because Shea Adam, I can't see it in pit lane. I can't see all of pit lane, but you can. Any sign of the BMW?
No, it's not with me. Their box is shockingly abandoned, which is not the way that I left it when I went to go talk to Christian Fittipaldi. And there's bits of foam on the front straight, but other than that, this cleanup should be rather quick. The longest thing will be all of the pit stop procedures under the safety car. Well,
I think there's bits of BMW as well, because that was a little harder hit from Connor. Just drifted half a car length wide. And as we were talking about with Jimo earlier on, as soon as you do that, you're going to be on the track, and a very scary moment for Connor De Filippi, who is indeed behind the wall, parked up in the awning in the BMW team RLL number 25. The seat belts are coming off for the time being. He's getting out of the car, so probably slightly more damage to the front than we might have. It's not so much hitting the Corex boards. They are fairly light, but they've used sandbags to hold those down on the side of the track. They don't like to pin them to the ground for obvious reasons, and I've seen a little bit of damage done by those sandbags in the past. Obviously they can't just leave them to blow around, Johnny. The car is steaming and smoking in its garage, but another victim there, Filippi, of just going a tiny bit wide at turn 12, and as you were talking about earlier on, once you're offline there, you're probably going to have all 4 Michelins on the grass. Exactly what happened.
Yeah, and you're going so quick there, you don't actually realise. You get so used to going through turn 12 on the track so quickly that it just becomes the norm, and then something goes wrong, you put a wheel off, and then you suddenly realise, blimey, I'm going a lot quicker than I thought, and the wall starts coming up really quickly.
Johnny Morland and Jeremy Shaw in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with me, John Hindhaugh. Shea Adam standing by for perhaps some pit stops. Doesn't seem all that long since we saw the leaders down the pit lane at least. GT Le Mans maybe making some stops. If I could only make my machine work. There we go. Looks like we have got some movement on the wall in prototype. We're only 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes away, 23 minutes away from the final set of points for Michelin Endurance Cup, final set of in-race points for Michelin Endurance Cup. So anybody who is hoping for that will probably, if they think they can go 20 minutes, Jeremy, they'll probably stay out at this point and try and bag some points as people around them pit.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody has just made a pit stop right before this caution period. I mean, the only car that will probably come in now amongst the prototypes is number 5 out of second place, but that's only because it's completely off sequence with everybody else. LMP2 cars, they were in, all of those 4 cars were all in a lap or 2 ago. We'll probably see the 2 LMP3 leaders onto the pit lane this time around, and that will perhaps give Jerome Blakemole an opportunity to get back onto the lead lap to make it 3 cars on a lead lap in LMP3. We will see pit stops in GTLM, and yeah, probably for GTD as well.
So 2 hours 23 minutes to go, JMO. We get a little reset again here. This is the cadence, this is the rhythm of American racing, IMSA racing. As a driver, there must be times when this frustrates you because you've built up a lead, but there will be equally times when you go, yay, I've just made up 10 seconds that I didn't have to fight for.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all about, at this point here, it's all about just really trying to keep the grip as much as you can in the tyres. And you see everyone, especially the DPIs, because we're with the leaders sort of 1st to 7th, they're all going around, they're all within 9 seconds, and it's difficult just with that bunched up like that behind the pace car to actually fall back and accelerate, which is kind of what you want to do, and try and just generate temperature in the front tyres in particular. But we were on board there for quite a while with Ollie Jarvis in the 55 car, and you can see he's pulling out quite a lot, sort of going down the side of Felipe, who's very good friends with Ollie. They're both very good friends. They're going down the side and coming back, dropping down the side. Because the one thing, when you're trying to overtake someone in the night time and you're behind them and you've got the headlights, it's very difficult to actually judge where they are. When it's daylight, you can see if they're on the right or on the left, or if they're directly behind you. But when it's so bright and it's literally all you look in your mirror and all you just see is a blinding flash of light, sometimes it's actually quite difficult to judge where they're trying to overtake you from. So there's that element as well when you're trying to catch someone napping on a restart, and that's all Ollie will be thinking about right now, because he knows that the restart is his best opportunity for getting a jump, and they'll all be thinking exactly the same. That's the problem.
Just had a mega stat in on at IMSA Radio from front stretch, pointing out I was entirely wrong that the advertising placards at Road Atlanta aren't held down by sandbags. They are in fact held down by bags of topsoil instead. Excellent. That is a mega stat. I am not going to ask front stretch how you know that, but if that is so, that is a mega stat. I use the term sandbag as a generic term for a bag holding onto some substance that is holding something down, or protecting you against bomb blast or anything like that. Bomb blast, floods, all that kind of thing. Thank you for that at IMSA Radio. If we've got any more stats about trackside furniture, love it to bits. 3 Michelin adverts that went the journey there.
So the off-sequence DPIs have just come in, which has changed the positions around a little bit.
5 Mustang sampling, Scott Dixon.
Not quite sure how
in the 01 and the 48 Ally car.
Tell me, how's the 55 car got in front of the number 10 car there? Because they were the other way around just now. I could have sworn. And they're under yellow. Maybe I just I noticed when they were coming in the pits. So the 5, as Shay Adams just said earlier on, the 5 was in, or I think maybe it was Jeremy actually, it was saying the 5 is in, 01's in, Scott Dixon at the wheel there. And then the just trying to work out. So Montoya in the lead, Pippa Durrani, then Ollie Jarvis.
Sorry, what was your question, Johnny?
When did the 55 get ahead of Philippe Albuquerque in the Connacht Mayotte?
Was he always ahead of him? Because I obviously must have. Was he always ahead?
No, I had a note.
I thought, because I was saying, I could have sworn I was talking just now, Jeremy. I was saying, they're good friends. He's pulling out, alongside him on the restart, and then I'm looking now, and the Mazda is in 3rd place, and the number 10 is 4th.
Yeah, I mean they were in that order before the pit stops, but I thought they changed positions afterwards. So maybe there was some sort of maybe there was a sort of jockeying position, and they've given that position back. Maybe it was sort of gained
exactly what
in a fashion that wasn't kosher.
Yeah, I thought my eyes were deceiving me.
No, they weren't, because I had number 10 car, I had number 55 after the pit stops, but as you say now, the other way around.
Shay Adam, a bit of drama for the Ally Cadillac in the pit lane. This pit stop is not just a regular call to get a service. Shay, what's going on?
It is actually the Chip Ganassi Cadillac, the 01 machine. They're working in the right rear wheel well. They've just put a block under the car, actually. It came in for normal service. They did fuel, and then they decided to jack the car up to look further. I wonder if there's an issue with how the tire is seating. They're working on the suspension. The nut might have gone through. Boy, that's strange. They're doing some work within the right rear of the car, but now it is dropping a lap as the pits are open for the GT cars, and we are going to have all 4 of our GT-LM cars into the pits. The Chip Ganassi Cadillac dropped off the air jacks. They are sending it. Phil is giving the order. Hey guys, come on, let's fire it up and go. And Dixie's trying. There we go. There's life in the engine, but don't leave right now because you're going to get run over by GT-LM cars. All 4 of them coming into the pit lane. Now Dixon cleared to leave. He's going to have to wait for the red light at the pit exit, though. We've got a driver change for the number 24 BMW. Jesse Krohn out, Augusto Farfus in. Fuel and tires for this car. Fuel and tires for the 97 Porsche as well. That WeatherTech car now in the hands of Kevin Estra. The 79 car also with the driver change. So Matty Campbell out. Matthew Jaminet getting back into that one. Fuel and tires there as well. And for the Ford Corvette, the first car to get moving once again, that was fuel and tires, but I did not see if there was a driver change.
Tell you when they get out of the pit lane. Hi to Richard P, who's up at the cottage, snow falling, drinking a beer, watching the plaid Porsche of Pfaff Motorsport. Give it everything. Thanks, Richard. It's good to know that you are tuned in. Hi also at the maximum effort, supporting Catherine Legg on the night shift. The Hardpoint team, they didn't have it their own way with the 88 car overheating from memory early on in the race, but now back out, and Cat Legg doing good times before this full course caution came out. Down to 2.25 hours still to go. Where has the time gone? We've had nearly 8 hours since the green flag. Well, this is another cessation of hostilities, with the 10th time that we've seen the BMW safety car out on track for over 3 hours now. 3 hours and 5 minutes just clicked over behind the safety car. Rhythm of the race picked up a little bit though, Johnny, I think it's fair to say, in the last hour and a half or so.
Get on your stats and tell me how long yellows we've had in this race. Tell me the hours of yellows.
3 hours and 4 minutes. Yeah, 3 hours and 4 minutes. Just ticked over 3 hours and 5 actually. That's 10 times. And
we've got 2.25 hours to go. So we've had 7 hours 45 minutes of racing. We've had 3 hours and 5 minutes of yellows.
Yeah, and 30 minutes of that, of course, was that one clean up for the big one. Let's check in with the Antipodean superhero that is Matt Campbell. He's with Shea Adam, who's got this VP Racing pit report.
Matt, you jump out of a Porsche at Petit Le Mans from the lead. You're very familiar with this sort of situation. How good does it feel to be back here, first and foremost?
Yeah, obviously fantastic to be back. You know, but in saying that, it's a little bit sad as well. You know, it's the last ever GT-LM race. Last time the RSR will race in USA, so a little bit sad on that front. But hopefully we can go out on a bang, try and get a win for Porsche. But yeah, it's a tough race. Obviously, everyone is super close. Fighting, you know, every yellow, so very close, very challenging, but yeah, we're in it at the moment.
Are you enjoying the battling out there with the Corvette and the BMW?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so close. You know, there's a few different strategies going on. You know, myself included in the last run. I just had to save a little bit of fuel, a bit of a bad restart, but paid off in our favour. We're able to jump 2 cars in the pits, so ideal. And yeah, we'll just have to keep chucking along. Matthew's in the car now until the end, and yeah, he'll do a bloody good job.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Gotta love the Aussies in any walk of life. He absolutely love what they're doing, and love talking about it. It's a great attitude that they have. Put aside our sporting rivalries with them, particularly with the Ashes cricket coming up, but brilliant. Love working with them, and they've made the Aussies and the Kiwis, actually New Zealand, turned out some great sports people for the size of the population. Extraordinary and great, doughty competitors, I think it's fair to say. Matty Campbell really carving his career out nicely, JMO, from his start in Australian Carrera Cup. Under 9 degrees Celsius out there now. That is chilly, mate.
It's getting nippy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if you're sat on the pit box, I can tell you. Yeah, Shay can vouch for that. She's probably wrapped up. And if there were tyre warmers, Shay, I'd say go and stand next to one of the tyre tents. But unfortunately, you can't do that because in IMSA we don't have tyre warmers.
Not even the heated cabinets that you have in WEC.
Yeah. But those are brilliant. And when I say tyre warmers, they have those tyre tents.
Yeah.
Like at Le Mans, if you're cold, you get out of the car, you're cold, you just go and literally stick a chair to that and just literally sit with your back against one of those tents.
Get your core temperature straight back up.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Shay be getting into the tyre tent right now.
Shay would be asleep in the tyre tent. That's not quite as susceptible to the cold, Shay, now since she's moved to Utah from Florida. We are getting her gradually acclimatized to what the rest of us have to put up with.
What was it John Doonan said? This is like a summer day in Chicago.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Something actually I was going to mention earlier on about the pro categories. I was talking, got time before we go back, Green, talking a couple of weeks ago to the newest signing for United Autosports for WEC next year. The frankly scary prospect of a 15-year-old driving in the WEC. He'll be just 16 when he goes to Le Mans. Josh Pearson, and he's of course a bronze driver, and he said, I don't have to be the fastest in the car, I don't have to be the fastest in the class, I just have to be the fastest bronze driver, which I thought was a really good attitude from one so young.
Yeah.
And a fast bronze is a precious commodity now in LMP2 Pro-Am racing.
Absolutely. I mean, a fast bronze, fast silver, and it's always a double-edged sword that when you're very young, you're going to be the bronze driver. You'll get very quickly upgraded to silver. If you're silver and you're a really good driver, you'll get upgraded to gold, and then that's when the proof starts. If you can hack it as a professional, as a gold or a platinum, then truly you're on your way. And that's why it gives so many people like Mikkel Jensen and Nicholas Nielsen in the WEC opportunities. I do believe in the driver ranking system in that sense. It gives young drivers an opportunity to actually get into a situation where they can prove their talents to become a professional driver.
Still trying to find out from Shay, who's down there at the 0-1, what the problem was when they were working on underneath the right rear wheel arch. We'll check in with that in a moment. 10 minutes to go before we're in the last 120 minutes, and we are going back to green flag racing. BMW 25 has been retired after that incident on the front straight with Connor De Filippi. Went offline whilst he was leading GT-LM. That's the latest retirement. That news coming in from race control. We're back under green flag conditions. Another good start from the front of the field by Juan Montoya. Pipo Derani, though, sitting right under his rear wing.
And he saw Felipe Albuquerque actually go down the inside of Oli Jarvis there in the turn 12, almost like I don't know if he let him through or it looked like a really easy pass. So it goes back to what we were saying earlier on with Jeremy, how they swatched positions. They were actually third and fourth with Felipe in front, and Ollie behind. Now it's reversed. So whether that was just a situation with the cold tyres and Ollie struggling to get them up to temperature with the Mazda, or whether that was deliberate, I don't know. But now they're running back to nose to tail again. That was a really good effort, but I noticed Pipo Derani is still really hassling Juan Pablo Montoya and absolutely looking to try and get past him. You've got this one opportunity before you settle down and have full confidence in your brake zone. You've got to try and make that work, but it looks like Montoya just defending the inside slightly, going into 10A, getting a really good run though out of 10B, and that will allow him to stay flat through 12 into 1, and I think he's broken the toe.
Really clever driving by Juan Montoya. You would expect it, of course, from a campaigner like him. Compromised his entry into turn 10, the left-hander, but managed to hold on to the line to get the exit from 10A. Well, that's really smart.
That's the thing. He knew he was far enough back, because you can sense, again, it's very difficult to judge with the bright lights exactly where they are, but he knew he was far enough back that he could defend slightly at 10A, and so long as he didn't overdo it, carry too much speed into the corner, he could then keep it turned at the middle, keep it to the left, and get a really good run out of 10B.
Jeremy was asking what happened with the 0-1, and it was a problem at the right rear. Shea Adam has the answer on that car.
the brake rotor had come loose and they were trying to reseat it. That's a very hot job to do this far in the race.
Yeah, that lost them a lap in the pit lane. The right rear brake disc had come loose, and Scott Dixon restarting then down in P7, and the first car off the lead lap in fact the only car in the 7 that is off the lead lap in DPI. They'll be hoping that they can catch a bit of luck and a wave by or a pass around. Montoya pulls out to 0.8 of a second from Durrani. Philippe Albuquerque another second or so behind. Albuquerque now, it took him a long time for Philippe Albuquerque to get onto Twitter, and we were having a bit of a joke about him, and the Albuquerque moniker came up, and he snatched that as his Twitter handle now, which I think is very good. Smashing lad, Philippe Albuquerque, really good to talk to, very knowledgeable, what Jeremy would call a student of the sport, watches other parts of the sport, interested in it. I always have a good chat with him. So you say that about an awful lot of people in this paddock. We are very, very fortunate indeed to have such a good set of people. Something about sports car racing, Johnny, I don't know if you found it as well. Obviously, you know, we have to talk to people across a wide variety of motorsports. Something about endurance sports car racing, people seem to have quite a rounded view of the world and not be so much in a single bubble as perhaps some single-seater races are, and that's not a criticism, they have to be like that because they're so focused in, whereas sports car racing people seem to be, as I say, a little more outward looking.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I find that in sports cars, I think it's the nature of, especially in America and in the IMSA paddock, you're actually able to mingle with a lot more of your sort of fellow drivers. You're not isolated like you are so much in single-seater racing at the top level, but even in IndyCar it gets very, very friendly. I think it's more a European-American thing, and obviously in the IMSA paddock you've got people coming from all over the world with very different opinions, very different cultures, and everyone mixes in together. It's one big circus, and I think that's why everyone loves it so much out there, because as we mentioned earlier and alluded to, it takes racing back a few decades to what it used to be like, and teams not necessarily looking to try and mess each other up, but actually when something happens badly, quite often teams are there for fellow teams, helping them with parts, helping them with whatever it may be, and that's sort of a, you know, race hard on the track but actually be friendly off of it, and I think that applies from the drivers all the way up to the top guys running the teams.
Turner at VIR loaned one of their competitors for the championship an engine hoist, so they could
there you go.
do a change, help and put it together for them and showed them how and helped them change their engine, and that was somebody that they were battling for the championship.
Yeah, and there are other top level championships out there even in sports cars where potentially that might not happen.
No, I agree with that. 2 hours and 5 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw, this is starting. We're back to green now, and there's still plenty of interest out there in all of the classes.
Oh yes, we're coming up now just 5 minutes away from the 8-hour mark, so more Michelin Endurance Championship points to be gained. Just looking at the championship battle overall now, the number 31 car ahead of the number 10. Those two nose to tail pretty much out on the racetrack, and whichever one of those two finishes ahead wins the championship. So a lot at stake there. The second and third place cars won by Montoya leads by not very much. And then Pipa Durrani trying to hold off Philippe Albuquerque. Came in, Durrani, number 31 team, they came into this weekend, what was it, 19 points behind, wasn't it? And now they are just 10 points behind. They're certainly within a position's worth. So it's all to gain now in the championship in DPI. They come into this race here, just 9 points between them, so yeah, incredibly close. Whichever one finishes ahead wins the championship, and that's super exciting.
There'll be some quick arithmetic at the end of this one before we head to Michelin post-race tech as we come down to the last 2 hours. Let's give you a quick Mazda in-race update. Start at the top of the shop where it's the number 60 Acura that leads. Juan Montoya has all of 0.6 of a second from the chasing Pipo Durrani in the wheel, Cadillac number 31, the red and white car. Then it's the blue and black Philippe Albuquerque driven number 10 Konica Minolta Acura, back by another half, 3/4 of a second, and about the same ahead of Ollie Jarvis in the white with the red and blue stripe over the top. That's the Idemitsu Mazda number 55. In 5th position, it is the Allied Cadillac, 6th Tristan Fortier for Mustang Sampling in the dark grey and gold car, and 1 lap off the lead now after that brake disc was coming loose, brake rotor was coming loose for Scott Dixon, the 01 Chip Ganassi Cadillac, 7th and 1 lap off the lead. LMP2, PR1 Matheson, Mikkel Jensen behind the wheel of that car at the moment, the number 52, by 2.5 seconds from Win Autosport and Tower, just another 3 or 4 seconds further back, 52, 11, 8. And Wayne Boyd for United Autosport, the 22 car, back on the lead lap, so the top 4 in LMP2 back on the lead lap, although there is quite a gap, around about 45 seconds between the Tower car in the 8 car in 3rd place and United Autosport in 4th. In LMP, sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, I was just going to add to that to say that Wayne Boyd was into the pits after the restart. Whether that was a penalty, I don't know, because it had been in during the caution period, so there's now made an extra stop. That's why it's a little bit further back from those other 3, John.
LMP3, Riley Motorsport leads the number 74 GT Le Mans. It is the Corvette that leads, and what a bit of driving at the front of the field. The leaders in traffic coming down through turn 12. Philippe Albuquerque going past the Pipo Durrani car. Durrani going straight back at the black and blue Cunningham Minolta car, 4 seconds up the road. The Meyershank Racing machine is getting away, and it's go time now for Albuquerque and for Pipo Durrani. It's like a video game out on the circuit at the moment.
I tell you what, John, that was an astonishing move by Philippe Albuquerque. He basically braked about 50 metres later and literally went out the outside of Pipo Durrani at 10 into 10A and then made it stick. That was seriously impressive.
Let's quickly finish off the Mazda in-race updates. GTLM, it's Nick Tandy from Mathieu Jaminet, so 4 Corvette from 79 WeatherTech car. Jaminet taking it to the end. Kevin Estre only another 1.5, not even that, half a second further back in the 97 Porsche, and then 5 seconds further back the remaining Augusto Farfus driven BMW, the number 24, the 25 car out. Connor de Felipe going off track whilst leading the class either side of the hardpoint car underneath the Fox Factory Bridge for the 2 cars battling for second and third. In GTD, Trent Hinman back in the front of the field for the number 16 Wright Porsche. He's got about a second on Pfaff Motorsports' Lauren Vanto. That's another Porsche. And then Heart of Racing in 3rd position. That's your Mazda in race update, with 2 hours to go in an extraordinarily interesting last 120 minutes where almost anything can happen. Don't go anywhere. Stay by your radio, stay by your computer. We've got full live streaming all the way through to the checkered flag here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Well, a demonstration of driving skills which is as entertaining as it is impressive. Johnny Molan, the pass for second that went on a couple of moments ago, just unbelievable. We'll get back to that in a moment. Let's check in with the battle at the front of the GT Daytona field, where Roman De Angelis is just out of the Heart of Racing. Aston Martin is with Shea Adam.
2021 sprint champion. You would love to tack on an endurance race win to that, wouldn't you, Roman?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty successful year for us. We've won a couple sprint races and obviously the sprint championship. Had a podium in Sebring and in Watkins Glen for some endurance races, but we want to get that endurance win. So, you know, really pushing. Ross is obviously in the car now, doing a great job. We led a bunch of laps today. We have good pace, so we'll see what happens.
We saw that the traffic was crazy during the day, but what's it like at night?
Yeah, it's a completely different story at nighttime. At least during the day you can kind of see who's coming and what's coming. At night it's just a massive beam of light, and you just hope that when you turn that they're not there. So it's definitely pretty crazy, but I mean that's the nature of the sport and that's the nature of this race. It's survival, so just gotta get through the last few hours, and hopefully we're the one to beat at the end. So
good luck.
Thank you.
Fantastic move for second place there by Philippe Albuquerque. and starting to cut into the lead, Jeremy, of Juan Montoya.
Yeah, that was amazing. It was a tremendous pass, but also on the next lap, the number 31 car almost got it back again, because those two, the number 10 and number 31, came up on Catherine Legg going through the turn 10 and 10A. Albuquerque was really very, very smart, super patient, waited to the exit of the right-hander, ducked to the inside of Catherine. Number 31 car, Pipo Derani, tried to carry full momentum, go around the outside of Catherine, but he quickly realised that wasn't going to work, because 3 wide going up to the hill, up the top of the hill there, is really, really, really asking a lot of questions and being very, very threat. Particularly with the 2 hours remaining in this race, that wasn't the smartest move. So the smart move was, and what he did was back off and tuck in behind, but that was super tight.
Yes, that was diplomatic language there, Mr. Shaw. 3 wide underneath the bridge.
Catherine Legg, though, to be fair, still gave him enough room, so he did have to back off and brake because he was running out of room, but then he still did actually go round the outside of her, coming up over the brow of the hill, dropping down into 12. So, yeah, he's taking no prisoners.
Yeah, she was paying attention there. That was classy.
Oh, yeah, she that could have been the end of both of their races.
Steering rack vibration issues on the 88 hard point car. Had overheating issues earlier on. Rather unusual that for the venerable Porsche flat 6 engine. Don't often see them having engine issues. Though in the GT3 version of the car, the radiators are still down to the front, so they are prone, like the road cars actually, they are prone to taking a little bit of damage, either stone damage or any accident damage. 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche going through turn number 1 is leading in GT Daytona, but Lawrence Vantour is right in the wheel tracks with the purple Tron-like LEDs over the header rails on that car, and that's first and second in GT Daytona, with in third place Ross Gunn sitting right behind them. Top 3 in GTD together heading down towards turn number 6. The yellow lights shining through the darkness. The Aston just trying to pick a move to try and drag past the 2 Porsches ahead. 2 of Weissach's finest against the Aston, and very good exit by Ross Gunn. Now, can the Vantage with the 4-litre V8 mid-mounted in the front, if you like, it's a long way back in the engine compartment, he gets a good run, may just get to the inside of the Faf car. No, that goes down the inside and takes the lead. New leader in GTD at turn 10, and still Ross Gunn having a look. Will go down the inside, down towards turn 12, didn't quite get the overlap enough and rather sensibly backed out of it, but good driving by all of them. This is a cracking scrap for the top 3 places in GTD.
Absolutely, and that was really good. Actually, the Porsches are obviously probably already being told over the radio they're fighting for position, but don't take each other out. They're both in Porsches. But yeah, that was a really nice move from Vantour there to take that. And then the Aston nearly got a run, thought about sticking his nose down the inside into 12, but you just can't do that. And then behind the DPI battle, you can see them desperately trying to actually overtake. I think Pipo Derani is actually sort of holding up Ollie Jarvis and Simon Pagenaud behind him, but then with the traffic, the gap's coming back out and then in again. But you can tell that they're really trying to keep that gap down and use the traffic to their advantage.
The 2 WeatherTech Porsches have just changed position as the 97 Kevin Estre has gone by Mathieu Jaminet just over the top of the brow there. Now that's not a normal turn 2, that's a normal overtaking spot, so that might have been orchestrated as well. Meantime, in 8th position, that's the in their class, the battered and bruised number 2. That is the United Autosport car. Come on, John, get your brain working. That seemed to be going a little bit slower than it should have been there.
Was that was the LMP3 or the P2
the
car?
P3.
That's the P3 you're talking about. Yeah.
That looked.
It looked okay actually to me, but maybe I'm sure your eyes aren't deceiving you there, John.
It's just, I thought he was getting passed by a couple of GT cars, and
that might well be the case depending on who's on board.
Well, that's a very good point.
Was that the car that was the car with the alternator, was it?
Yes, that was the car that lost all. So maybe that's back out again.
Yeah.
That's so right. Okay. That's Niklas back behind the wheel of that. He was uber quick earlier on, and in fact led the race and led it in some style. If you remember, he put the GT Le Mans field between himself and the rest of the LMP3 field, but then they had that rather odd total failure. We had two at the almost exactly the same time, the number 2 LMP3, and it was the 30th Performance Tech car?
Yes, it was.
It was, yeah. Okay. Within a quarter of a mile of each other on the track, one at turn 4, one at turn exit at turn 5. The battle at the front of the field, Jeremy, is absolutely outstanding. Albuquerque's got the lead down to Montoya, down to around about 2.5 seconds now. Pico Durrani's a second further back. Then it's Ollie Jarvis and Simon Pagenaud. So we have the top 5 within 5.5 seconds, and only 4 seconds further back is Tristan Vautier. This is boiling up nicely.
Well, it certainly is. It's just fantastic, isn't it, right now? I mean, you picking a winner out of this lot, no thank you very much. It's a tremendous contest here. Juan Pablo Montoya, every now and again, it looks like he might be edging away a little bit, and then the lead gets whittled back down again by Philip Albuquerque, who's driven a brilliant stint in this Konica Minolta Acura Car number 10, seeking to lead wire to wire in the championship this season. That's the car that won the opening race, of course, at Daytona, the Rolex 24. It's led all the way since then, but it finishes behind the number 31 car, which it was behind it just a few laps ago. Then it would lose the championship at the last hurdle. But Philip Albuquerque has momentarily at least set that record straight back in front.
And Jeremy, the GT Le Mans battle is heating up as well. So Jaminet let Estre go through and swap the 79 WeatherTech car in second to the 97 WeatherTech car in second. Estre has closed the gap down to Nick Tandy in the number 4 Corvette, Johnny, substantially, to the point where he's almost within striking distance. He's in the tour now, I mean, going down the back straight.
He's looking a lot quicker, actually. He's looking like he's getting a really good exit out of 7. He's looking really quick on the straight. And again, it's like I said to you before, in terms of the lights behind you, you can't always tell exactly where they are. But Nick Tandy's a wily old fox. He'll know that he's coming. But he's getting really close. The last time he was just as close to, and then a prototype got in between them at 12, and he fell back slightly from Nick Tandy and Kevin Estre, that is, in the Porsche. But this battle is going to go to the end. Two fantastic GT drivers at the top of their game fighting for the victory.
And of course, Tandy knows all about the strengths and weaknesses of the Porsche and of Kevin Estre as well. He's driven with them in the past, including at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with Estre, which Estre, the French driver, did win this year.
So long as we don't have a repeat of the contact like we did in the Bahrain race, we'll be okay.
Yes, I think that would have had somewhat of a different outcome had we had IMSA stewarding going on there. Incident responsibility is normally assigned very quickly.
If he gets through 7 out of 7 that he got last time, this is going to be a case of Nick maybe having to defend down into 10A, because he's sat right behind him now.
He actually dragged the 79 Jaminet car along with him. It's back, but it's not that far back behind that battle. Now, Ross Gunn has got up into second in GTD for Harter Racing, and that's because Trent Hinman's pitted in the number 16 Porsche from the second place in GT Daytona. So Vanter's gone through. She's keeping an eye on that as we keep watching this battle at the front of the field, down to under 0.2 of a second in GT Le Mans, 2.2 seconds in between first and second. There's going to be a driver change here down at Wright Motorsports, and that in fact has already happened.
Yes, it has. Jan Halen back aboard this car, the number 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche with a carbon hood and a carbon roof. I love it. They've already changed all 4 of the Michelin tires. They're lifting up the wiper. Ooh, windshield tear off. Wow, they are being really nice to Jan Halen a week after getting married to Margaret. Hello, Margaret. The air jet comes out and the fuel hose still attached. 30, 31, 32. So the Wright team with about 10 seconds to spare. No, it was short fuel. 35 seconds worth of fuel. So that means that they were 5 seconds shy. They pulled Trent in to try and get Jan Halen back on track a little bit sooner.
Maybe a little bit of strategy going on there, Shea. Thank you very much for that VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock report. Still Tandy leading in the Corvette, going down to 10 and 10A again. Prototype's about to get involved. They're passing the 44 Magnus Acura NSX with Spencer Pumpelly on board. Now down towards turn 12.
Corvette seems to get a really good run out of 10B, but the Porsche seems to get a better run out of 7.
Yeah,
so quite different.
Well, isn't that the joy, though, of sports car racing? Yeah, I know we talk about BOP and, you know, getting everybody on the same page, but what you can't ever engineer and should never be thinking of engineering out is the relevant, relative strengths and weaknesses of a car. Even if they make the similar lap time, they're not necessarily making the lap time in the same way in the same places on track, and I like that variety.
It is, so long as it is sort of spread out in terms of the corners and different types of corners and everything else, because there's nothing worse than having a car when you're on your own that can do a very quick lap time, but you're doing it in the corners and then you're going up against a car that's making a lot of its lap time on the straights, because ultimately in a race situation, the one making it up on the straights is always going to be able to beat the one in the corners, because then you'll make it up on the straights, defend through the corners and then disappear. And again, Kevin Estre this time, absolutely, that prototype that ducked underneath Nick Tandy going into 7, and I suspect this is going to be a move down into 10A. I don't think Nick Tandy's going to be able to keep him behind here.
Oh, well, they're side by side through 10.
There was contact. Nick Tandy's keeping his foot in. Again, pushes him right out onto the grass. That was a little bit naughty, that, and actually that's now let Jaminet back through ahead of his teammate in the Porsche.
The two Porsche, the WeatherTech Porsches, hunting as a pair here on the Singleton Corvette. Remember, the number 3 car out after the huge accident.
Got damage because he's getting caught really quickly now by the Jaminet Porsche. I wonder if he's got damage because there was a lot of contact coming out left rear to the side of the Porsche there, coming out of 10B, and now Kevin Estre's dropped right back. I'm pretty sure it's Jaminet that's behind him. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
And he's catching him quite quickly, so it looks to me like potentially
very, very interesting. I'm sure that'll be being looked at. It was side-to-side contact through the first part of 10.
It looked to me like Estre definitely got some damage. He got pushed very wide and it really kicked him out. He went right out into the dirt, and that was quite a lot of contact that Nick Tandy lent on him coming out, and actually they were side-by-side banging the rear wheels.
Rule in IMSA is that even if someone tries to go around the outside, puts themselves in that dangerous position, which you try not to do, that you have to give them a car's width through the exit of the corner. I'm not sure that was the case there. Certainly the 79 of Jaminet came through, had to avoid his teammate actually as he rejoined. My worry there would be, is there any wheel damage or valve stem damage of the cars running so close together? But that would have happened straight away.
Yeah,
so I think that if you pull a valve stem, it just goes down immediately.
It looked like Jaminet really caught Nick Tandy. Now, whether Nick was just assessing whether he had more damage, but he seems to have got his head down and started to inch away again. He's certainly not being caught as quickly as he was. And as you see the Kevin Estre
in the pits
coming into the pit lane, and it'll be interesting to see what damage down to Shea Adams. I'm sure she'll find out. They're changing all 4 tyres at the moment.
Shea, was that car due in anyway before that side-to-side contact, or have they been called in as a result of that contact?
Were they expecting him in? No. Is there right side damage? Yes. It looks Stark took a bite out of the dive board. On the right-hand side, the running board has a serious indentation in it, where there used to be carbon fiber and now there's just carbon fiber shards. That was not a planned stop, but we do have DPIs with teams up on the wall. Mazda pitting soon, as well as the 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac, and Felipe Nasser is back up on the wall for them.
Yeah, that was only a 22-23 lap stint. So
why would he pit though with that level of damage? If it's not damage to stop you, I don't understand why you'd come in and pit, because they didn't fix it. They just fueled and tired him, I think. So
unless there was a tyre issue.
Maybe.
I was concerned when I saw that level of contact side by side. The camera, that the amount that the bottom of the tyre sticks out different to the front, because you put the tyres at an angle so that when you're leaning on them, they flatten out. So he's well within the window of still getting to the end of the race with the same amount of pit stops, so I can see that. We'll have Jeremy Shaw with the Michelin Endurance Cup points in a moment, but first of all, some more pit stops from the front of the field. Ollie Jarvis from Mazda and Shea Pico Durrani for Whelen Engineering and Cadillac.
Chelsea will be happy to hear that Ollie is staying aboard the 55 Mazda, which is quite dirty and a little bit smeared on some of the names, but it's still going round and round. Fuel and tires for this car. Fuel, tires, and driver change for the Whelen Engineering Cadillac, and Pipo out, as I mentioned, Felipe Nasr in. There was a pit stop also for the 12 Lexus. They were in not very long ago. Now just waiting on fuel, and now Ollie is allowed to lead. I think he's going to miss doing those kind of burnouts in the Mazda because they are different from any other DPI we have, and they go out nose to tail way closer than when they came in.
Marvellous stuff. Thank you, Shea. Down in the pit lane. Jeremy Shaw, we should be getting all of the leaders in now. Yes, indeed we are.
Yeah, and the last lap around, the two were pretty much absolutely nose to tail as they came across the start finish line, as they are now as they come onto the pit lane to complete lap 326 to make their scheduled stops.
So at the pit lane speed limit, which always, doesn't matter what it's set at, always seems to be ridiculously slow. Coming down in there. Now, looks like full service for the Acura, the AutoNation XM Sirius XM car, and see above comment, Shea, for the second of the Acuras, the number 10 car.
Ricky Taylor is now aboard that car. He will take it to the checkered flag for Wayne Taylor Racing. For the 60, it is still on Pablo Montoya, but fuel and tires, you are correct on that. The 24 BMW was into the pit lane. That was no driver change. Augusto Farfus got new Michelins, well, scrub Michelins, and a lot of fuel.
Right, they're going to rejoin and reignite that battle quickly to Jeremy Shaw, who's been doing the arithmetic on Michelin Endurance Cup, and we have, I think, got a resolution in, off for the second of the Acuras. That was the 10, the Cunningham and Alta car, coming back on right in front of the Lexus, I think, as it was coming down through the first part of the S's. So that's cold tyres on the front of that car, just understeering off, Jimo.
That's exactly what we were talking about. It makes it so tricky coming out of the pits, and he was really trying to keep it in there so that he could keep the
Montoya.
As you see, Wayne Taylor,
Ricky Taylor, excuse me.
Wayne Taylor looking to the skies, but that was a really tricky moment. And of course, now he's not only got cold tyres, he's got dirty cold tyres.
Still the battle goes on in GTD, and in fact side by side on the back straight, Ross Gunn going for the lead. Lawrence Vanto is on the inside, the preferred line into turn 10. How late can he brake, and will the Aston be able to get around the outside? That Lexus is in the fight as well, and the number 10's just gone around them, that battle. So behind them it is the I couldn't see whether it was the Aston or the Porsche that came out of that section of the track, but they were very close indeed down the back straight. I think the 23's taken the lead on the tracker. Yes, it has. Aston leads going into turn 1. So that's Ross Gunn taking the lead in GTD. Right, Jeremy, sorry, interrupted you in mid-floor there. We do have some resolution in the Michelin Endurance Cup.
Yeah, but there's all sorts of things going on here. I mean, there's but the number 48 car in the lead, by the way, that's Simon Pagenaud. So that becomes the 6th different leader out of the 7 DPI cars, the 21st lead change. Yes, Michelin Endurance Cup then. In DPI, the number 60 car led at the 8-hour mark, so gets 5 points. Number 10 car that leads the way coming into this weekend gets 4. It now has 42 and has officially clinched, well, unofficially clinched, I should say, the DPI Michelin Endurance Cup Michelin Endurance Cup. So in the LMP2 class, the PR1 Matheson Motorsports car led again, so getting a clean sweep so far. That now leads by 4 over number 8 car. So that will clinch that championship as well for PR1 Matheson Motorsports 52. In LMP3, that's already been clinched by the car that led again, 174 for Riley Hobson. In GTLM, the Corvette number 4 now has insurmountable, so it will unofficially win the Michelin Endurance Cup in GTLM. GTD, the Wright Motorsports car once again was out in front and also has, I believe, an unassailable advantage now over the number 9 Porsche, which was second at the 8-hour mark, but is now 4 points behind. The biggest differential at each stage of the race is 3, 5, 4, 3 and 2. So by my reckoning, that's fun as well.
Thank you, Jeremy. Doing the arithmetic on the fly there for the Michelin Endurance Cup. Points, of course, to be awarded at the end for the overall championship as well. And we'll keep you abreast of all of those situations as we get towards us. Michelin post-race tech is well to come after the show. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. Hello to you all joining us for the last 100 minutes or thereabouts of the 2021 WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season. Good to have your company, sound and vision. And into the pit lane for the car that was in the lead. It's their turn to relinquish that now. The number 48 Ally Cadillac. Ally Cadillac coming into the pit lane. Shea Adam has got the news on this one with his VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock report.
That would be fuel, tires, and a driver change. And I believe the black and white helmet belongs to Kamui Kobayashi. So winner of Big Le Mans gets to go at Petit Le Mans. I just love that symmetry that we've got going on for both he and Mike Conway. It's fuel and tires for that 48 Cadillac. Just waiting on the fuel. Another perfect stop by Action Express.
Car released. And as soon as the fuel comes out, goes back into the race. So that should be the number 60 of Juan Montoya, who comes back into the lead. It was Ricky Taylor, of course, that went off coming out of the pits with cold front tyres in the number 10 car. Dropped himself down behind Felipe Nasr and Ollie Jarvis. Still in this, certainly, Jeremy, all of the top 5, possibly even the top 6, whose Bourdais is, yes, still just about there. All of those top prototypes still certainly in with the shout here, Jeremy.
Well, yeah, and the top 3, I think, are nose to tail, aren't they? Number 60, 31 and 55. That mistake could be costly for Ricky Taylor. He's all of a sudden now 10 seconds behind that trio, having led them prior to this round of pit stops, well, other than the 60 car, who's up into second place, and right with number 60. So that could end up being a costly mistake, because that has put the we're now looking at the overall season-long championship. That has handed the advantage back to the number 31 car again. It's been back and forth all the way through.
This is marvellous, Johnny, isn't it?
Oh, I'm loving every second of it. I'm just almost living it. We go on board every time, working through the traffic. The 31 car here, Felipe Nasr, I think, has been a bit of a star in this race. Really, and
he's right with the leader now.
Montoya getting held up through there now. Montoya now he's going to have a run on him here through 5, because actually he's going to get I think he's going to take the lead, because Montoya made the mistake of defending there. There's no way you can go down the inside.
They've got either side of the traffic.
I think he's taken the lead. Felipe Nasr's in the lead now, so he's now just going to check out, because Montoya was definitely holding him up. And then you've got Ollie Jarvis now also 0.2 of a second behind, and he's also going to want to try and clear Montoya and go with Felipe Nasr.
Yeah, I just want to see Nasr going into the distance. Turn 6 does have a bit of camber, a bit of banging on it, so you can't...
Yeah, you just don't defend into there. There's no way you can come on the inside. He had traffic in front of him, to be fair, but if he just stayed and taken his line, but because he actually compromised his exit so much, Felipe Nasr literally just drove down the left-hand side of him going into 6.
Yeah, he was actually through halfway down that straight, wasn't he, effectively? Oh, he's been held up at the final corner. Johnny is really living all of this. The 55 of Ollie Jarvis was getting very close to second position there, but got stuck behind the BMW, the GT Le Mans BMW, coming down into turn 12. I was going to say, Johnny, when you were saying that, you're living this now, right? I'm
feeling the frustration of the. I'm actually remembering the frustration when you're catching. You've got the guy in front, you want to catch him. You see the traffic ahead, like we got Ollie Jarvis going into 5. He's seeing Montoya in front of him.
Montoya's stuck again at turn 5
in front again of him, and he's thinking at this stage now he's got a prototype now, so he knows knows he's going to hold him up a little bit more. He's going to go round the outside at 6, which he does really nicely. Now he's going to have a problem here. Montoya's going to be held up at 7, and this is where maybe the 55 Mazda can get a run down the thing. But the 60 car, very quick in a straight line.
Yeah, got up on the curb a little bit there, but still got a good exit from turn 7. So Montoya holds his position, even though
the slipstream's working, John.
Just starting to kick in as they go through the kink at 9, down at the braking area of 10. There's still a car ahead, and that, of course, is Felipe Nasr, who is the leader of the race. 31 DPI from 60 DPI from 55, all coming down to turn 12 at the moment. There's not even a second in it as they go under the Michelin bridge and down towards turn 1 again. Living it from inside the car is one thing, as we have 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. It must be even worse for those sitting on the pit wall, particularly for the drivers who may be finished now. There's nothing that they can do. They're watching what we're seeing, they're living what we're seeing, and you want to actually be affecting this, presumably, Johnny.
You're sitting there biting your nails. I remember the Sebring 2007 when Mello literally we won by a cigarette paper, and Mika Salo and I were just sat there, nothing we could do at that point, and it was one of the most exciting. But it's more nerve-wracking being out of the car than in it, because in it you're just totally focused on what you're doing. You're not thinking about anything other than trying to work the traffic, get ahead of the car in front. But the bit between his teeth here, definitely.
Felipe Nasr, Jeremy, when he gets clear air, does seem to be quicker than Montoya. He's pulled out 1.6 seconds. Here comes Ollie Jarvis. Not quite close enough this time. It would be a big lunge here. Somebody said earlier on, I think Brazelton Post Office will have run out of stamps by the end of this, because there's been so much sending it around these parts today, which I thought was a great tweet.
As well,
absolutely great tweet. I'm not taking credit for that. That was from one of the listeners. Into turn 1 again. But already, Jeremy, 1.5 seconds, Felipe Nasr gone. As soon as he gets clear track, he's away in that Whelen Cadillac.
Yeah, really interesting, isn't it? And that they've bided their time in that car. Felipe Nasr, Johnny Mullen, absolutely is a star. I mean, why this guy didn't remain in Formula 1 is beyond me, because he is no question one of the top drivers in the world in whatever category he's driving, in my opinion, and he shows it time and time again. He's showing it again right now. It's going to be interesting to see whether he is able to extend a lead now over Juan Pablo Montoya, and whether or not Montoya can keep Jarvis behind, because I have no doubt that Jarvis can stay with Felipe Nasr, but now he's got to get past JPM as well. Yeah. That's easier said than done.
Yeah, and he was held up rather badly.
Really badly, lost like 2.5 seconds.
That was through turn 6 and 7. Ollie Jarvis had to follow the rather broken United Autosport prototype, the LMP3 car. The second place car going up the inside of the FAF Porsche into turn number 12, and that was very, very close indeed. Jarvis has to follow through past the Lexus, now past the Heart of Racing Aston Martin that's leading GTD, and Jarvis having to make these manoeuvres now. Well, he's got to make the decisions now.
Absolutely, and the problem is, you say you will get it back, but if you get too many cars in between you and you start catching traffic in the wrong places, and it happens 3 or 4 subsequent corners, then the car in front has a chance to clear that bit of traffic before you're there to make get an opportunity from it, and therefore it makes it harder to pass. You want to be tucked up behind somebody when they catch traffic, not 2-3 seconds back.
The leader will next catch the LMP3 third place car, the Riley Motorsports, Dylan Murray in that car, but I think he's going to catch him on the back straight, so should be able to deal with that fairly quickly. But everybody having to deal with traffic at the moment. Oh, actually no, he hasn't caught him at that point. He's going to get him maybe on the start-finish straight, maybe going into turn 1. Gabriel Aubry just ahead of that in the Tower Motorsports third place LMP2 car. Meantime, the battling GT Daytona has the leaders coming through it at the moment. The gaps beginning to tighten up in all of these classes, with 90 minutes now to go, Jeremy, and this is the race we had been hoping for. It's taken a wee while, been bubbling. It's not as if nothing's been happening. Yes, we've had a lot of yellow flag periods, but this has been sort of almost frustratingly just out of our reach, and now it's really coming alive, just as we hoped it would do.
Yeah, no question about it. And this is going to be an exciting last hour and a half of this race. We're now within 90 minutes remaining. So I would expect they can probably do it on 2 stops from here, possibly. It'll be fairly tight. Yeah, so there's still an awful lot can happen, because anytime you've got to make pit stops, there's constant traffic, as we've seen. Luckily for the leaders, I suppose, the field has been thinned out rather more than usually, particularly amongst the GTD cars who've had high attrition there, mainly as a result of that single accident, and that's taken a bunch of cars out. We've lost 11 cars in this race now have fallen by the wayside for various reasons, including, unfortunately, the Conor Di Filippi BMW, the most recent one, retirement.
Juan Montoya held up with a bit of GT traffic going over the top at turn number 2, and now down through the S's, and Ollie Jarvis is right back with them again on the run down to turn number 6. They've got, for the moment at least, a little bit of clear air. Jarvis trying to close down as he goes through turn 7, and again Montoya with traffic ahead of him may just get a little bit of a draft there. Whelen Engineering, Felipe Nasr further down that straight as he cuts through traffic himself, and he's going to have to make a big dive if he's going to get past that LMP 3 car that's ahead of him. LMP 2 car, excuse me, that's Gabby Aubrey, isn't it? Excuse me, that's...
There's hardly any straight line speed difference between them. That's what makes it so difficult. With a well-driven LMP2, as Gabriel Aubrey will be doing, it's a difficult one for Felipe Nasr now, and he's going to have to struggle a little bit to get past Gabriel Aubrey here. He's going to need him to let him through.
I think actually it might be Scott Huffick, excuse me, my apologies for that. I think it might be the 52 car.
Well, either way, a well-driven LMP2, it's going to be tough to pass for a DPI.
Well, same base chassis, of course, that as the DPI's got, and obviously a little more sophistication in the suspension engine department and the aero department for the DPIs, Jeremy, but this is turning into a cracker.
Well, it is. Scott Huffaker has actually set the fastest lap in LMP2 during this race, a 1:10.782, less than a tenth of a second ahead of Tristan Nunez in the number 11 car. Those are first and second at the moment. Thomas Merrill is driving the 11 car at the moment, with Huffaker chasing him less than 3 seconds behind. Gabby Aubrey about 18 seconds behind in third place.
And he's actually got the best first sector of the whole race.
Huffaker has, yes, in an LMP2 car.
Yeah,
that tells you all you need to know, Johnny, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
In terms of the performance potential there. IMSA, of course, slowed the LMP2s down and took performance away from them because the manufacturers in DPI didn't want to be racing them for the overall. But the aerodynamic performance of those cars is still very, very good indeed.
Right, there's a lot of GT traffic ahead of Montoya. He's got like 7 or 8 cars heading up into 2.
Leader's been held up as well.
3. Yeah, they all have, and this is an opportunity for some lead changes.
Yeah, at the track side at the moment, the Mazda has the very green top to it, the LED light bar, and that is chasing down, that's the 55, Ollie Jarvis chasing down Juan Montoya for the MSR number 60. That's got the purple top to it. Oh, very close going to turn number 7 and on to the back straight. And again, traffic right in the way of that scrap as they're heading down. Just a massive headlights heading down. The lead has cleared the traffic. He gets a clear run into turn 10. Felipe Nasr, not too much curb, quite a lot of curb on the exit there. That car's riding the curb very well. Confidence from the leader.
It does look good, actually. I noticed that Montoya's car, especially at turn 2, taking the apex there, the rear of the car was really hopping over the curb there. It didn't seem to be taking it quite as well as either the 31 car or the Mazda.
Mazda now looking at the back of the Mershank Acura. Right there, and there's more traffic ahead, still with a little bit of the Penske orange, I think, on the top plane of that wing from last year.
This is an opportunity.
Big opportunity at turn 5. This is where Montoya lost the lead, of course. He's had a better exit from turn 5. He's going to be able to dive down the inside. He's taking a risk, and there's almost contact. I think there was contact between Montoya and the prototype in front of him. That's the That is the tower car.
That is the car we were talking about. It's being driven beautifully there, and he's in his own race. He doesn't need to jump out of the way of everyone, but it's really, you can see how hard it is for the DPIs to get past him, because cornering wise they're almost identical, straight line speed wise they're almost identical.
Jordan Groves tweeting us incredible racing inside the last 20 minutes. Hope you're watching on Jordan. Free streaming video outside the US via imsaradio.com. Hit the live video tab, it's got our audio on it as well. Thanks for being with us. Coming up to nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, 8 minutes before 9 13 minutes before 9 here at Road Atlanta. That means just before 2 in the morning in the UK. Johnny Mullen.
I'd take my hat off actually a little bit to Montoya here, because he's really working the traffic in such a way that he's not allowing himself, like he did when he lost the lead, to get tripped up by any car in front. He's judging it. You can see where he's working the traffic. Either getting incredibly lucky or he's being really clever at the way he's working the traffic, and I think it's the latter. He's not getting held up, because that's the opportunity where coming down into 12 you have to get out of the throttle. That's where somebody that's a second behind you just sails past you on the following straight. That's not happening, so you have to give him credit for that.
Whilst we're keeping an eye on this, let's have a Mazda in-race update. GTD, Heart of Racing, Aston Martin, Ross Good has pulled out 4 seconds now, and Lawrence Vanto, and then it's another 30 seconds back to the third place Allegra Motorsports machine, the Mustang sampling number 5 car. Sebastian Bourdais is in the pits and the engine cover is off. Shea Adam is looking at that. Kamui Kobayashi goes through therefore into 5th position in the 48 Ally Cadillac. In the GT Le Mans category, it's 2 seconds between Tandy and Jaminet. Tandy's weathered that Porsche storm that he had for both of those cars behind him for a little while. The Kevin Estre car's recovered back out of the pits after that side-by-side contact and is still in 3rd position. In LMP2, it's Win Autosport and PR1 Matheson by just 0.6 of a second, and at the front of the field Montoya is under real pressure now. Ollie Jarvis has the smell of blood as he goes down into turn 6 through that banked area, now heading off to 7. Little bit more curb taken by the Englishman. Montoya gets that Acura out of turn 7 really well, but Ollie has managed to stay in the slipstream, now gets up to terminal velocity just over the top of the right. Don't think he's close enough here, but this is nip and tuck really at the moment, almost like a cat playing with a wounded mouse here, because Montoya doesn't have...
Montoya's driving well.
He's driving the wheels off it, but it just doesn't seem to be as composed, that car, as what we've seen from the Cadillac or from the Mazda.
See, from the onboard you can see he's literally putting it almost wheel perfect every apex. He's not outbraking himself. It's difficult because obviously it looks to me like the Mazda's a lot better through 1, but the problem is then coming up over the top into 2.
There's no opportunity, is there?
No opportunity, and then down through the S's, when you're following this closely like Ollie Jarvis is following Montoya, you lose so much front downforce. So for Ollie Jarvis to stay this close to the car in front and still be doing the lap times he's doing tells me that he's got a lot more pace if he can just somehow clear Montoya.
Just after midday in South Australia, Ted the Toyman tuned in. This time zone working well for our Australian and New Zealand viewers and listeners, and there's nowhere you'd rather be at the moment than watching this. Coming up under the Fox Factory Bridge is the battle at the front of LMP2. Cross the line for the Win Autosport car, the number 11 going through, and right on the wheel track, Scott Huffaker, who's been driving beautifully in that number 52 PR1 Matheson car. And the number 11 still has just a little bit of performance in hand, I think. At the moment, it's Thomas Merrill who's behind the wheel of that car. All USA driving talent, Stephen Thomas. Tristan Nunez has done his part, of course, and Thomas Merrill now the bronze, one of the 2 bronze drivers, up against Scott Huffaker, who is now close right in behind. This is extraordinary stuff, you know. If you add up the gaps between first and second in the 2 prototype classes, it's not 1 second at the moment after 9 hours of racing. Remarkable stuff, Johnny Morland.
It is, absolutely. Felipe Nasr, though, is checking out 6.3 seconds in the lead.
Leader in GT Le Mans in the pit lane for Corvette. They'll need 1 more pit stop to get home from here and round off the GT Le Mans era in IMSA competition. Shea Adam is watching that. Shea is, I take it they're leaving Tandy in, are they?
Fuel and new tires, no driver change. You are correct, John. They have done the tire change beautifully. That was 13 seconds for a tire change. That's very impressive. That's what we've come to expect from Corvette Racing. It is a windshield tear-off, and now just waiting on fuel. Now, how much fuel do they put in the car this time? Because the next stop will need to be very short if they do a full fuel this time, or do they do a short turn? They went with a full load this time.
Full load just in case there's any yellows. Also coming in, another class leader. That was Thomas Merrill in the LMP2 leader. He's now, that's the Win Autosport car. That car now has dropped back to second already because Scott Hoffaker's gone through. And it's Chamonix that's gone through to take the lead in GT Le Mans, of course. And now on their own at the lead of LMP3. Riley Motorsport with the Ranch 74 car, as Garrett Grist in the Junior 3 car, I think has just made a pit stop in that car, maybe a lap or two ago. At the front of the field, 7 seconds the lead. Here comes WeatherTech out of the lead of GT Le Mans. Now, how quickly can they turn this car around, because it was only a couple of seconds between themselves and Corvette. Now, this might be a short fill. If you want track position, they're going to have to think it's not the quickest of wheel changing going on the right hand side. The left hand side was finished early. No, they're going for a full fuel fill in that, cleaning out all of the ducting on the front of the car. Where is the Corvette? Coming down to turn 10 now, through 10A. Out goes the fuel hose. They're going to get out in front here. It's going to be very tight, but I think the WeatherTech Porsche is going to get out in front. The Corvette is just on the front straight now as the Porsche re-emerges from the pit lane just ahead of the Corvette, but on cold tyres, Johnny.
On cold tyres, and Nick Tandy's had a lap to get up to temperature. I wouldn't be surprised if he just drives straight past it coming out of 5.
And a third class leader in the pit lane, and that is the Heart of Racing number 23, Shea Adam, watching the Aston Martin stop. Ross Gunn seems to be staying in that car.
Yes, he is. Good luck trying to pry him out of this Aston Martin. It's fuel and tires for them, but they too will need another trip down the pit lane for a little bit more fuel to make it to the checkered flag.
Very, very close indeed in the GT Le Mans battle. Just going out onto the back straight now, the 79 Porsche, as Nick Tandy is going into turn 7. I think Chamonix got enough here. That was a really quick turnaround by the WeatherTech team. Out goes Ross Gunn. So moving into the final hour of the race, an hour and 16 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw, and that was smart work in the pit lane by the WeatherTech crew. They've retaken the lead in GT Le Mans over the might of Corvette Racing. Chamonix pits from the lead. So that means Estra's gone through, Estra is out in front, but also it's a pit stop is what I'm trying to say. But the GTLM, what's happened to Chamonix? Chamonix dropped back. That's an odd one, because he was definitely ahead on the tracker and now is shown behind even the BMW in that 79 car. It's an odd one there. We'll check that one up. Pfaff Racing in. Championship contender. Championship favourite now, you'd have to say, in GT Le Mans. Shea Adam.
Fuel, tires, windshield tear-off for Larry. They are leaving him behind the wheel, as you would do. They too will need a splash of fuel to make it to the end of this race, though, with just a little bit too much time to go on the clock. It should be a short splash, but man, they're waiting for every last drop of BP Racing fuel to get into the tank. And this car, which goes through the nose of the car, easy for me to say, pit forward, goes back up. There he goes back out and into the pit lane. Mazda Motorsports. Remember, this DPI will not be racing with us next year, which means that the final driver for Mazda and the 55 will be Harry Ticknell. He has just been installed into the car for new Michelin tires. They are doing windshield tear-off for him as well. Seeing is very important at this time of night, as you might imagine. Waiting on the fuel, going out. See you, Harry.
Yeah, and I reckon, John, they can get to the end of the race with just one more pit stop in that number 55 car. That's the first car, I believe, to have made its penultimate pit stop in this race.
Yeah, and that you always want to make certainly your last pit stops first, so that you've got strategic options. So making your second to last pit stop first is not the worst thing either. And that car's got real pace had real pace in the hands of Ollie Jarvis, and Harry Tinknell's not going to be driving it any slower, Johnny.
Absolutely, and they've got the pace. Maybe they can do a bit of an undercut here and get ahead and get some clear track, get those laps in, and then they can actually come out even after the next round of pit stops in front still.
Cooler air, turbo engine will like that. A little bit fatter, it'll run well. Mazda relatively light on its tyres though, so that is something that you have to be careful of, getting some energy into that car's tyres when you first go out.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously Harry's driven in the dark before, and he's been having a really good run in this race, but he'll be up to speed quite quickly. Get those tyres hot and get going, and that was a supreme stint from Ollie Jarvis there. He didn't ever quite get past Montoya, but he was keeping him honest the whole way and got them back into a podium position.
And kept us entertained as well.
This outlap is going to be critical.
Outlap is going to be critical. Yeah, totally agree. Absolutely agree. All outlaps are critical here. PR1 going out. Mikkel Jensen in the 52 car. Gabby Aubrey in the number 8. 31, the leader, just getting caught in behind that emerging LMP2 former leader there.
He lost like a second and a half there, just alone, maybe 2 seconds, in 2 corners. Like Jeremy says, this is all critical now. You can see the car in front weaving side to side, trying to get tyre temperature going.
Just trying to work out where Aubrey is.
That's the 55 car, isn't it, in front? Yeah, that's the 31 coming up to the 55 with Harry Tinknell on board. Harry Tinknell weaving from side to side, still trying to generate tyre temperature.
Desperate not to go a lap down here. Obviously, the 31 is yet to make the corresponding pit stop to the one that the Tinknell 55 Mazda has just made. Ollie Jarvis came in, swapped to Harry Tinknell, who'll take this to the end from here. You get the feeling now that it's just starting to come alive again for Harry Tinknell. Just a bit of...
Do you think they did a bit of a short fuel there so they can actually gain a bit of track position, and then they know they've got to do one more stop to the end anyway, and if there's a yellow then they can actually take it then? Do you think maybe that's the situation?
Possibly.
It's tight on fuel, Johnny. It's tight on fuel. There's an hour and 14 minutes to go. It was when it came in. About 37, 38 minutes is
so
about what
that's tight even with another full stop is what you're saying. So they would have taken full fuel then. Okay,
yes.
That makes sense. He's being held up badly through 5.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, they're taking what they believe is a minimal amount, obviously, but it's pretty much a full tank for me. You can't gamble on there being another.
Out to turn 7, and this is not a battle for position, but it is a battle to stay on the lead lap. Harry Tinknell has every opportunity to do what he has to do. The BMW pulls across and almost hits, the 24 BMW almost hits the 55 car down the inside for Felipe Nasr, and there's off the track moment for the 55 Mazda, who's then almost hit up the diffuser by the BMW.
Nasr got past, basically just stayed left going down the back straight there, John, and they literally split. It was like a Schumacher-Hakkinen moment, splitting Zonta, I think it was.
I commentated on that live from Spa.
I was just praying that Tinknell would stay left, and he actually had to go to the right of the Porsche, and then Felipe Nasr just kept his footing, got a really good run, and literally just went down the left-hand side, had the inside for 10A. Harry tried to stay in on the braking, but just slightly went deep and then ran a little bit of dirt on the exit.
Car's heavy at the moment for Harry, still getting the tyres up to temp and pressure. Lots more sparks from the 55 car through the final corner than from the 31. That tells the story visually for you if you're trackside here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Just over an hour, or just on an hour and 10 minutes to go. Off the lead lap, yes, from Tinknell, but now he's got to get the pace up and he's got to keep pushing, because the equivalent pit stop from Felipe Nasr is yet to come. And Jeremy, that car should be in the pit lane in what, a lap or two, the lead car?
Yeah, I would think so. It's certainly pretty soon now. Yes, the number on the last stint, number 31 and number 55 car came in on the same lap. So number 31 car stayed out a little bit longer. He's running great lap times, and he's going to, of course, need a little bit less fuel to get to the end from here. So the pit stop should be a little bit quicker.
Just put the leader in what our IndyCar colleagues would call the danger zone. If there's a yellow flag now, of course, the Mazda has made its stop. It's showing a lap off the lead lap at the moment if you're watching the Alcamel timing and scoring via IMSA.com. But don't worry about that, because, yes, we have just seen it go a lap down, but Harry Tinknell will be pushing as hard as possible to reduce and then try and get back on the tail of the leader. I think there's pace in that car, maybe not right at the start of the stint, although Ollie Jarvis seemed to have a lot of pace when he came out of the pits. New tyres, new cold Michelin tyres, which is not the best thing for Harry Tinknell, but he can still see Felipe Nasser in the distance. Maybe one more lap. 28 laps now for Felipe Nasser since the last time that he pitted. So he'll be down the pit lane this time or the next time by, and Harry could do with a bit of clear track here to get a good lap in and get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, absolutely, John. It's so frustrating when you're coming up to traffic, especially you come up to 2 and down into the S's. You're just really praying you're going to catch it at the right moments.
Shea Adam has some news of another retirement. We saw the Mustang sampling car with the rear deck off a little bit earlier on. Shea, what's the issue there, and is that car coming back?
Having engine issues, and they were trying to work. We heard earlier that Christian Fittipaldi told us they were working around engine issues. Well, they could no longer work around the engine issues, and it was too much. Looks like a cracked header. That car is retired.
Exhaust manifold problems for that car. Thank you, Shea. Just translate that for the international audience there. So, Harry Tinknell back up to speed and right with Felipe Nasser as Nasser peels back off into the pit. So as we thought, just a couple of laps more and Tinknell is back up to pace, first and second in the pit lane. Nasser and Montoya into the pit lane. So Ricky Taylor will go through to lead for Cunningham and Alter, and Harry Tinknell, who's got Kamui Kobayashi ahead of him as well, who still has to pit. He now has to hopefully have a clear lap, and well, there's a bit of clear space in front of the 55. He's got the 01, which is the Renger van der Zande Cadillac right ahead of him. That car hasn't been on the pace, but he'll get a decent tour down the back straight from that Cadillac. This might not be the worst thing. Work still going on at Whelen. Fuel still going in. The rest of the pit stop is done, but this is going to be cold tyres again for the 31. So the boot is now the boot now has gone onto the other foot. Onto the front straight now for the 55 Mazda, as the two cars that have pitted are moving. Nasser is out of the pit lane. So is Helio Castroneves been installed in the number 60 Acura.
Yeah, and they gained a lot there, so it'll be interesting to see how much of that they lose on this outlap.
Yeah, they've come out into traffic as well.
You saw the Mazda there going around the outside of turn 3, going around the outside of Helio Castroneves in the 60 car. So already, I think, because of the hot tyres, I think that was the 55 car.
Absolutely right, and that's critical. That we talked about that. That's why the number 55 car was brought in early. Get out there on a fresh set of tyres, try and make up some ground. He was clearly held up by the number 60 car. He's had now seven laps to try and get ahead of the number 60 car after we made this pit stop. Seems to have done so. We have to see now where the number 31 car comes out in relation to everybody else.
I think he had
ahead.
Yeah, he had ahead, and I think quite a healthy lead. But again, it'd be interesting to see how much they can eat into that over the next 3 or 4 laps.
Coming down to turn 12 now for the Whelen car, and he's got a couple of cars between himself and Harry Tinknell, who is now onto the front straight. The 01 Cadillac actually with Renger van der Zande turning pretty good lap times, but I would expect that Harry Tincknell would like that car not to be between him and the 31 car.
No blue flags either. He's not going to get blue flags because he's not want to go a lap down in case he gets away by later on in the race. So this is going to be tough for Harry to get past the 01 car.
Well, he is a lap down at the moment, so actually this might help because Renger van der Zande will be pushing hard to try and get back on the tail of the 31. Through into the lead, by the way, Kamui Kobayashi, who is yet to make the equivalent stop to the ones that we've just seen from the cars we were talking about. Ricky Taylor back out onto the racetrack in the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura after his penultimate pit stop, and he is desperately slow. I mean, it was really painful coming out of turn 10. He was passed by an LMP2 car there as if he was chained to a post. Now gets back up to speed. It's the Wins car that he's going to have a look down the inside, but can't even make that one. It is just a question of patience here, Johnny, and getting the attempts back up again.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can't overcook it, otherwise you flat spot a tyre, or worse still, you go off and have an incident that damages the car. Like you say, I mean, you could hear him there having a big lift through the apex of 12, and once his tyres are up to temperature, he'll be taking that flat without even thinking about it.
Look, the number 55 car is less than 2 seconds now behind Felipe Nasr. And they are the pair of them 10 seconds ahead of Elio Castroneves in the number 60. Number 48 car still leads. That has yet to make its penultimate stop in this race, but this is still a great contest and great strategy there, I think, from the Multimatic Mazda team to get that car right up with Felipe Nasr. Going to be passing is going to be difficult, but of course on the next round of pit stops, the number 55 car is going to spend longer on pit lane because it'll need more fuel to get to the end than will the number 31 car and the number 60.
Elio Castroneves, remember, just been plugged into this battle, whereas Felipe Nasr and Harry Tincknell have been in for a full stint, minimum a full stint, before they came out the pits this time around. So Castroneves hasn't been in the car for a while. Really hard to just switch back on again, and he had a tough exit right into traffic as he came out of the pit lane. And on such things, Johnny, do racers like this turn?
Absolutely, and again, Elio, fine racing driver, but he's the third driver in the team, so he's not going to be quite as up to speed of driving at night in the car, knowing what the visibility is like, knowing how it is when you get the tyre.
We talk about Elio Castroneves, Johnny.
Yeah, true.
Talk about Elio Castroneves. I mean, he's look what he did in Indianapolis.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not in any way. I'm just saying that obviously in a DPI he doesn't have the experience levels of coming out and being able to get right back on it, and so he's always going to take maybe a couple of laps longer than it would if he was racing the car all season long.
Yeah,
good point.
And he hasn't had that much time in the car this week either. That's the other thing. I always feel sorry for quote-unquote third drivers.
Yeah, it's tough because you come in, you're expected to be pretty much on the pace of the regular drivers. You get a fraction of the time in the car.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's take a Mazda in race update. Cracking battle at the front of the field. Kamui Kobayashi is in the pits and will hand the lead back to Felipe Nasr, who's going through turn 1 now. Chased, hassled, harried by Tincknell as they go through turn number 1. A very quick stop by Kamui Kobayashi. He is emerging from the pit lane now. So it's Nasr in the Whelen Cadillac from the Mazda of Harry Tincknell, the 31 from the 55. Then Elio Castroneves, just another second or so further back down the road. Then Ricky Taylor is about 5 seconds further back in the number 10 car. In LMP2, the leader, Gabby Aubrey, Tower Motorsport number 8, is into the pit lane for his pit stop. That means Mikkel Jensen will go through retake the lead in the 52 PR1 car. In LMP3, Riley Motorsport leads in the 74 Ranch car, the number 74. Garrett Grist in the Junior 3 Racing 30 in second position, 40 seconds between those two. Estra leads for Porsche ahead of Nick Tandy. Still out there, Kevin Estra, and they're on a different strategy, of course. They were forced onto that when they got the puncture many moons ago, and they've been just staying off strategy. The two WeatherTech cars splitting their strategy just a little bit. Tandy 17 seconds away from the lead. And in GTD, Pfaff Motorsport lead for Porsche by 0.2 of a second. Great battle. Vanto versus Ross Gunn, and about 10 seconds further back, Zach Veach in the remaining Lexus RCF. That's your Mazda in-race update. The next hour is the last hour, and it starts right now here on IMSA Radio. Well, it's the run to the checkered flag for the final time in the 2021 IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Jeremy Shaw, Johnny Molan, and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam is our eyes, ears, and everything else in the pit lane. Our legs, feet, and everything. And clocked up a few miles this evening.
And she's doing a phenomenal job as well, I have to say. Shea.
Absolutely.
You're doing such a good job.
Powered by VP Racing Fuel. So the battle for the lead. Whelen Cadillac coming down the hill to turn 12.
Yeah, he's managed to stretch that gap out a little bit, John, using the traffic, and his tyres will now be up to temperature, so it's going to be a straight sort of fight with this ebbing and flowing with traffic, I should imagine. Jeremy's right, though. The next round of pit stops, I suspect, if Tinknell's going to have to really keep his head down and not think so much about trying to take the lead off Nasser, but just keep close to him, keep as big a gap as he can behind him to the 60 car, so in the next round of pit stop he doesn't fall back behind them and he can keep second place.
Renger van der Zande, unwittingly perhaps, is doing their Cadillac teammates, in inverted commas, the 31 Whelen car, a bit of a solid here, because he's still got the 55 car,
that's what
the
I
Mazda
said, yeah.
behind it.
That was a nightmare for Harry.
Yeah.
Could really do without that.
Changing lead for GTD, down to turn 10. Ross Gunn goes through and takes Lawrence Vanto and immediately starts to pull away. Heart of Racing then, and Aston Martin back in the lead of GTD with 57.5 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw.
Wow. Felipe Nasser, by the way, his last lap was a 1 minute 9.67, so just a couple of tenths away from his fastest lap of the race. He is taking full advantage of the fact that Harry Tinknell got held up in a little bit of traffic right there.
And that's what it's going to be. You've got to take the opportunities when they come.
Yeah, and I think Felipe Nasser on a set of hot tyres, ready to go with the grip. I can't see anyone overtaking him unless he gets really badly balked in traffic or he gets really unlucky with traffic.
Here's a question. We've got one more pit stop to come. The Mazda, it's pretty much a full pit stop and a run to the line. The other two cars in the fight, the 31 Whelen Cadillac and the 60 Helio Castroneves, the MSR Acura, probably slightly less than a full fuel fill. Do you change tyres?
I don't know, because I don't know what the performance advantage is. I mean, you're seeing Felipe Nasser now. I believe he took tyres at the last stop. He got up to temperature. The brand new tyres, for maybe a lap, they're going to be slightly slipperier than the scrubs. But then after that, do you get that real advantage? It just plays out, and it really is. You're giving one hand, taking away with the other. So I don't have that information, but you can bet that the teams all do. So they'll be making a call on that.
Jeremy Shaw, when does the window open for the last stop for these DPIs? Around about 40 minutes, just under?
Yes.
40 minutes to go. All right. So that's what we're gonna do. We'll know, because they'll all jump.
You think they'll all jump?
Yeah. They almost certainly will take on fresh tyres if they have some.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have.
Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, I think they'll all go as soon as the window opens, because you can't afford to get caught if there's a safety car.
Yeah.
So we'll know when it's open. Nasser with 3.4 seconds. He is putting in some phenomenal laps. Getting down towards final pit stop time for the GTDs. They go quite long in the race. And the third place, number 12, Zach Veach driven Lexus, is in the pit lane. Shea Adam is watching the pit stop. This, I think, she'll be their final stop. Shea Adam.
Fuel and tires only only for the Lexus. Oh, and a windshield tear-off as well for Zach Beach, leaving him aboard the car, and it is triggering a slew of other stops. The Wright Motorsport guys are up on the wall for the 16 Porsche, and the Heart of Racing crew is watching in eager anticipation. So I believe the pit lane's about to get busy one last time in 2021.
Yeah, the GTDs are just about there as far as their pit stops are concerned. I think they can go 54, 55 minutes. That's what we've been seeing. Cool of the night, down to just 46 Fahrenheit on the track, 45 in the air. That's pretty much what we were forecast earlier on. That's well down into single digits in Celsius. This is a chilly evening now. The engines will like it. The pit crew standing around blowing on their hands for the last pit stops, and DPI will not. This is not the time to have a fumble of a wheel nut. Ricky Taylor, Jeremy Shaw in the Konica Minolta number 10 Acura is right there, down to 7 degrees Celsius. Ooh, chilly. Right there now as Helio Castroneves is in the pits. Castroneves, the 60 car, in the pit lane. 54 minutes to go, Jeremy. That's too early. They can't get to the end from here.
I don't think so. I don't think so. No.
Well, they can't go as far as a GT car.
Well,
that's for sure.
No,
so.
and yeah,
And the GT cars are only just pitting, aren't they, Jeremy?
The interesting thing about this, perhaps, is your Acura is looking at the big picture here. Ricky Taylor certainly did not want to get caught up behind Helio Castroneves. He caught him up. He needs to get past him because he's still chasing that championship. He's got to catch fast, but they cannot afford to lose any time at all getting past other cars. So, but that, I doubt it. But I think Castroneves would have been instructed to let Taylor go in any case.
And we did see Acura changing, asking teams to change positions earlier in the season as well. I seem to remember discussing on Michelin post-race tech, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, championship is a big thing, and it's the battle between the number 10 of Ricky Taylor and the 31 that leads the race at the moment. Basically, as it stands now, whichever one of those two finishes higher in the final standings will take the season championship. Fuel only for the 23 Aston, in and out of the pit lane for Ross Gunn. Stays aboard, so that tells you then
60 cars still in the pits, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that was a problem. They wouldn't.
No, Shea Adams there. Shea, this is not a standard pit stop then.
Nope, they are looking in the left under tray of this car. It looks like the floor is damaged behind the left front wheel. They have done the tire change on this car, but it was not expected to come in. Jeremy is completely right. It is too long to go for a DPI, but they have flashlights out now, and they are talking about dropping the car and seeing if anything is hanging down at this stage. Not good. This car is now officially out of contention.
Yeah, don't disagree, Shea. Shea Adam on the spot with our VP Racing Fuel pit report. Try and get a chat with somebody down there as we move into the last 50 minutes in around about 60 seconds time. Shea close enough to be able to wield a spanner if necessary. Oh, that car is being somewhat recalcitrant in pulling away. Difficulty for Helio Castroneves to get that car moving again, Shea Adam.
Yeah, there was, but there was also some confusion as to where he was going, and he is making the hard right turn. That car is back to the garage.
That is cruel look for the Sirius XM AutoNation. MSR Acura been in contention all day, has been a factor, but now back behind the wall, and their hopes have been dashed in the cruelest way. Johnny Morland, Hugh Chamberlain, doyen of endurance racing, always used to say about endurance racing, particularly Le Mans, well, if it's going to pack up, he used a more colourful word than that, hope it does that before the pubs shut on Saturday night. Yeah. Don't want it to be going into the last hour before it, what's itself.
And that's right. And talking of Hugh Chamberlain, that's exactly what happened. I drove a Daihatsu Charade that Will had 24 hours with Hugh and Will Hoy, God rest his soul, way back in the day. We had a an engine problem within 40 minutes of the start. The head gasket blew. Within 40 minutes, we spent half an hour or so changing it, and then we drove that thing flat out for 23 hours and a half. It's great fun, but yeah, to have it a mistake that early in the race was absolutely at least give us a chance to get back in and go out.
Battle for the lead now, down towards turn 10. Not sure what's happened to Felipe Nasr, but he's backed up towards the charging Harry Tincknell, and it's now only a car's length.
Went very, very defensive there, John. There's Felipe Nasr in the 31 into 10A. And I couldn't see any traffic there that was really putting that in. I think that's just Harry catching him here.
Maybe a mistake coming out of turn 7.
Might have been, and he's flashing. That's the thing, he's flashing his lights behind him, just trying to put him off.
Jeremy?
The last 2 laps, all of a sudden, his previous laps was a 10.09, a 10.56. The last 2 laps were 13.82. Wow. This last one a 13.0. I think it was traffic.
Down towards turn 6, passing the Audi, one of the GT3 Audis, and this is the battle for the lead. It could potentially have championship implications as well. In fairness, Nasr and Whelan don't have to win the race, they have to beat the number 10 for the championship. But what it does is puts them a little bit closer and a little bit more in reach of Ricky Taylor and the Konica Minolta Acura in 3rd position. But remember what the guys were saying at Mazda earlier on. They don't care about the championship, they want to win the race. Meantime, the car in front really cares about the championship. And if you get alongside it, how hard is Nasr going to defend? Certainly there was an issue. He lost those 3-4 seconds in the blink of an eye in those last couple of laps. And Tincknell now has got the pressure back on again. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. What a fantastic motor race this is. Of course, Felipe Nasr, he won this race with Pipo Derani a couple of years ago in 2019. He wants to get another one, but at the same token, the championship really is the #1 goal for that number 31 Whelan Engineering team.
Johnny Morland, this is tight, this is nail-biting. Ollie Jarvis will be to bury in the pit lane at the moment. He's done his bit, there's nothing more he can do other than sit on the wall. He'll be listening into the communications. Thankless task to be out of the car at this stage.
Yeah, him and Jonathan Bomarito also did a phenomenal job earlier in his stints. Obviously he knows the car very well from last year, but it looks to me like I think maybe that was traffic, because Felipe Nasr now seems to be able to stretch away, not by a lot, but a little bit now that they're both running in clear air. But I think that Harry Tincknell's definitely got the pace to sort of hang with him, and as it yo-yos with the traffic, there could still be an opportunity.
Don't forget, coming up after the checkered flag, it ends the race, but it only starts the conversation. We'll get some interviews from Shea in the...
I noticed there was a downshift there. Harry Tincknell went into one and literally went for a downshift. So obviously beginning to work the tyres quite hard there, and just noticed that, pull for a downshift to try and get a better punch off the corner.
Michelin post-race tech to come, hashtag Michelin PRT. What a finish to this race, and it's not over yet. Still 46 minutes to go in and out for the leading GT Le Mans car. Matthew Jaminet, I think, has stayed at the wheel of that car. Yes, he has. Kevin Estra's gone through into 2nd position, but the 97 had gone very, very long last time around, and Tandy's right with Kevin Estra for 2nd position, as the 79 is getting up to pace. He's got cover behind, though, from his teammate the 97, and then it's the Corvette. That's going to be a barnstormer between the top 3. They've got about a minute or so ahead of the BMW in 4th position, so 3 cars for the top 3 places in GTLM, but which way round will it be? And at the front of the field, it's back down to just a second again as Tincknell's working the traffic. He's right there, flashing his lights. The car just ahead of him is the leader of the race as he goes over the top. Really, really tight margins here.
Look at all that rubber offline there as you drop down through the S's.
You cannot go offline there. That is a 1-groove track now, isn't it?
Absolutely, and you can see that with the lights. It's just picking it up, and as you drive through these cars, if you go a little bit off, and the trouble with the traffic here, John, as we're seeing with so much ebbing and flowing, is you have to work the traffic, and that involves going offline to pass them, and the rubber offline is just huge.
Marvellous stuff. 10 seconds between first and second in LMP2, PRO and Matheson Motorsport. Tristan Nunes being plugged back in to the second place number 11 Win Autosport car. Let's see if he can catch Mikkel Jensen and try and put some pressure on there. Gabby Aubrey in third position is another 10 seconds further back. LMP3, 47 seconds the gap between Garrett Grist leading for JR3, Junior 3 Racing, and the Riley Motorsports number 74 driving that car at the moment is Felipe Fraga. Felipe, no slouch behind the wheel. See if he can get that gap down. We've talked about GT Le Mans, GTD, 45 seconds now. Vanto ahead of Ross Gunn, but Gunn, I think, has made his last pit stop. So that may yet go the other way. How far can Faf go into this race? They've made one fewer pit stops than the car, the 23 Aston right behind him. Allegra Motorsports right in front of Harry Tinknell as he comes out to turn number 7. Didn't hold him up too much coming out of there.
When you're going into turn 6s and 7 on this and you've got GT cars in front of you, especially with the LMGTs, actually they're going to be mechanically higher levels in grip than you are, so actually you don't lose that much time through 7. And you saw Harry there behind, he was just waiting, letting the 7 take his line. He also took his line. That's minimising. He lost a little bit of time. If he dive bombed him, he'd have lost 2 or 3 times the amount of lap time. So very clever driving from Harry there.
Again, how Porsche keys to the race, decisions, and that's the kind of thing we're talking about there. You're driving a car on the ragged edge of adhesion, you're trying to stay with the leader ahead, and then you've got to try and work out what is the best way to get past that car in front of that without losing the time and letting the leader get away.
And you're looking ahead all the time. You're not just looking at the car in front, but you're looking beyond that to the cars that are coming up in front of him, trying to judge where you're going to catch traffic, trying to judge where the car in front is going to catch traffic, and it's just a constant evaluation of what's going on in front.
Looking forward to next season? Yes, of course we are, with some new teams, some new cars, some additional cars for established teams, but we're not finished with this yet. 42.5 minutes to go before we head to the podiums and to Michelin Post-Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. Let's have your comments. What have you thought about this race and indeed this 2021 IMSA WeatherTech season?
Harry got a bit squirrely into 10A and B there. He just pushing quite hard, just lost the rear ever so slightly on a downshift there on the brakes. Just had to correct and get out of the throttle. That cost him about half a second.
Tristan Nunes has pitted from second position. That'll be the last pit stop for the Win Autosport number 11 LMP2. But that has cost him I think he's dropped a lap. Yes, he has. He's dropped off the lead lap. But surely Mikkel Jensen still has to make his last stop in the 52. Gabby Aubrey in second place now for Tower. Those three have been battling all race long. Sad sight of the number 60 Acura being pushed away behind the scenes. That car went behind the wall. Now, is that car coming back to get back on the track? Yes, it is. Heading out towards pit in, you've got to come back into the pit lane. You can't just rejoin, and you have to go to your pit stall and stop before you go out. That's the sort of things you've got to remember.
And that's what I love about racing in America, is you literally come out the back of your truck, you turn sharp left, there's people around, everything, and you drive through a crowd of mechanics and people just to the end, turn right into pit lane, and then you're on your way.
Yeah. Well, whatever was ailing that car has been fixed.
Access all areas for spectators in these races. It's incredible.
Back onto, wow, big slide from the number 60, almost scattering the IMSA marshals. Now he'll have to stop at his pit lane, in his pit box here. Can't drive back out onto the track. It's going a very long way down. Where is the pit box? I think he's missed the pit box. Shea Adam, it's my understanding that coming back from behind the wall, you've got to at least pause in your pit stop. Is that not right? In your pit stall?
Nope, you can go straight out. You can go straight out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Shea. So that should be okay.
So we must be getting close now, Jeremy, to the Mazda 55 pitting, would you not think?
Yeah. 40 minutes we said, Jeremy, didn't we, for the DPIs?
another lap or two, and he'll have to come in to take on his final service of the day. He's not going to come in this time around, so I think he'll probably be in next time, or at the most probably the lap after that. And he's going to take a longer pit stop than it is number 31 car.
And everyone will be pitting at that point, I guess, because they can get to the end.
And as soon as the Mazda comes in, everybody else will have to jump. Just
try and do 2 more laps, I think.
Right, dangerous game. The amount of fuel to get to the end is finite. It's not as if by going further you're going to need less fuel. The amount of fuel that all the cars need to get to the end now is already set from earlier in the race.
And judging by how squirrely it's getting for Harry Tincknell every time he tries to get the traction down coming out of the corners, they're definitely going to be taking tyres, I reckon, at this stop.
Yeah, and that is the big gamble, isn't it? That really is the big gamble.
Well, do you go for track position, but then they're doing it all together, so it's not really track position, is it? In the days when you had to separate the two out, but they do everything together, so you're just limited by your fuel anyway. So I suspect that means that in most cases it's better to take tyres, regardless of tyre wall map issues.
I wonder if
rears only?
Yeah, rears only. 2 tyres stuck.
Mazda. It needs a full tank of fuel. They might as well put on all fresh tyres.
No, I was thinking for the tyre warm-up, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You know, just lose a bit less time on the outlap, but then maybe the fronts are rooted.
It'll be interesting to see what the Cunningham and Alta car does, because they're 10 seconds behind, and they've got to get ahead of the 31 car to win the championship. They've got to get ahead of that Cadillac. That to me might be the car that does something a bit funky on the final stop, Jeremy. And Wayne Taylor is not above doing something different. He understands if you do the same as everybody else, you're going to get the same result. And we've seen him before do some different strategies, and it's paid dividends for him in the championships in the past.
Indeed, and for that number 10 car in the 3rd position, the gap now to the first 2 is 8.5 seconds. Only 7 or 8 laps ago, it was around about 13 or 14. So he's certainly he's gone a little bit closer, but he's not close enough right now. I think we reckon he lost about 10 seconds, didn't we, with that spin?
31 cars come in. 31 car is in first, so they've jumped first. I think the Mazda's followed it in. Yes, it has. So Nasser and Tincknell both in at the same time. So it's 37 minutes, as Jeremy said, on the nosy. So this is last pit stop time. Shea Adam fires up the mic for the VP Racing Fuel pit report as the 2 leading prototypes go through. The Cunningham and Alta Acura has stayed out. Ricky Taylor has stayed out. Shea Adam, you've got first and second.
For Whelen Engineering, they are doing the rear tires only, it looks like. They don't normally change the rears first. For the Mazda, they did all 4. We are waiting on the fuel for both cars at this point in the race. Which car is going to get moving first? Remember, the Cadillac came in leading the Mazda. Also in the Fast Motorsport Porsche. The first car away is the Cadillac. Mazda still sitting in its box waiting on the longer fuel stop, except it was out there longer. 31 seconds stationary in the box for the Mazda. Faf Motorsports doing 4 tires for Lawrence Vantor. He's going to have driven a lot of this race, particularly towards the end, and away he goes. 19 seconds in the box. That is fast for a GTD car.
Off for the 31 car, off going down the S's on the exit. The car looked extremely unsettled. The FAF stop, by the way, that Shea was talking about there, really important, because that's their last stop, and the Aston Martin has already, I believe, made their last stop, so we have to see how that one works out. But Felipe Nasr, an uncharacteristic mistake for him. Kobayashi's gone through the lead. Ricky Taylor goes through in second. Here's Taylor onto the pit lane now. 6 seconds difference in the fuel fill time, because the Mazda had stopped earlier on its penultimate stop, but some of that time has disappeared between those 2 cars.
He lost a couple of seconds there, and I think that might have caught him out in the firms. He had more front grip than rear grip, and you saw he just turned in, lost the rear, had to straighten up, go straight across the grass, and then going through the S's again, you could see the rear just squirreling away, and I think maybe that just caught him out, not having changed all 4, because he was obviously had much less rear grip than front grip.
Across the line, Kamui Kobayashi leading the race. There goes the 31 into turn number 1, and here comes Ricky Taylor. Has he got out in front of the Mazda? I think he has. haven't seen the 55 of Harry Tinknell go through yet. Yes, and that's another car off. That is another car off at the same spot.
And there's the Mazda.
There's the Mazda going through.
And that is what we were talking about. That is the undercut.
That is absolutely crucial for the championship as well. For Ricky Taylor, he did beat the Mazda out. The Mazda, by the way, we've still got that 0-1 Renger van der Zande out there as well. That car's out on fresh tyres, and that car will be struggling a little bit. And that was in front of the 0-1. Is that the 0-1 that's gone off, or was that Ricky Taylor?
No, that was Ricky Taylor. Right, came out of the pit. You could see how little grip he had, and he braked so early for 2, so early, and he still ran wide. He only dropped a little wheel on the dirt just beyond the curve. I mean, it cost him 6, 7, 8 tenths of a second, and that's not the reason that Harry Tinknell got past him, but it just shows you, even here, you can see how early he's braking for 10A, 10B, out of the throttle, wait, feed the power in, he can't get the car completely straight, wheels spinning over the top of the brow of the hill going into 12. I mean, I cannot tell you how little grip they've got right now. They're doing a great job just to keep it on the black stuff.
Temperature down to 6 Celsius on the track at the moment, and a little less than that in the air, about 5.5. 33 minutes to go, and this one is far from finished. Absolutely fantastic stuff at the final race of the 2021 season. It is Motul Petit Le Mans. We're live on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Across the US on XM202, 98.1 FM at the track, and RS2 on IMSARadio.com. If you're outside the US, live and free, as we have had every single race this year and for years past on the international streaming feed. No blocks outside of the US, at least. The rest of the world have no blocks and no breaks. Fully uninterrupted. And we'll be staying with this one until the checkered flag and beyond. Now, let's have a look at the last lap times.
So Felipe Nasr seems to have got into his groove, doesn't he, Jeremy?
Very quickly.
And he seems to have got his tyres down, he's got his balance back, and he's beginning to sort of do what he seems to have done this whole race long, just get his head down and just consistently lap very quickly.
Scary moment, Jeremy, there for the championship when Nasr went off coming out of the pits, but he has regained his composure. Harry Tinknell 6.3 seconds behind, which is pretty much, Jeremy, the extra time that they stood still for the fueling because they'd been into the pits a wee bit earlier. As in comes the erstwhile leader, Kamui Kobayashi. He'll dive in for his last pit stop, but Jeremy Shaw, we can't count anything out yet here. Strange things happen in the dark on the far side of race circuits in the last laps.
Don't they, Justin? The number 8 car also is pitting out of the 6th position. He was leading LMP2 at the time. Number 52 and a number 11 car have both made their final pit stops a little while ago.
No tyres out for Kamui Kobayashi. It will be VP Racing fuel only. He is rolling, and it's a longer stop than I expected to get the 30 minutes to the end, if I'm honest. So stalled when trying to leave the pits as well. Nasr's gone through, Tinknell's gone through, Ricky Taylor has gone through.
Just shows you, John, actually, Ricky Taylor dropped back from that overtake. He dropped back nearly 7 seconds while he was trying to warm his tyres up from Harry Tinknell in the Mazda 55 car. So it just shows you how much time they're losing doing tyre warm-up.
Yeah, absolutely right. Having been, as you say, right there, in fact, coming out in front of him, didn't he?
Yep.
Well, for those that remember Jerry Anderson and his brilliant animated programmes a very long time ago, I'm going to steal a line from the start of Stingray. Anything can happen in the next half hour, and it possibly will. 30 minutes to go of Motul Petit Le Mans 2021. Bids somewhat fractured in the middle of this race. Great opening stanza, difficult second album, but now we're right back on with the greatest hits as we head towards the checkered flag. And Whelen Engineering, Felipe Nasr, has been an absolute superstar, Johnny Moorlam.
That's right. No, he's driven beautifully. Having said that, the gap is coming down to 4.5 seconds now to the Mazda 55. He's keeping him honest, but there's one thing catching and another thing passing, and I do think that it's all going to boil down to just somebody tripping over someone in traffic. But by this point, these drivers are in such a rhythm now. They kind of know they've caught a car pretty much at every space on every corner in the last 10 hours, so they know exactly how to plan it to not get caught out and lose up momentum down the following straight.
Taylor could... Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
Excuse me, just say the 27th lead change then to put number 31 car back in front. Leads now by 4.8 seconds with half an hour remaining.
And that's already down to 4.2. Taylor confirmed in third position. That's not enough for the championship for Konica Minolta. Whelen Engineering Cadillac at the moment, if not one hand on the championship, or at least a couple of steps closer than their championship rivals. Then another 5 seconds back to Kamui Kobayashi, who only took fuel. So he has the benefit of warmer tyres, but his lap time, what was his lap time out there? It's a 1:12. He was in traffic 1:10.9 last time around for Harry Tinknell, a 12.2.
Yeah, that's traffic though.
What did number 31 car do for tyres?
Rears only.
Rears only, Jeremy, and that's why he got caught out. But I think we'll see how that works for him. But that was definitely, that last lap was down to traffic. I noticed he had a lot of traffic through 6, 7 and also 10A.
2 tyre stop rears only for Felipe Nasr in the Whelen Cadillac. All 4 brand new Michelin tyres for Mazda. Harry Tinknell has taken the pain in that opening few laps, but we know once that Mazda gets its tyres working, and particularly at the end of a stint, it is very good indeed. 28 minutes to go. This is not by any stretch of the imagination done and dusted wherever you are in the world. Coming up to 15 minutes, 16 minutes before 10 o'clock. Yeah. And we've got 27.5 minutes to go. 15 minutes before 10 o'clock here at Braselton, Georgia. In Europe, it's 3:45 on a Sunday morning. If you've stayed up all the way through, thank you for giving of your time. Well into late morning, in fact, early afternoon in parts of Australia, where I know there are plenty of people tuned in, watching and listening. And this has been, if not a classic, it's certainly been entertaining. The highlights reel is going to be interesting because we've had some...
It hasn't stopped being a highlight reel, has it, the entire race? All we need now, apart from all the full course yellows, obviously, but all we need now is another full course yellow, bunch it all up, a restart. That's what we need, John.
No, let them race, please. At this point, I want them to race. I want to let the best team win. Big shunts characterised 30-odd minutes behind the safety car. A couple of big shunts. We had the Era Motorsport LMP car going off into the wall at turn 12 and ripping the whole of the left-hand side of Dwight Merriman was fine. We've had a couple of comings together at the top of turn 2 and at turn 7 as well, but the big moment of the race in terms of accidents, fortunately nobody left with any injuries, although some very badly damaged cars. 7 GT cars in a big coming together on a restart coming down the hill to turn 10, taking a lot of time to get involved.
Gaps down to 2.2 seconds for the lead.
Yeah.
Catching is one thing,
passing is another.
Well, couple of seconds again last time around.
Felipe Nasr's catching the traffic in all the wrong places on this stint for some reason.
Well, last time it was the Mazda that didn't get the rub of the green.
Yeah.
And these things sometimes balance each other out, sometimes they don't. Sport doesn't always work like that. It isn't fair. It is often said that being the leader is the worst thing because you catch the traffic first and then you wake up everybody else who's having their own battles. We're late in the race here. There's still battles going on. 15 seconds between PR1 Matheson Motorsport, Mikkel Jensen and Gabby Aubrey for first and second in LMP2. LMP3 down to 18 seconds now. Garrett Grist chasing down the number 74 Riley Motorsport car in the lead. GT Le Mans 10 seconds between the 97 Kevin Estra driven WeatherTech Porsche, and the number 4, the remaining Corvette, Nick Tandy, trying to close that gap. And in GTD, it's 15 seconds between Roscoe in the Aston Martin. Can they make it to the end? They stopped at 54 minutes, remember, in the heart of racing, Aston Martin. No idea why I remembered that, but I did. And Lawrence Vanso is in second place there, and he's got a big gap back to Zach Veach in the number 12 Lexus. So those are the top 3 there. That's your Mazda in-race update with 25 minutes to go. Under 3 seconds at the head of the field, and that time around, just a little bit of time taken back by Felipe Nasser. We're talking very fine margins. Couple of tenths here, half a tenth, maybe half a second there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's ebbing and flowing in the traffic. I think if you just removed all the traffic from the track and let these two go at it, I suspect that actually there'd be nothing to choose between them.
Nasser seems to have a tiny advantage in clear air, but not as much as I thought he would have. Harry is absolutely wringing the neck. Harry Tinknell wringing the neck of the 55. Last race, remember, for the Mazda in this configuration and with this team, the Multimatic team, taking over this season or so ago. And they had that wonderful summer of Mazda, didn't they, a couple of seasons ago when they won 3-4 races consecutively.
Well, they won their first and then they got on a roll, didn't they?
Yeah.
They won the next 2 or 3 in a row, I think.
Yeah, it was 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Tinknell for a moment is under 2 seconds behind. Down to turn 10, and the leader's caught traffic again right through the turn 10 complex, and it is that number 12 Zach Veach driven Lexus now. Where is the Mazda going to catch it?
Yeah,
with a bit of luck on the front straight, he might get through before turn 1, and that will be a net gain.
100% he will, and that'll have gained him a little bit of time as well. That gained him about 8 tenths.
Under a second and a half now, and we know how good that Mazda is through turn 1. That may come down, is coming down on the micro sectors. Another tenth has disappeared.
Right now, 31 is catching down through the S's as well. This is going to really lose him time, and Harry's
had to check up.
Bad that he's got a
Harry's
run
right there.
Have a run at him all the way down into 6.
Oh, at turn 5, yeah, through into turn 6, and Tinknell was right there. It was good driving by Tinknell. Little bit of an early break from the leader because he's got one of the Porsche down the inside to 7. In the lead changes. Harry Tinknell goes through. Harry Tinknell goes through with a marvellous opportunist manoeuvre now. He's making the hole in the air for the 31 car as they drag past the second of the Porsches. That's the leading GT Le Mans car. Has to defend to the inside. Harry's got to stay to the left. And remember, the 31 car has to keep that position and stay on the track to win the championship. Doesn't need to win the race to win the championship, but has to finish the race. Tinknell, maybe that was the one shot. If it was, he was decisive. He took it like a hot knife through butter. He's through into the lead, and that's now advantage Mazda. How hard does Nasser need to push, want to push, and what are the team going to be telling him?
That was an absolutely beautiful move by Harry Tinknell in the 55 Mazda. There was a Porsche in front of a 31 car of Nasser going into 7. They also got held up a little bit at 6. It allowed Harry to get a run on him through 6, and you could see him think then, right, I'm just going to throw it down the inside and see if he turns in on me. And at that point, I think Felipe Nasser decided just to let him have it. Slipstreamed him down into 10A, but then Harry just covered the inside, braked, got it slowed down at the apex, accelerated away. I don't think Nasser will risk a move to get past Harry again, given the championship position. So that potentially could be the winning move.
There's heads-up driving. Heads-up driving by Felipe Nasser on there to make sure he could, if he'd turned into the corner, there could have been contact. There could have been both off the road. So really heads-up, really good thinking there. But look, Ricky Taylor is only about 5 seconds behind him.
So off at turn 12 for, I think that was Andy Lally-Shea. Is that what you said in my ear?
Yes, it was. The Acura going off of the exit at turn 12 as a result of traffic left side into the barriers. He managed to regain composure and continue around. I'll wait by his pit box for when he comes in.
Well, in terms of decisive overtaking manoeuvres that mean something, you can put that one right up there this year, all the way down the box. Went down an extra gear change there as well, Harry, to punch out of turn number 7.
Absolutely. What he did there was he came down the inside, and then it's very difficult because you're coming in on a much tighter line. You've got to come down the inside, almost do a block pass, get it turned, get it going, and then he knew that Nasser couldn't get on the throttle. Then he used the Porsche very cleverly on the left there to box Felipe in, and then moved over, and then he's got another GT car on the right-hand side, and Felipe actually had to ease out the throttle a little bit there because he had nowhere to go.
Was absolutely what I was going to say, motocross block pass there.
And if Felipe had turned in, I mean, I hear what Jeremy's saying, but actually if Felipe turned in, Felipe was going to be one coming off wrong because he would have hit the side of Harry's car. There wouldn't have been any problem for Harry in that, but there might have been a big problem for Felipe, you know.
Absolutely right, and in fact you could see on that replay that Nasser opened his hands in the middle of the corner. Once he realised number 55 car was there, he gave the 55 car room just in case the 55 car was going to run, maybe hit that inside curb and then potentially run into the 31 car. So Felipe Nasser made sure that wasn't going to happen.
Under 20 minutes to go. Mazda not in the championship fight, Jeremy. They are, I suppose, can they still get third in the championship here this weekend? I'll let you look at that. The championship fight at the top of the DPI is between the number 30.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. So Mazda looking for third in the championship, to confirm third in the championship. The championship first and second are now second and third. Whelen Engineering and Konica Minolta Acura. There are 4 seconds between them, and Ricky Taylor now has to be set on stud. He did a 1:10.1 last time around, taking 0.8 of a second out of Felipe Nasser. Harry Tincknell not getting away massively, half a second, but I don't think that's a real issue unless he gets caught in traffic. Big flash of the lights at turn 12, and that's going to cost him some time. Now, how hard does Felipe Nasser push? How much does he want this win in the race? No, he's let him go.
Yeah, he's been very cautious there. Been very, very cautious. That Felipe Nasser there, he knew that he could have gone down the inside there. If he was fighting for the win, he'd have gone down the inside of that LMP car.
Yeah, that was smart driving again, Jeremy, from Felipe Nasser. It is great stuff. We are watching
the needle.
Oh, absolutely. When people ask about golden ages of sports car racing, I quite often say, well, right now, actually, I know we've been in a bit of a state of flux over the last few years, particularly at Le Mans and in the WEC, but IMSA has moved with the times, and it's just kept going, and Ricky Taylor is nearly right with them. 1 second behind this. This is the championship
battle. This is a championship battle, and this will go at it because Felipe's not going to open the door there like he did for Harry.
No.
Well, and there's previous between these two.
Oh, yes, there is.
There's some cars in here.
Yes, these two cars at this race from a few years ago, the 10 and the 31. It was a Cadillac back then. And it was Ricky Taylor and Pipo Derani, wasn't it? It came together at turn 6. Jeremy, remind everybody who's leading the championship at the moment. So if neither of these cars finished, who would be the champion?
Well, Ricky Taylor and, well, it would actually depend in which order they are finished, because whichever of them finishes ahead of the other, even if they both crash out, whoever finishes ahead of the other will win the championship. It's that tight.
Yeah, and with only, 6 cars still running, then there will be points. Okay, so if there is a coming together, then it depends who can crawl furthest down the track with the broken car. Yeah, okay.
And you know that Ricky Taylor is going to give it a go, because
he's got nothing to lose.
If they both come out of the pace.
Yeah. Sitting behind for Ricky Taylor is not an option, Jeremy, is what you're saying, if he wants to win the championship. Right, okay. This one could get tasty. Harry Tincknell's done what he wanted to do, what Ollie Jarvis and J-Bomb have been working towards, Jonathan Bomarito, and what the whole of the Multimatic Mazda Motorsport squad have wanted to do. 2 laps down earlier on in the race, but refused, nearly 3 laps down actually, refusing to give up. Larry Holt saying we're going to keep digging. They have dug and dug and dug, and they are now leading the motor race with 15.5 minutes to go. And Johnny Morlam said...
Well, hang on. It's not there yet, so I'm not going to jinx it now. But at the end, I'm going to remind everybody that's listening, including Oliver Jarvis, what I said about 4 hours ago.
Yeah. In Gage we trust. St. J. Moore here,
but it's a
it's
long,
a long 15 minutes.
It's a long 15 minutes, so I don't want to say anything yet.
This battle behind is still worth watching, because this is the battle for the destination of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship for 2021. For a moment, there's no cars between the red and white Whelen Cadillac and the blue and black Cunningham Minolta Acura. Down to turn 12. Ricky Taylor last time around, a couple of tenths quicker. But Harry Tenknell, the fastest of the leading cars, a 10.4 against a 10.8 and a 10.8. Nothing between NASA and Taylor last time around. This is not just about second place in this race and one more championship spot. They're almost are coming together there between Taylor and one of the back markers, but he's got through.
Yeah, he got traffic quite badly there. Taylor down into one, got held behind a prototype, and that cost him a little bit of time.
Championship on the line, the whole season championship. And Whelen Cadillac at the moment with the slight advantage, but it is only a slight advantage. It is, in terms of the championship, about a second and a half between winning and losing the championship after a full season of racing that started in Daytona in January. We've clocked up many thousands of racing miles this year, been to the high banks of Daytona, the bumps of Sebring, the streets of Long Beach, plus the great natural terrain, road circuits of Road America, here at Road Atlanta, and right across the country, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. It's the most varied set of driving conditions of any sports car championship in the world, and it's come down to the last 13 minutes and 1.5 seconds between the top two in the championship. Give the script writers a little bit of a raise, I think, Mr. Doonan. They've penned an absolute cracker here.
And driving on board there, with the 31 car, Felipe Nasr, the front grip, I was just wondering whether not taking front tyres was maybe going to come back to haunt him in the last sort of 10-15 minutes of this race, but it certainly looked like he was flat down through the S's there, didn't seem to be worrying, picking up too much understeer, so at the moment anyway, that balance looks to be okay for him.
Moni Elysium, hello Monica, pacing in the living room now in the Pacific Northwest after that wonderful Tinknell pass for the lead. Come on, zoom, nail biting. There'll be a lot of Mazda supporters in the US and further afield. They've had great engagement with their fans and with Mazda owners around the world whilst they've been in the IMSA Championship. They stay with their IMSA connections with the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Championship, which has been ridiculously entertaining this year. Well done to Gresham Wagner for winning that in the last race of the year, after putting himself in the position to race by taking the penultimate race by being on the lock stops sideways and overtaking on the final corner. That's the sort of excitement that we get from Mazda.
Harry's getting really held up by the wind car, the LMP2 car, I think it must be. It must be a P2 car holding him up that badly, and Nazar's cut right back up to him, got within 0.8 of a second behind him, and he's really struggling to get past there, flashing like mad.
It's a P3
car. I mean, I can't believe it held him up that long, and he lost a ton of time there. Don't know why the P3 car just couldn't get out of the way of that.
Has gone through now and down towards turn 10. Now, of course, the chasing cars have to get through. Now, this is not what NASA needs, because there's nothing between him and the third place car. Still hasn't got by. Jinx to the right, Jinx to the left, going through turn 12, and too wide in front of him, and now NASA gets by, but that's cost him some time. But of course, now Ricky Taylor has got to try and get by them. He's got past one of the cars. That was I think the number 40 LMP3, the Fast MD machine. Yes, it was.
And he's got a GT car in front of him through the S's as well. That's going to absolutely
Magnus Racing
magnify the loss through there. He would have lost a second and a half just there.
Out of turn 5.
He was only 1.1 seconds ahead of him as he crossed the line, and
Remember to breathe.
That LMP3 is also still ahead of Ricky Taylor, so that's going to really cost him as well. But it was really Harry that got hurt the most by that car.
Yeah.
Felipe Nasr managed to clear him quite quickly.
Michelin telling us
so
track. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
2.5 seconds then coming to the top 3 with 10 minutes remaining in this race. Around the outside, who's that off the road?
That's the Corvette. That's Tandy in the second place GT Le Mans car, and he's just lost second place to the second WeatherTech car. As through goes Mathieu Jaminet, and he's trying to get into the pit lane. He's coming into the pit lane on the grass. So 10 minutes to go, and it's a 1-2 for WeatherTech. 97, the second car from the championship full season car, the 79. He might actually have a problem. I think he's got a flat left front.
Yeah, and if he wasn't speeding in the pit lane after coming in that way, I'll be surprised as well. So that might be a penalty.
It's going to be the BMW that will go through. Farfus will go through. So a puncture at the death for Nick Tandy has robbed him of a nailed-on second position. Oh, and a touch down at the bottom of the hill, and it was a touch between Tandy and the leader of the race. That's what gave them the puncture. Harry Tinknell down the inside of fellow Englishman and good mate Nick Tandy. They played darts together in the country pubs around the middle of England. So that was what put Tandy off. Now, is there damage on the Mazda?
I don't think so.
What was Nick Tandy thinking there?
I think what happened is, to be fair, Harry was moving over to try and get a little bit of a braking on the racing line, and I think that caught Nick out a little bit there. I don't think either of them was. I don't think that was deliberate at all from either side. Just a bit of a racing incident. But I could see Harry moving back over to try and get a better run through 10A, and I think maybe that's when the contact came with Nick Tandy. But it would have been side by side. So from the point of view of Harry's car, the Mazda, it would have been in the middle of the car. There won't be any real damage for his car.
Meantime, the gap between second and third, it's back up to 2 seconds. That's the championship gap, 8.5 minutes to go. The computer says we have 6 laps to go. We should end around about lap 408. Oh my goodness, nowhere near the distance record, of course, after the intervention of the safety car into double figures this time around.
Oh, I know what I was going to say 2 laps ago. That was lap 400.
There you go. Thank you, Jeremy. Excellent.
Okay, Jeremy.
Can you just
go back to sleep?
If you can just say that again, we'll edit that into the race archive. So if you can just say that nice and clean. Yes, Jeremy. What were you going to say?
400 laps completed now.
Excellent. That'll go. A bit of work for Curry to get that one into the race archive, but we'll make it work. Cross the line. Mazda still leading, 1.8 seconds between first and second, almost exactly the same gap between second and third. Tandy is out of the car, slams the door in disgust. I think there's damage there. Shea Adam is down by that car. Suspension damage on the front as well as that puncture. Shea on the number 4 Corvette. That's neither Corvette are going to finish in their last race of GT Le Mans.
Yep, you're completely right, John. Left front suspension damage for the 4 Corvette. I would go stick a mic under Mr. Tandy's nose. He still doesn't have his helmet off. Would you like me to wait for him?
That you might be waiting quite a long while, but I admire your optimism on that, Shea. Thank you. We'll listen out for you. At the front of the field, the gap went down to half a second.
Oh, he got held so badly down through the S's. Harry Tinknell in the 55 Mazda. I mean, and Felipe Nasr literally pulled onto the back of his rear wing. He's just flashing his lights, desperately trying to tell everyone to get out of his way. But obviously, they've all got a right to be on the track. But right now, it's so difficult working this traffic. Again, it's now Harry's turn as the leader to be catching the traffic in all the wrong places.
Yeah.
Got a battle now in LMP2 because there's less than 4 seconds all of a sudden between those top 2 cars. It was 10 seconds about 7 or 8 laps ago, but number 8 car of Gabriel Aubry is closed right in on Mikkel Jens.
6.5 minutes. Check that, 6 minutes, let's call it. And again,
that car in front of Harry is really going well, actually.
That's the 3rd place car in LMP2. That's Tristan Nunez in Win Autosport.
That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem for Harry. I'll be on the radio so he can get down to that team get on the blower and please let me by. Just please let me by. We're fighting for the win here. He's not in a fight at the moment. There's nobody in front of him in his class. Just let him by. And it's a Mazda.
Shea Adam from the pit lane with the VP Racing Fuel pit report.
Backed out there, backed out. That was a good drive.
That's exactly the wrong situation for Tristan Nunez, though, because his old team, Mazda Motorsport, his new team, Whelen Engineering.
He backed out and let them both through there, Shea. He did a really good job there. That was really
very
well
fair.
Yeah,
very fair indeed.
Yeah.
No shenanigans required. Great to see that Tristan's got that opportunity with Whelen next year. Pete Motorani on the pit wall, absolutely rapt his attention. The championship they're standing hovering over picking up that championship trophy, but they just can't get to it at the moment because just a couple of paces behind them, barely under 2 seconds now. Ricky Taylor last time around 11.0, Felipe Nasr last time around 11.0, Harry Tinknell at 10.9 last time around. Harry has found pace in clear air, and the 4-tyre decision from Lena Gade and the team was absolutely right at the last stop.
The trouble is, though, he hasn't got clear air half the time. The traffic, again, just catching it in all the wrong places. The gap went down to 0.4 of a second. It's all going to be boiled down to traffic. I think Felipe Nasr's definitely got the pace, as does, I think their pace is almost identical in clear air, but at the moment it's about traffic, and Harry's getting held up really badly through 12. There's going to get a massive run for Felipe Nasr.
Here comes Nasr. Drops to the inside, he's going down the inside, he has a little look but then backs out of it. Nasr, remember, with his fingertips now on the championship trophy.
And now Felipe Nasr gets held behind the GT car going into 2. Again, this is fantastic ebb and flow.
That's the GT Le Mans BMW now in 3rd place. Only 3 GT Le Mans cars are going to come to the line, and believe it or not, no Corvettes are going to come to the line at Petit Le Mans in their last outing in GT Le Mans in IMSA competition. It looks like WeatherTech are going to have both cars on the podium. Nasr right up on the curb at 7, going inside the Lexus where there was only half a Cadillac's width.
It looks like he is fighting for the win here, because in the past he would have waited for the GT car there and he was just dive bombing him in, really clobbered that inside curb.
Less than a second, just on a second now, between the Whelen car and the Konica Minolta car. They're battling for the championship. Tinknell's got away. In context, he's got a breathing space here, 1.4 seconds. That can disappear in the blink of an eye through 2, maybe only 1 corner if he gets caught behind a slower GT or slower prototype. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
I reckon 3 more laps.
3 laps, yeah.
3 more laps. 3 more attempts to not catch traffic down through the S's, because that is the worst place to catch traffic, and that's where we've seen gaps really coming in or moving out in terms of concertina effect between the leading 3 DPIs.
And Taylor closer than he's been for a long time, with fractionally over a second as they cross the line.
Alan Prosser has asked if Johnny, you could we can have another klaxon of Moreland predicting. Can you announce Wimbledon winning the FA Cup for him, please?
It's not over yet.
It is not.
There's another 2 laps after this one, and anything can happen. The gaps are so tiny.
Derek McCord.
2 seconds there at P2.
Derek McCord stuck in a parking garage after being watching the Columbus Blue Line Jackets lose, but is cheering himself up by listening on XM202. Derek, sorry for your loss today, but this is an absolute cracker. 2 to go across the line for Mazda, their final outing in DPI. The programme comes to an end at the checkered flag here. Is it going to be a fairy tale finish? They were 2 laps down, 5 miles off the lead, and Tinknell makes a very bold overtake round the outside of one of the LMP3 cars, and this is going to really mess up Felipe Nasr in 2nd place at turn 5. He got a really bad run out of it. And now down towards turn 6, Ricky Taylor can see the back of that car. This is as close as he's been for a very long time. Into 7, Johnny Morland can barely watch alongside me here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. And there's going to be the white flag, another 2.5 miles next time around. There's more traffic to come. The hard point Porsche is ahead of them, and the right Porsche is ahead of them. And Harry Tinknell will meet those cars first of all. He hasn't caught them in turns 10 and 10A. Oh, this is absolutely brilliant.
And you saw Felipe Nasr there. Weaving left to right, going down the straight towards 10A, trying to get that car out of the slipstream. And the white flag as they come over. This is the last lap.
LMP2 leaders right together as well. Just a second and a half between them. It's 6 seconds in the GTD battle and 33 seconds in LMP3. But the battle for the championship, as well as the battle for the race, Harry Tincknell, 2 seconds. That's the biggest gap he's had at the line for as long as I can remember, certainly as much as he's had in this last final half hour, or in this final half hour, or in this last half hour. The excitement levels are turned up to 11. Once again, IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship is delivering it again. It's a touch from the second place car as he went past the right Porsche there. And he's weaving from side to side. Nasr trying to break the tour. One more opportunity for the Konica Minolta Acura. He's gone for it down the inside and they've hit. He's hit through the gravel for the number 10 car. It was a huge dive. That won't stand. That will not stand. He's going to redress the balance. Mazda win in their final race. And who comes across the line in second? It is Felipe Nasr, who came home in second. Ricky Taylor had the good grace to lift off and give the position back.
I don't think he left off. I think he had so much dirt on his tyres, he was just gathering himself and downshifting, and I think Felipe Nasr had the drive.
And in GT Le Mans, Porsche bookend the GT Le Mans season. Tandy Pilet and Ricard Leite won the Rolex 24 in 2014. That was the first GTLM class race, and Porsche ends the GTLM era at IMSA by finishing first and second with the 2 WeatherTech Porsches. It'll be Aston Martin, who won the Sprint Championship last time out, who take the final top step of the podium in GT Daytona as Ross Gunn anchors the 23 Vantage from Heart of Racing to the line. Johnny Molam is literally shaking his head here with what we've witnessed there. The overtake from Harry Tincknell to take the lead of the race, and then the audacious attempt. You've got to give him 10 out of 10 for trying. Ricky Taylor tried to come from a very long way back. Felipe Nasr had closed the door, bolted it and put a sofa behind it to make sure that Ricky wasn't coming through, and still somehow we got through, but he couldn't get the car stopped. Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
With Oliver Jarvis, Petit Le Mans winner. How good does that feel?
That is amazing. I mean, what a drive by Harry at the end there. We had a great car. We got a few issues early on, but 3 laps down to win it. What a way to end the Mazda story, and what a way for myself, Jonathan, Harry, and the whole team to finish it off. And it finally got that big win it deserves.
It sort of summarizes the whole program. Never stop believing, doesn't it?
We never stopped, even 3 laps down. I mean, it takes a bit of luck. We had a great race car. Shoes, thanks to everyone involved. Multimatic, of course, everyone at Mazda. It's been a phenomenal effort. AER, we did it. There's not much else to say. I mean, we are over the moon. We're going to party hard tonight.
John, what were you asking?
Shea, can you just remind Ollie that Johnny predicted this and Ollie doubted him? Never doubt JMO.
Johnny Molam predicted this and you doubted him. Never doubt JMO.
I know, I was just got out of the cars relaxing and I heard him say, my money's on Mazda. And, I'm fully aware of the commentator's curse. So I was like, cheers, Johnny. But I think it was just meant to be our day today. Congrats to the 31. I believe they won the championship. They deserve that. Great team, really nice guys. Couldn't be happier for them. So, perfect result all around.
Go get your champagne.
Thank you.
Classy stuff from Ollie Jarvis. There'll be words between those two later. Chelsea has stayed up as well. Congratulations, Chelsea. Your blokes just won Petit Le Mans birthday party earlier on today. Petit Le Mans win later on today. Be a present coming home for you, I reckon, when Ollie's coming back. An amazing finish to the championship with the 2 championship protagonists, Jeremy, coming together in turn 10 and across the gravel for Ricky Taylor. but couldn't hold on to it, and back through for Felipe Nasr. Let's go to the GTD winners. Ian James, Heart of Racing. Ross Gunn brought the car home. What a season it's been for Heart of Racing, Aston Martin. Shea.
Oh, you guys won the sprint races, but Ian finally winning the endurance race. How good does this feel?
Oh, it's awesome. What a testimony to everybody that works on this team and the great effort they did. Roman and Ross were just amazing today, and nobody was going to beat us there at the end. Ross was just on fire.
Congratulations. Go get to the podium.
Oh, thanks. We're going to enjoy this one.
Thank you, Shea. Down there with the GT Daytona winners, and just to confirm, by the way, PR1 Matheson won in the LMP2 category by just 1.6 seconds. Gabby Aubrey chasing them back in the end, and it's Riley Motorsport who win LMP3. Let's grab more interviews from the winning teams. Shea, where are you now?
Zach Robichon, IMSA champion. Yet again, the sprint champion before, GTD champion. This one feels a bit different, doesn't it?
It does. I just want to start by, saying my sorries to the Paul Miller guys. We wanted to fight them to the end. They've been a class act all year, and that's not the way that we want to end the championship. But the reality is the team did a faultless job, and I'm just super proud to be here.
It really was an all-Canadian effort today to get you guys across the finish line, and Larry controlling himself very well at the end. Were you having to talk him down from fighting the Aston Martin?
No, we were pushing him. We were like, at this point, might as well try and win the race too. I think I just got something stuck in my eye. I don't know what's going on here. But no, it's been pretty special. For Lars and myself, it's our last race with the team too, so it's a little bittersweet. But yeah, I couldn't be more proud of them.
Can't send it out any better way. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Jeremy, do we have the... we had the... Right on the last lap there, the two WeatherTech Porsche swap positions. So the substantive full season car takes Petit Le Mans for Mathieu Jaminet and Cooper McNeil, so he'll get to stand on the top step of the podium. Jeremy, can we confirm the Endurance Cup results as well? We pretty much wrapped that up, I think, at the 8-hour mark, but just have a quick run through that whilst I gather the rest of my thoughts together.
Yeah, indeed so. In the DPI category, Ricky Taylor, Philip Albuquerque and Alexander Rossi will win the Drivers' Michelin Endurance Cup in DPI. Konica Minolta Acura will win the Team Championship, and Acura, I think, will win the actually, I need to figure that one out for sure. Come back to me. I'll come back to you on the manufacturers one there. In LMP2, Ben Keating, Mikkel Jensen and Scott Huffaker for PR1 Matheson Motorsports number 52 car have clinched the LMP2 Michelin Endurance Cup. In LMP3, Gar Robinson and Scott Andrews, number 74 Riley Motorsports team, win that one. In GTLM, the number 4 Corvette, even with the DNF at the end, I think will win the Michelin Endurance Cup in GTLM. And in GTD, victory, I believe, for the number 16 Wright Motorsports Porsche.
Well, that means Patrick Long is Endurance Champion. Just before we go and get a chat with him with Shea, there is an incident that may affect LMP2. There is an incident under review between the car that crossed the line first, PR1 Matheson, and the number 8 of Gabby Aubrey, and it has indeed affected that. The PR1 car has had a drive-through time added post-race, so with 1.6 seconds behind, that means Tower Motorsport will take the LMP2 victory and at least then demoted the PR1 Matheson car down into second place. That we didn't see as it was happening, but that must have gone on as they were having their scrap for the win of the race. Shea Adam with Pat Long.
Patrick, you go out a champion yet again. Michelin Endurance Cup, pretty good run.
Unbelievable. Congratulations to all the champions and the race winners, but for us to take home the Michelin Endurance Championship is a sweet icing for the finish to this cake. We executed today. It started off terribly this week and in this race. and the boys put their heads down. We talked to the 9 car, and we worked together as a Porsche family today. Congratulations to them for the championship, but we'll take this endurance championship. IMSA is just an unbelievable place to race and call home, and that's the one thing that differentiates this championship from any other domestic championship and most championships worldwide is Sebring, Petit Le Mans, and of course Daytona. Throw in the 6 hours of the Glen, which is a hell of a racetrack. And yeah, I'm going to have a hell of a story to tell when I'm old and gray, which is not far off, about racing these racetracks with these world-class drivers and everybody in this paddock that gives so much to what this spectacle is.
You set the bar, my friend. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
He's had a sparkling career. Just to confirm, by the way, Jeremy has done the arithmetic. Acura will win the Michelin Endurance Cup Manufacturers title. We're going to take a breath, but don't go away if you're on RS2, because Michelin Post-Race Tech comes up next. For now, we'll hand the PA and 98.1 at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta to Greg for the post-race formalities, with our great thanks to John Doonan and everybody at IMSA for the 2021 season. The promoters, the tracks, the teams, the drivers, and you, the fans, who've come back in your droves, particularly this weekend, to see what was a classic Motul Petit Le Mans. The countdown has started to 2022. It's not that far away, you know. We'll see you again on the other side of a quick breath and at the Raw before the Rolex 24 in January. Have a great holiday season, fabulous Christmas, and a happy and safe and successful start to 2022. On behalf of the IMSA radio team and everybody who's worked with us this year, particularly our technical support, we say goodbye for now. PRT next.